Comme il est 11.
As it is 11:05, the House will now move to private members' business, according to the projected order of business today.
Debate on Bill C-316, an act to amend the Canada Revenue Agency Act, organ donors, in the name of Mr. Weber.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I was honoured to have a few minutes in the first hour of debate and, of course, the opportunity to continue on my thoughts in the second hour of debate. And in that first hour, I talked about what an elegant solution my colleague had put forward in terms of organ donation. And of course, that's to have it on your tax return and then the information going to the provinces. So it's an inexpensive solution, it's an elegant solution, and it's one that's not going to impact in terms of what are provincial jurisdiction, what is federal jurisdiction. I then also talked about my experience as a nurse in rural communities and the many times where we had people severely injured in accidents where we wanted to transfer them out quickly, and how difficult it was for the families to be making those decisions. They're dealing with the very difficult situation of a loved one who was traumatically injured, fatally injured, and not knowing what the wishes were. So that is something from my experience that helps me recognize how important it is to have those conversations up front. And certainly as you're doing your tax return, what a better time to sort of be thinking about those sorts of issues. So, sometimes with private members' bills, I'll put them in our householder that goes out to everyone in our communities. And I like to highlight some of the different private members' bills that have been put forward in the House that I think are particularly compelling. So I sent out a householder. It just actually arrived in people's doorsteps a few weeks ago. And Mr. Speaker, if anyone thinks that your community is not on board with this, I don't think I've had such a positive, strong response to a private member's bill. I had people sort of writing me, phoning my office saying, how soon can this happen? What a fantastic idea. So I think as we look at our vote in this House, I think we can be, quite reassured that it's something that Canadians from coast to coast to coast to coast are seeing as a positive option. I do want to just make a quick note. This is something where people, when they are going to do their tax return, will indicate what their wishes are. So this is something called consent. And I just want to contrast that with another issue that's happening right now. And that, of course, is when government's trying to extract information from people. So right now, we know we have this issue with Statistics Canada, where they are wanting to have all individuals' private banking information, line by line, e-transfers, money, the times you went maybe to Costco, how many times you went to Shoppers Drug Mart. They are asking the banks to do basically a data dump with all that private financial information. And so I contrast where I have had an overwhelming response to that issue also, where people are saying, that is my data, that is my information, they cannot touch that without my consent. So I think there is a lesson to be learned here. When you do something where you are asking Canadians to make a decision, a difficult decision, but it is their decision and the government's facilitating the decision, which is what's happening in my colleague's private members bill, where people are making a decision around, do I want to be an organ donor? Don't I want to be an organ donor? And I want my wishes to be translated to the province. That is something that Canadians get behind. When you have something that is imposing your personal information going to a big government bureaucracy, there is an incredible amount of mistrust. So I think, again, as we are looking at these two very different issues, it becomes important to recognize that Canadians typically want and rightfully need to give consent for these sorts of issues. And I hope when it comes to the vote, as we finish up the debate, that this, I would love to be doing my tax return. Maybe 2019 is a little bit, or 2018, a little unrealistic, but 2019, I sure would like the opportunity to check that box and add, you know, and I think many people in here would be very grateful to have a seamless way to add their name to the list. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Wilson. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise before you today to speak to the member for Calgary's Confederation's Private Members Bill C-316. The member is to be commended for his work and advocacy to facilitate organ donation in Canada. I fully support what the member is trying to accomplish with Bill C-316 and co-seconded the bill and will vote in favour of it at second reading. In light of a chronic shortage throughout Canada, there can be little doubt that measures must be taken to increase the number of organ and tissue donations available for transplantation. Bill C-316 would enact a provision that would authorize the Canada Revenue Agency to enter into an agreement with a province or territory regarding the collection and disclosure of information required for establishing or maintaining an organ donor registry in the province or territory. This would give Canadians an additional opportunity to become an organ donor, and as such, it is likely to increase the number of donors across the country over time. In the spring of 2018, the House of Commons Standing Committee on Health, HISA, of which I am a member, with the honourable member, we examined the status of Canada's organ and tissue donation procurement system. The committee heard from numerous witnesses who shared their insights on how the federal government could strengthen Canada's organ donation and transplantation system. The committee tabled its report on this study on September 25th, 2018. Among the 7 recommendations made, recommendation number 4 reads as follows: that the Government of Canada identify and create opportunities for Canadians to register as organ donors through access points for federal programs and services in collaboration with provincial and territorial organ donation programs. This is exactly what Bill C-316 would do. By making the Canada Revenue Agency, which interacts with millions of Canadians every year, an additional vehicle in the organ donation ecosystem. It was no surprise to hear witnesses express support for Bill C-316 during the committee's study. According to the Canadian Transplant Society, more than 1,600 Canadians are added to the organ waitlists every year. Yet, while 90% of Canadians support organ and tissue donation, fewer than 20% of Canadians plan to donate their organs or tissue. Mr. Speaker, there is no question that more must be done to address the serious need for organs and tissue available for donation. In 2017, more than 4,333 people were waiting for transplants across Canada. These are our relatives, friends, neighbours, and colleagues. That same year, 2,979 organs were transplanted. However, hundreds of Canadians could no longer wait. In 2017, 242 people died while waiting for a transplant. To address this situation, the attitudes and behaviours of Canadians must change. Individuals need to be informed that it is not complicated to register to be an organ and tissue donor. Individuals can register at any time. It is not necessary to wait until the end of your life to become a donor, nor is age necessarily an impediment. We know that one donor can potentially save as many as 8 lives and improve the quality of life for up to 75 people. This became clear to Canadians recently following the terrible tragedy that hit the Humboldt Broncos. After the accident, it was revealed that one of the victims had registered to be an organ donor and went on to save 6 lives. This prompted Canadians from all walks of life, young and old, to become donors themselves. Registrations skyrocketed across the country. The government recognizes both the importance of donations and the role that the transplantation of organs and tissues plays in the protection of the health and safety of Canadians. Canadians can be assured that we are committed to improving the organ and tissue donation and transplantation system in collaboration with provinces, territories, and key stakeholders. From 2008 to 2009, from 2017 to 2018, provinces and territories, excluding Quebec and the federal government, have provided over $70 million in funding to Canadian Blood Services to play a role in coordinating the organ and tissue donation and transplantation system by focusing in 4 areas: developing and implementing a national strategic plan, including mandate, roles, and responsibilities in a nationally coordinated system; establishing leading practices, professional education, knowledge translation, public education, and awareness campaigns; enhancing system performance reporting, including public reporting; and developing and maintaining interprovincial organ sharing programs through the Canadian Transplant Registry. During this period, Quebec also contributed $845,000 per year to Canadian Blood Services to participate in certain elements of its program. At the moment, only a fraction of Canadians are registered donors, despite it being easy to do so. Depending on where you live, there are different ways to register and decide what you want to donate. Of course, if Canadians opt to become organ and tissue donors, it is important to discuss this decision with those closest to them. One must ensure family and friends are aware of one's wishes. For many Canadians, it may just be a matter of becoming more aware and taking a step that could dramatically change the lives of thousands of Canadians facing health crises. It is only by working together that we will continue to improve the organ and tissue donation and transplantation system and ensure that Canadians have timely and effective access to care. Mr. Speaker, rest assured the government will continue to assist on the important issue of organ and tissue donation and transplantation needs of Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to be joining the debate on this private member's bill by my colleague from Calgary Confederation. I think before I begin getting to the contents of this private member's bill, I'm just going to say that, in private conversations that I've had with my colleague, this bill is really dedicated to Robert Sallows, who was a great activist for the progressive conservatives, but for all conservatives in Calgary. He passed away a few weeks ago. I know that the member who is proposing this bill was at his memorial service for him. But Robert was really that guy in the room who just lifted up the entire room, made everything better. He brought volunteers from different factional sides of the Conservative Party together and just enjoyed being on a political campaign and meeting people. What many people didn't know about Robert is that he was a double lung transplant recipient. And you'd never know that with the level of energy that he had, dedication that he had to political campaigns. It was just, this was his avenue of release, how he would meet people, make friends, and make himself incredibly useful. And I'll miss Robert greatly. I never got to know him as much as I would have liked to, but I know for a great many activists in Calgary from all political parties who knew Robert will think of him very fondly for years, many years to come. Like I said, this bill is dedicated in his memory because he was a double lung transplant recipient. And organ transplant issues are a concern, obviously, to the member for Calgary Confederation. In a previous life, he won't mention this, but he was actually able to pass a private member's bill in the Alberta legislature to create the Alberta Organ Donor Registry, an electronic one that hadn't existed then. So to me, this is just a continuation of his work to better that Alberta registry and to better all registries across Canada. There's a Yiddish proverb that goes, wisdom is more precious than pearls. And it speaks to how with information is much more valuable than any type of earthly good. And we know that our donation rates are low because people don't realize that they can sign up on these registries. And many people who would like to never actually take the time to go either online or sign the back of their driver's license, whatever way their provincial or territorial governments have determined that they can make that choice. So I am an organ donor. I'm registered in my province of Alberta because we've made it easier in the province, thanks to the member for Calgary Confederation for making it possible to do that. So I am one, my wife is one as well, and many others have chosen to do that. But we could raise the rates even further by passing this private members bill on through the process to make it possible for members of the public to do a public service, to do a public good by filling out their tax form. And we already have a box there to be added onto the national list of electors, which is not strictly a tax issue. So I know that some members may have qualms about a jurisdictional problem of adding on another box and transferring information, but we're just simply asking CRA to collect and then send on that information, just as it does with many other parts of the tax schedule, that it passes on to the provinces, so provinces know the individual of filing their taxes, what they're filing for, or if they're eligible for other welfare benefits as well. So I think the jurisdictional question is easily solved here. We're just passing on information. We're not creating a new national registry. We're trying to empower provincial registries. And on the jurisdictional question, the member who is proposing this bill is a former member of the Alberta legislature. He also happens to be a former provincial cabinet minister. I would think that if there are issues of jurisdiction and protecting the jurisdictions of the provincial governments, of the federal government, that member of all members would know exactly where that fine line should rest. So the contents of the bill are quite simple, but they achieve a great public good, which is it allows members of the public to anonymously give of themselves. That day will come when each of us will pass away. That's something that each of us knows, or at least should know, is the moment you're born. Someday you have a foot already set in your grave. You will pass away. It's a great equalizer in life. But it gives you an opportunity, I think, to think about what type of life do you want to have lived? What type of gift do you want to give on to others around you? And I think in this situation, we should make it simpler and easier for people to give of themselves, if they can and if they so wish to donate organ and tissue to others, to research, whatever method they would prefer. Many provincial governments and territorial governments have already moved on this to make it simpler for people to donate. We want people to do it themselves, to make that choice themselves. And it's a very personal choice, and it should always remain a personal choice. So that's why this bill, I think it meets a lot of my requirements when voting on private members' business, which is it reasonable, is it logical, and does it empower the individual to do more for the public? Giving of themselves, I think, in this situation is something that we can all agree is a good point in this bill. On the tax forms, like I had mentioned before, we have a box already to be added to the national list of electors. And maybe there'll be concerns from some members that, well, where do we draw the line? What other types of information could we start adding and passing on to provincial governments or other bodies with crown corporations? Where do we draw that fine line? I think it should be up to this chamber to decide where that fine line will be drawn. I think another box on the tax form, especially now with the advent and popularity with electronic tax filing, we've made it much simpler for people to file their taxes, as well to join the national list of electors. And if this bill passes on to the next stage, and then through to the Senate and on to every other stage it gets royal assent, we'll make it easier for people to register on their provincial or territorial organ donor registries. So making it simpler, the advent of electronic tax filing will make it even more make it much easier for people to file. And I think that's a good thing. It's giving people an opportunity. It's prompting them to do something good for society. And again, like I said, it's a deeply personal choice. So we should leave it to the individual. But at least once a year, we'll be asking the question of people, do you wish to do this, yes or no, just like the national list of electors? So people can change their minds. People can say yes, and maybe 5-10 years down the line, they can change their minds. And provincial registries typically make it quite simple if a person changes their mind at some other point to change. In in the case of my family, like many members know, my kids suffer from a rare disease called Alport syndrome. And I've mentioned it at committees, I've mentioned it in the House before, but someday they will need a kidney transplant. The boys in my family will need a kidney transplant most definitely, because that's the end stage. Kidney failure is the end part of the disease. You know, I've done the Kidney March, I've volunteered for the Kidney Foundation, I've met many kidney donor recipients. In fact, one of them was a kidney marcher. He's a marathoner. He's on, I think, his second or third kidney now that he's gotten, and he's still faster than I am. He's still faster than almost every single other person I've met that does the Kidney March. These people lead incredible lives, but they couldn't not do so without the generosity of somebody else. So in the case of kidneys, because we're born with two of them, people can give the gift of life and give one of their kidneys and then live the rest of their lives on the one that they have. Unfortunately, though, we still rely on people who pass away to have signed the back of their driver's license or joined an electronic registry in order to give that gift of life. And for the many of my constituents I know who have received a kidney transplant, who have received a liver transplant, that gift of life is incredibly important to them. I've met Conservative staffers on Parliament Hill who have been recipients of an organ donation. They could not live the lives they live today without that generous gift from someone else, but we should make it possible, we should make it easier for people to make the choice. And it should always remain a choice, whether you wish to donate or not. And everybody files a tax return. Even if you're not paying any taxes, you have to file a tax return in order to qualify for many of the Government of Canada's benefits that you receive. So you will file one eventually. Actually, many more people file taxes than get a driver's license. And I think that's an important thing to remember. It's giving more opportunity, more eyeball time on the question to be considered. Many of us spend quite a bit of time on our social media accounts trying to figure out how to reach our constituents, how to get them to answer questions, how to get them to tell us what's important to them. I think using the tax forms to convince people, to offer people a choice, whether they would like to be an organ donor and tissue donor at the end of their lives or during their life, it's an incredible public good. It's an opportunity that we're giving them. We should take it. We should pass this private member's bill. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for King Vaughan.
Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada recognizes the value of organ and tissue donation and transplantation and has an important role to play in protecting the health and safety of Canadians. We all recognize that more work needs to be done to address the chronic shortages of organs and tissue donations for transplantation across the country. It's only by working together that we continue to improve the organ and tissue donation and transplantation system and ensure that Canadians have a timely and effective access to care. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Transplant Society notes that more than 1,600 Canadians are added to the organ wait list every year. That's because transplants are often the only treatments for the end-of-stage organ failure. In addition to treating conditions like cornea blindness, diabetes, birth defects, organ transplants, tissue and organ donations can also help burn victims recover, remove the need for long-term dialysis, reduce amputations, repair childhood heart problems, assist in heart bypass surgery and heart failure, replace cystic fibrosis, diseased lungs with healthy ones, replace disfigured facial accident victims with new cosmetic solutions. We know that transplants both improve the quality of life of their recipients and also save lives. Mr. Speaker, the government recognizes that too many Canadians are on organ wait lists. In 2017, more than 4,333 people were waiting for transplants across Canada. That said, over the past decade, the number of deceased organ donors has gone up by 42%. And while that is encouraging, unfortunately, the number of people needing a transplant has also gone up in that time. So in many ways, we're not making the progress we need. And many people are continuing to suffer and are dying waiting for a donor organ. Mr. Speaker, as our population ages, the need for transplants will only increase. Any one of us could one day find ourselves in need of a donation. And And I just want to tell a little private story. You know, this is really very, very close to my heart because both of my boys, I did not know this when they were born, but both of my boys have a very, very serious heart defect that will ultimately require them, at this point in time, to have a transplant. Obviously, I'm very excited about the technological changes that are going on in the medical services today, and I'm hopeful maybe that will not be the case. But I am very mindful that both of my boys may need a transplant in their future, and so this is an issue very, very close to my heart. That is why the Government of Canada continues to work with the Canadian Blood Services and the provinces and territories to help increase organ donation rates and raise public awareness on organ donation across Canada. People need to know that registering to donate is not complicated, and the registration can be done at any time, and it's not necessary to wait until your death. In fact, that's often too late, especially if loved ones are not aware of your wishes. Living donors who are the age of majority and in good health can donate a kidney, part of a liver, a lobe of the lung, and continue to lead full and rewarding lives. What could be more rewarding than saving someone else's life? We know that a donor can potentially save up as many as 8 lives and improve the quality of life for up to 75 people. I just want to tell a little personal story. In my riding, we had a wonderful teacher and outstanding member of our Ahmadiyya Muslim community. And she died suddenly of a brain hemorrhage. And the family and she had decided to donate her organs. And she had saved, in the loss of her life, 8 members of our community now are continuing to live that would not be living if it had not been for her tragedy. So in one family's tragedy, 8 other families have the blessings of their loved ones still with them. This is a huge gift, not only for the individuals with serious health problems who are direct beneficiaries of donations, but as I mentioned, countless family members and our whole community at large. Their lives are also transformed with these miracles of life. As I stated earlier, the government recognizes the value of organ and tissue donation and transplantation and has an important role to play in protecting the health and safety of Canadians. The Minister of Health is working with the provinces and territories to facilitate collaboration on organ and tissue donation and the transplantation system that gives Canadians timely and effective access to care. Canadians can be assured that we are committed to improving the organ and tissue donation and transplantation system. In collaboration with provinces and territories and key stakeholders, we are establishing leading practices, strengthening professional education, and raising awareness to improve organ and tissue donation. The Government of Canada also continues to work with the Canadian Blood Services and our provincial and territorial partners to increase the donation rates of blood and blood components, because we also need to raise public awareness about that all across Canada, because the need for blood donations is also great. There's a constant demand, and if people don't realize that it takes 5 donors to save one who needs heart surgery, 50 donors to help just one person in a serious car accident, and 8 donors a week to help someone going through the treatment for leukemia. And I'm sure many of you are aware of people in your communities that have been dealing with that disease as well. That is why it's so crucial to get the message out that it is in everyone to donate. Canadians can count on this government to continue to improve the organ and tissue donation and transplantation system. To demonstrate this commitment, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Health announced on October the 18th, 2018, renewed funding of $3.3 million for the Canadian Donation and Transplant Research Program. This fund also allows the CDTRP, which is the Canadian Donation and Transplant Research Program, to continue its research to advance organ and tissue donation and transplantation in Canada. It's through research that we can increase the availability of transplants for Canadians and transform clinical outcomes for transplant patients from coast to coast. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to supporting the organ and tissue donation and transplantation needs of Canadians and is looking closely at Bill C-316 and other opportunities to determine how best to support that objective. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's an enormous pleasure that I stand here today and speak in support of Bill C-316, an act to amend the Canada Revenue Agency Act, organ donors. This initiative was brought forward by my friend and colleague, the member from Calgary Confederation. This member has worked tirelessly in this Parliament to get this organ donor bill passed. And Mr. Speaker, there are some issues that transcend party lines, and this bill is certainly one of them. We have a responsibility to support one another when something as simple as an adjustment on your tax form can save the lives of hundreds and thousands of Canadians. Canada is a nation that is much to be proud of, Mr. Speaker, and we know where organ donation is concerned, too many Canadians are dying while on a wait list. Although 90% of Canadians support organ donation, less than 20% have made plans to donate. According to global comparison statistics from the Council of Europe, Canada has a donors per million people ratio of 20:1. This low rate ratio places us 18th internationally in organ donation, behind Italy with a donors rate of 24:7, and the U.S. with a donors per million people rate of 30:8. It is Spain which has the highest national donors per million people rate at 43:8. This is a ratio where, as a country, we should set our sights. Mr. Speaker, we have the opportunity to drastically change the lives of individuals and their families. In a 2016 study from the Health Committee, they found that close to 4,500 people are on the wait list, and a staggering 6% of people die while waiting for an organ. Furthermore, according to the data, while about 2/3 of the people on the wait list received an organ, that means that 1/3 of the people on the wait list do not receive an organ. And this wait list is ever increasing. It's estimated that over 1,600 Canadians are added to it every year. While true that the number of organ donors has increased over the past decade, they're not increasing at a high enough rate to meet the demand. People are still dying needlessly because there are not enough donors on the list. We must make every effort to ensure that every Canadian that needs an organ can be matched with someone who can and is willing to donate an organ. Again, these deaths are not because Canadians do not support organ donation, but rather opportunities and infrastructure that's missed. Mr. Speaker, this isn't something that we can hope gets better without action, and many people and organizations have worked determinedly over the years to address this. This current version of Bill C-316, as tabled by my colleague from Calgary Confederation, builds on legislative and advocacy work done over the past 20 years around creating a system of organ donation. Similar legislation has been introduced numerous times since 1999. Lou Sikora, a Liberal MP, introduced a bill calling for the establishment of a national organ donation registry in 1999 and again in 2000. And Judy Wasilwa Lays, the NDP MP from Winnipeg South, introduced legislation on this topic in 2002, 2003, and again in 2008. And Malcolm Allen, an NDP MP from Welland, introduced similar legislation in 2009 and 2013. And in 2016, my colleague from Edmonton, Manning, reintroduced legislation calling for the establishment of a national organ donor registry, and we are once again presented with an opportunity for my colleague from Calgary Confederation. That equals 9 times over the past 20 years from people from all political parties. This many attempts over the past 2 decades clearly demonstrates that there is a huge void that this bill can fill. Mr. Speaker, we should do better. We need to do better, and we can do better. In February 2016, I stood in this House with other MPs from the NDP caucus and the Conservative caucus who unanimously voted yay for the earlier version of this bill, Bill 223, which was a PMB put forward by the member from Edmonton, Manning. MPs who have worked tirelessly to get legislation in place that facilitates organ donation, and once again to encourage all of you to vote in favour of important legislation. Indeed, along with many of you here, I look forward to and will work towards a day when every Canadian in need of an organ has access to one. It is not a stretch to say that this incarnation of Bill C-316 is the 9th version of a long line of attempts to get some legislation put in place around this very important subject. Let us make sure that we don't have to sit here for a 10th. Mr. Speaker, let us put partisan blindness aside and stop letting it get in the way of good legislation. A piecemeal approach with different programs in different provinces, that is indeed the exact reason why we asked for the creation of a pan-Canadian organ donor program in the first place. Federal legislation is needed to fill the legislative void on this subject. We need to pass this because this is not a simple matter of provincial jurisdiction. We need a centralized list of people waiting for an organ, Mr. Speaker. And by the way, of this legislation, we're simply looking for cooperation in the service of the people that we're sent here for, Canadians. Many organizations have repeatedly asked for a national strategy and national oversight of the organ donation system. Dr. Laurie West, the director of the Pan-Canadian National Transplant Research Program, aptly said, quote, "We cannot afford to be stymied by the nature of our country. We can turn it to our benefit and really use those sorts of strategies for where we want to go," end quote. The Kidney Foundation of Canada has stated, quote, "We recommend that the federal government take steps to improve Canada's organ and tissue donation and transplantation system and save more lives by implementing a national strategy and oversight to ensure that every potential deceased donor is identified and that every person awaiting transplant has equitable access to organ transplantation across the country," end quote. Dr. Philip Halloran, who is a professor of medicine at the University of Alberta, stated that, quote, "Donations in Canada are not performing at the standard that our colleagues in the United States are performing at. And there really isn't any excuse except organization and accountability," end quote. The testimony from these experts underscores once again that there is a dire need for federal legislation and oversight over this very critical issue. Once again, I want to urge my colleagues to support this bill in a commitment to progressive cooperation and getting results for Canadians. And again, I want to thank my friend from Calgary for championing this very important issue. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to speak today in support of the member of Calgary Confederation's private member's bill to streamline organ donation. I want to thank the member for his work on the bill, as well as his hard work in helping to create the organ donation registry in our home province of Alberta, when we both served in the provincial legislature together. Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to both speak to his provincial bill and now to the federal bill, hoping that we can see similar results in passing both of those. Almost every Canadian has heard about someone whose life was impacted by organ donation, whether in the media or through personal connections. The organ donation of one person can save up to 8 people, and a tissue donation can impact more than 70 people. Of course, even more people than that are impacted because families get to keep their loved ones alive longer because of donation. However, only a quarter of Canadians are registered to donate. Our organ donation rate is among the lowest in the world. Currently, almost 5,000 Canadians are waiting for a transplant, and their lives depend on it. Sadly, about 260 Canadians lose their lives every year while waiting for a transplant that sadly never happens. That is about 5 deaths per week, or 1 death about every 30 hours. That could be saved if they had a viable donor. 90% of Canadians say that they support organ and tissue donation. However, in practice, less than 20% have actually made plans and registered to donate. In the past 10 years, the number of deceased organ donors has gone up by 42%. The number of people needing a transplant has also gone up in that time. Therefore, a more effective method is needed in order to increase the size of the organ donor base in Canada. The proposal from the member for Calgary Confederation is so simple yet so smart. Implementing it could mean a huge increase in the number of organ donations in Canada, and my friend is proposing to add an option on the tax revenue forms where people can declare whether they would like to register to be an organ or tissue donor. If they check yes, their names and information are given to the person's provincial government and added to an organ donor database. Mr. Speaker, almost every Canadian fills out these forms annually. Making registration for organ and tissue donors easier will save more lives. It will be the same process for everyone, no matter what province they live in. There is no need to create a new computer and database systems because the existing system we have can do that job. This method will reach the most potential donors at the lowest cost. This will also help identify organ donors when someone dies outside of their province of residence. With the new system the member for Calgary Confederation is proposing, it will be more efficient to identify donors, resulting in more lives being saved. Earlier this year, our country had a horrible tragedy when 15 young men and 1 young woman from the Humboldt Broncos hockey team died after a bus crash. After that tragedy, there was a spike in the number of people who signed up to become organ donors. I wish it didn't take such an unfortunate accident to encourage people to become organ donors. However, I'm glad to see organ donation on the rise. The current process to register to become an organ donor in my province of Alberta involves going online to put your name on the organ donation registry. This was something that was spearheaded by the member for Calgary Confederation while he was a member of the Legislative Assembly, and it's so great to see him work so hard to continue this good work on a national scale here in Parliament. It's so important to have the registry, and the number of organ donors has risen since it was implemented in 2013, but it's just not front of mind for most people. With so many things going on in our lives, we don't always remember to complete this type of task. Bringing the option of organ donation right to Canadians instead of waiting for Canadians to come to a website will no doubt result in an increase in the number of registered donors in Canada. Currently, the only proactive approach by governments is to register Canadians via the driver's license registration process. However, the percentage of Canadians with a driver's license is dropping in every age category. While young Canadians are future donors, they have the healthiest organs. Less than 70% of 19-year-olds obtain a driver's license. This indicates a 20% drop from the previous generation. In Canada, only 1,600 people are added to the organ transplant waiting lists each and every year. On top of that, there's also a limited time in which organs can be viable for transplant to matching donor on the waiting list after death, typically within less than a day. With a continuous decline in driver's license registrations, Bill C-316 is a sensible solution to gather more donors, decrease the number of Canadians patients on donation wait lists, and ultimately save more lives. Kidney donations are the most common organ transplant in Canada, followed by the liver, lungs, and heart. A study done by the Canadian Blood Services examining organ transplants between 2006 and 2015 found that transplants benefit both patients and provincial health services. According to the study, kidney transplantation is the best therapy for patients with end-stage kidney disease. Compared to dialysis, it can more than double a patient's life expectancy, although the data in this section speaks primarily to the benefits of kidney transplantation. Other types of transplantations, such as lung, heart, and liver, are also beneficial. Mr. Speaker, the same study found that transplants can save governments money because of reduced hospital stays. It is estimated that the province of Ontario alone already loses approximately $100 million every year to support the care of those on the organ donation waiting list for a kidney. The study states liver, heart, and lung transplants may also reduce costs for government. Although there is limited information on the cost avoidance associated with the transplantation of organs than kidneys, a UK report states there is some evidence that the care of patients with life-threatening organ failure may involve many days or weeks in hospital care, including significant time in intensive care, which is also very expensive, that would be avoided if transplantation had taken place. It's evident that organ and tissue donation benefit patients, families, and taxpayers because of decreased healthcare costs. However, other countries are far ahead of Canada in terms of successful transplants. Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, Canada has a low organ donation rate. Figures from 2015 show that only 1% of Canadians who die in hospital donate their organs. We lag behind many other countries, including the United States, in registered donors. In Europe, many countries have opt-out organ donation systems. This means that all citizens are automatically registered as organ donors and have to deregister themselves if they do not wish to be a donor. Because of this system, Spain leads the world in the number of registered donors. I think the system proposed by the member for Calgary Confederation is a happy medium. It will reach almost all Canadians without being heavy-handed. Canadians don't want the government telling them what to do. With our tax form system, Canadians can decide for themselves what they want to happen to their bodies. This will be a most convenient system for potential donors. Additionally, it's practically free to implement because it utilizes existing documents. This system is economical for taxpayers and will ultimately help to save more lives. Many of us don't like to think about it, but we never know when or if we'll need an organ donation. Our lives could change in an instant. Many families have been put in a position where they have to wait for life-saving organs or tissue to become available. This is an incredibly nerve-wracking wait. Often families don't know whether the donations will come on time. In Edmonton right now, a young girl from Okotoks is waiting to receive a number of life-saving organs. Thousands of other Canadians are in the exact same situation. The wait is agonizing for these families, and are like us as parliamentarians to do everything we can to decrease the number of families in this situation. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-316 would be a great amendment to the Canada Revenue Agency Act. As I've said, it will reach more Canadians, increase the number of donors, save taxpayers money, and ultimately save more lives. This is a sensible solution to our problem of low donor numbers. This is a very straightforward private member's bill, and I'm pleased to support it today. I urge all members of this House to continue to consider supporting Bill C-316. I want to thank my friend, the member for Calgary Confederation, for bringing this bill forward. I also want to thank him for all the work he's done on organ donation, both here and in Alberta. He was instrumental to bringing in Alberta's organ donation registry and has stayed true to his word to continue to fight for strong organ donation access right here in Parliament. I hope the next time we all do our taxes, we see the option of becoming an organ donor right there in the forms. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to Bill C-316 today.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cumberland, Colchester.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm certainly pleased to rise on C-316 today. I sit on the Health Committee with the honourable member from Calgary Confederation. If there's one thing I've learned about him, he's dedicated and persistent. When he has an issue, he wants followed up. And he's done a great job on this bill. And I also want to comment, it's interesting that 2 of the last 4 speakers have said they have children who will need organ transplants. And it just reminds me that we are all people with experience the same things which everybody else in Canada experiences. We all have the same challenges, but that's an incredible thing to have to face, and I hope that it works out well for both those members. And I bet if all 338 members could stand up and speak, they'd all have stories about organ transplants. I have one myself, which I won't go into, but it affects us all. It's critical that we do something about this, and this is at least one step in the right direction, and I support it 100%. It's almost embarrassing to me that Canada is in 18th place in the world in organ donation. It's almost not Canadian that we're in 18th place behind so many other countries. We should be doing much better. And it wouldn't take a lot to improve it. A lot of it is just communications. A lot of it is focus. Like in Spain, where they have twice the organ donation that we have, they have a very organized method. They educate doctors. They have emergency rooms ready and available. And they train people to improve the successful organ transplant and also the preservation of the organ and so on. So these are things we can do. They're not hard to do, and we should be doing these. As one member said a little while ago, 8 lives can be affected by one organ donator. Imagine 8 lives can be saved by one organ donator. 75 lives can be affected one way or the other. It's an incredible thing that we are so far behind. You know, in our health committee, I noticed some of the members of the health committee are here today. We've studied so many different diseases and health issues that could be improved by improved organ donation. Many of the subjects we talk about, the only answer is organ donation. And here we are in 18th place in the world. It's hard to believe that we as Canadians accept that and continue on in that direction. There's a lot of things we can do. We can expand the potential organ donators. We can change the rules to allow more people to donate organs and educate our doctors in emergency rooms to these changes, and that will help. We can have better transfer protocols. We can train doctors to help patients understand about organ donation. And what we heard at committee over and over again, that it's very difficult for a doctor who has worked so hard to save someone's life, to then tell them it might be a good idea to transfer or to donate their organs. We heard that from doctors and healthcare providers. We can help the doctors, we can help the medical field to help patients be prepared for the organ donation when the time comes. The National Registry is a key. We're not there yet, but hopefully we will get there. But it is a key in the end, I see, and new technology that will help preserve organs after they're harvested and have them last longer so that they can get to the people who need them the most. This is technology that we have within our reach. It's within our grasp, we can do it. All these things are very doable and very simple things to do and will move us from 18th place closer to first place. But we should be, as Canadians. Canadians should not accept that we're in 18th place in this comparison. I don't accept it. And I know the member from Calgary Confederation certainly doesn't accept it. So I'll be supporting C316, and I look forward to hearing about it at committee and hearing the pros and cons, which there always are, but I'm sure there'll be far more pros than cons, and perhaps we can find some of the solutions to these problems that I've listed and some of the other members have talked about. It should be easy, and it should be easy to register. We just a little while ago, some of us checked to see if our licenses had on our driver's license if we are donors. I'm a donor, but it's not on my license. It's on my health card, but it's not on my license. So maybe if something happened to me, they wouldn't know I was a donor. It should be on my driver's license. So that's just a simple thing we can do. It is on my health card, it says right on it donor, but not on my driver's license. So if they happen to pick the wrong card, somebody might lose. So we might lose the opportunity to help 8 people, and I don't want that to happen. So in any case, that's really all I wanted to say. I wanted to say I support C316. I congratulate the member. I know how determined and persistent he is on this, and he's right. And all of us should accept the challenge to not accept that we're in 18th place in organ donation in the world. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to this progressing through the system.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Accordingly, we'll go to the right of reply. The honourable member for Calgary Confederation has up to 5 minutes for his right of reply. The honourable member for Calgary Confederation.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I really appreciate this opportunity to be able to speak for about 5 minutes here. And first of all, to thank you and thank through you to all the members who spoke on this bill, both today and a month ago during the first hour of second reading. Most were, actually the majority were very supportive. Some I'm not too sure about. Honourable member from King Vaughan didn't quite mention where she was, but she is not in, so I feel confident that she is there along with the rest of the 20 the rest of the speakers that spoke on this bill. It really will make a difference, Mr. Speaker, this bill. I believe truly that it will save lives. And so I do ask sincerely all members of the House to please support this bill. It is supported by many organizations throughout Canada. So many, the Trillium Gift of Life Network in Ontario, they support it. The Kidney Foundation, the Canadian Transplant Association, I can go on. Many, many organizations support this bill with letters of support and lobbying efforts to all of us as well, which I appreciate. There are also 20 seconders. 20 of my colleagues here in this House of Commons have seconded this bill from all parties in the House of Commons. I am truly honored that they would second my bill, and I appreciate that sincerely. The honourable member of Edmonton Riverbend, he had mentioned that I did some work in the Alberta legislature. I did create the Alberta Organ Donation Registry there, along with help from many, many individuals like Nancy McDonald and Yvonne Martinez, Karen Korchinski, and Robert Salos, who was mentioned earlier today by my honourable colleague from Calgary Shepherd. Robert, I spoke about him a month ago in the House here, how he was an inspiration for me on this bill. Sadly, he had passed. I was at his funeral, his celebration of life this weekend. He continues to be an inspiration for me. He was a young man, 17 years old when he got his double lung transplant, and he survived for 14 years. And he died at the age of 31 just a few weeks ago. Unfortunately, it was from cancer. He was unable to donate his organs like he had wished he could, but he was able to give his eyes, and that he knew would be something that would really be important to him. So I think of Robert, and I wish him well in the other world, wherever that is. So, but Mr. Speaker, this registry we started in Alberta, I'm a little bit disappointed because of the fact that it's not going as well as I had hoped it would. You know, there are 90% of Canadians who are in support of organ donation. 90%. Yet, there are only 20% of Albertans and basically 20% of Canadians who have registered on their provincial registries. And that, to me, is just very unacceptable and just very disappointing. So I had to think of a way to get that registration up. And what better way than to target them through our income tax form? Most Canadians do their income taxes. Let's ask them there. It just makes sense to me, and I hope it makes sense to everybody in this room. I truly believe that it will significantly raise our registration rates, and it will also create awareness, Mr. Speaker. I'd also like to thank my Health Committee colleagues. There's a number of them here today, including our chair, the honourable member from Cumberland Colchester, I'm sorry, our honourable chair. We completed a study on organ donation, as he had mentioned. I have this study here, Mr. Speaker, and I know that I can't hold up a prop, but I do want to indicate in here one specific recommendation that was brought forward earlier by the honourable member from Coquitlam. Recommendation that says that the Government of Canada identify and create opportunities for Canadians to register as organ donors through access points for federal programs and services in collaboration with provincial and territorial organ donation programs. To register as organ donors through access points. Well, Mr. Speaker, the income tax form is an access point. It is a point that reaches all Canadians, and I truly believe that this will do wonders to create an increase in our organ donation system. So please support this bill and honor the work of Robert Salas and to help organ donor and tissue awareness here in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And the question is as follows. Mr. Weber, seconded by Mr. Waugh, moved that Bill 316, an act to amend the Canada Revenue Agency Act, organ donors, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Conformément à l'article.
According to the standing order, the vote will be November 7th before private members' business.
And before we get to the next part of the rubric, we're going to go to a point of order. The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the issue raised in this House in regards to the annual general meeting of the NATO Association held on October 30th, 2018. Mr. Speaker, in our Westminster parliamentary system, we govern ourselves by custom and convention and by rules and procedures. According to long-standing custom and convention, the chairs of committees and formal associations of Parliament are held by government members, the exception being committees meant to hold the government to account, such as Public Accounts Committee, which for good reason are chaired by the opposition. Accordingly, a government member chairing has been the convention in the Canadian NATO Parliamentary Association. When the member for Aurora Oak Ridges, of her own volition, walked across the aisle to the opposition, by custom and convention, she ought to have resigned her chair position. Having breached this custom and convention, a process was triggered according to rules and procedures. On October 1st, 2018, 10 members of the association sent a letter to the Secretary of the Association that pursuant to Section 10 of the Constitution of the Canadian NATO Parliamentary Association, they are writing to call a special annual general meeting for Tuesday, October 30th, 2018 at 6:30 p.m. The Secretary of the Association then sent a notice of an annual general meeting, followed by a reminder notice the morning of October 30th, 2018. The meeting began with the adoption of the draft agenda. After the draft agenda was adopted, and as the meeting moved to the second item on the agenda, which was adoption of the minutes of March 28, 2018 annual general meeting, 2 points of order were raised. The first was raised by the member for Dufferin-Caledon, which was ruled out of order, and the second by the member for Prince Albert, that 2 weeks' notice for nominations was not given and the vote for chair would not be legitimate, and suggesting that we adjourn. The chair, after consultations, including walking over to the opposition House Leader and opposition whip and other members of her caucus at the side of the room, came back to the front table and ruled in favour of the point of order. The member for Longueuil, Charles Lemoine, was at the microphone, challenging the ruling of the chair as the chair brought down the gavel, declaring the meeting adjourned. According to the House of Commons Procedures and Practices, 3rd edition, the committee cannot adjourn the meeting without the consent of the majority. Adjournment can be done by adoption of a motion, explicit consent, which did not occur, or by implied consent of the majority, typically occurring when the business of the meeting has been completed. The meeting's business, as per the adopted agenda, had not been completed, and there was clearly no implicit consent of the majority for the chair's adjournment. What made the breaching of the rules on adjournment particularly egregious was the chair bringing down the gavel as the member for Longueuil, Charles Lemoine, was challenging the ruling of the chair on the point of order. The chair then departed the room in haste. I believe that adjournment had not occurred, and as vice chair, I approached the House of Commons staff at the front of the room to quickly consult. After consulting and confirming my belief that the meeting was not in fact adjourned, according to House rules, I resumed the meeting as acting chair. I began by informing parliamentarians that the meeting had not in fact been adjourned, and read into the microphone the relevant section on adjournment found on page 1099 of the House of Commons Procedures and Practices, 3rd edition. The meeting then proceeded by the member for Longueuil, Charles Lemoine, being allowed to complete her challenge of the chair's ruling. A vote was then called on this challenge. A number of opposition colleagues stated the ballots had been discarded and hence individuals may be able to vote more than once. At this point, I consulted with the House staff, who confirmed that they had additional ballots of a different color, as well as lists of all members of the association. I informed the assembled parliamentarians that thanks to the preparedness of the staff, we would be able to proceed with the vote. Members of both the government and opposition, Commons members and senators, then lined up to be registered, issued new ballots, and then proceeded to drop their ballots into a slotted box provided by the House staff. When it appeared the vote was complete, I requested the clerk, the secretary, to go to the registration table to confirm no one was still in line to register for a ballot. Upon receiving his confirmation that this was in fact the case, and out of further caution, I advised the room I would provide an additional 2 minutes for voting. I asked the clerk to time the 2 minutes. When the 2 minutes were up and no additional members voted, I informed the room. At this point, several members, including the member for Richmond Centre and Yorkton Melville, got up to say that they had not yet voted. I then stated that those who had not voted would be allowed the time to vote. Once several members, including the member for Richmond Centre, had finished taking a rather leisurely and circuitous route around chairs and had voted, the voting was closed. At this point, the staff did the vote count, with the result being the chair's ruling was not upheld on the point of order that had claimed that the vote for a new chair would not be legitimate. It should be noted that throughout this process, the official opposition House Leader and Whip were present and actively engaging their members and the House staff during the course of the meeting. We then proceeded to the second item on the agenda, the adoption of minutes of March 28th annual general meeting, then proceeded to the third item, the motion pursuant to Section 10 of the Constitution of the Association, which was put up on the screen by staff and read as follows: that the Chair no longer has the confidence of the members of the Canadian NATO Parliamentary Association, and therefore that we proceed to the election of a new Chair. Once this motion passed, I suspended and left the front table. The Association staff requested a member who was not being nominated for a position to chair. Subsequently, I was nominated from the floor and elected by acclamation. At this point, I resumed chairing the meeting as duly elected chair of the NATO Parliamentary Association, and a motion for adjournment was made and passed. Throughout the meeting, I did visual counts and also confirmed with the Association Secretary that quorum, as defined by the rules of the Canadian NATO Parliamentary Association, that quorum of a general meeting shall be set at 20, or 1/3 of the total membership, whichever is the lesser amount, provided that the Senate and the House of Commons are represented, was maintained. Mr. Speaker, there's an additional point in regards to adjournment. A chair can adjourn when the chair decides that a case of disorder or misconduct is so serious as to prevent the committee from continuing its work. It should be kept in mind that it is the chair's obligation to maintain decorum and that there are tools at the disposal of a chair to do so. Up to the point when the previous chair brought down the gavel, there was no question that at any point decorum was not being maintained. On the other hand, as the meeting progressed, there were unprecedented challenges to decorum and what appeared to be an attempt to disrupt the meeting and call into question its legitimacy. A group of young male official opposition staffers assembled to whom songbooks were distributed. They were then encouraged by the members to sing loudly so as to interfere with and disrupt the meeting. I gave notice into the microphone that I would request the Association Secretary to call the Sergeant-at-Arms to have the disruptors removed should they not cease and desist. They did not, and appeared to be encouraged by a number of official opposition members, and particularly the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. As members were involved, I suspended and walked over to the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, and attempted to collegially advise him to desist by stating, "You're doing good work on a number of very important human rights files, and your conduct is a mistake." I then went back to resume the meeting. As the group continued to disrupt even more loudly, I requested House staff to summon Parliamentary Protected Service staff. When one security official was unable to get the individuals to cease, as they were being encouraged by opposition members and seemed to have lost their inhibitions, 3 or 4 additional security officials arrived, and the staffers departed, at which point the meeting continued. Mr. Speaker, we're referred to as honourable members in this House. I deeply believe in the honour of elected public office and the dignity of this institution. In the most trying of circumstances on the night of October 30th, I did my utmost, my best, to live up to the respect and the honour that this institution is deserving of. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the honourable member for Etobicoke Centre for his additional remarks, comments on this item that is before the House at the matter that's currently been taken into consideration. I do see other members standing. And will accept other interventions on this point of order. I am mindful, though, that today is an opposition day, and I would encourage additional members who may want to add their thoughts on this matter to keep them concise and to an area that may not have been also commented upon earlier. I acknowledge that last week, midway through the week, I believe on Wednesday, there were numerous interventions on this particular point of order as well. So I'd ask honourable members to keep their additional comments, any new comments, concise, And we'll go to the honourable member for Moose Jaw Lake Centre Lanigan first.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague opposite for his remarks, and I will keep mine extremely short. I know it is the NDP opposition day, and I don't want to cut into their time unduly. However, Mr. Speaker, I would point out two facts. Number one, I agree totally with the member when he says that according to procedures and practices, the chair is allowed to adjourn a meeting if there is serious disorder within the meeting itself, which clearly was the case there. So the chair of the meeting at that time was perfectly within her right to adjourn the meeting. And in fact, the chair, as has been pointed out before, did consult and get concurrence from the clerk who was on duty that day at that meeting. So it was done appropriately. Secondly, I would simply point out to my friend opposite, there was another way in which the Liberal members present could have handled this, and that is simply to wait until the next meeting of the NATO Association. They clearly would have the numbers and sufficient force to ask for non-confidence in the chair, then hold a vote and vote the chair out. It would have been done procedurally fair and accurate. They wouldn't have needed the mob rule that we saw the other night in that meeting, and we would have avoided all of this controversy that we have before us. So I just suggest to my friend opposite that it was not the actions of the chair that caused the reaction that we have seen in the subsequent days. It was the meeting itself, the meeting that was attended by almost every member of the Liberal cabinet and almost every member of the Liberal caucus, because they were whipped into attending. And why? Because one of their former colleagues crossed the floor. And this, of course, from a political standpoint, from the Liberal standpoint, could not be tolerated. And that's what the impetus was. That's the genesis of this whole situation, Mr. Speaker, and we all know it. The Liberals simply could not fathom, and they could not accept the fact that one of their own flock had crossed the floor to the Conservative Party, so they were going to do everything within their power to make sure that that chair was removed from her position. And they were ultimately successful. But it didn't have to be that way, Mr. Speaker. They didn't do it procedurally fair, and they certainly didn't do it in a manner which behooves the conduct of every member in this place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further interventions on the point of order. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I, too, will try to keep my comments to just a couple of very short minutes, but it is important, I think, to intervene. And we are talking about the NATO Interparliamentary Association. And if you look at what the purpose of NATO is, to safeguard freedom and security of all its members, collective defense is at the heart, a spirit of solidarity and cohesion among members. And it goes on to talk about the values of NATO. And what happened last week was absolutely, totally inconsistent with what the spirit of NATO should be about. I, like many of my colleagues, when the meeting was adjourned, there was buses full of people leaving because they thought the meeting was over. And then, of course, the desk was stormed and it was taken over again and reopened by the Liberals. So certainly, as someone who left the meeting, it was not until the next morning that I even heard that the meeting continued and that there was a reopened illegally and there was more to it. So certainly, as a member of that association, there is no question in my mind that there was a serious breach of what was appropriate protocol. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further comments? Any new comments on the issue? The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And keeping in mind that today is the NDP Opposition Day and they are going to be talking about veterans, I think it is important that we point out that the former chair, or the current chair, in my opinion, of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, the member from Aurora, Markham, Richmond Hill, or Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill, is a veteran herself. And the Liberals claim that they are a feminist organization, but yet they go and use Soviet-styled antics to remove her from the chair. And I'm really, really embarrassed and ashamed that the Liberals would actually employ this type of a heavy-handed approach in taking over a parliamentary assembly. It completely violated the Constitution. Even in the member from Etobicoke Centre's comments, he talked about the power of the chair to adjourn a meeting to maintain the quorum of the meeting. That was done, and then they proceeded, after all the Conservatives left the room, cabinet members and all, including the Liberal House Leader, the Liberal Whip, who were in the room, then proceeded to empower the member from Etobicoke Centre to really carry out a Soviet-style coup and took control of the NATO Parliamentary Association. I think that is despicable, and I ask you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, to make the ruling that this should not have been allowed to happen, and that there is proper processes and procedures both in the standing orders and underneath the House procedures, as well as the Constitution of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, that that association should be following about the proper removal of a chair and then having a proper nomination process with proper notice given to all members of the NATO PA.
Let's see, other members standing. Again, appreciative of the time here, that we are under a sort of time limit today as well because of the orders of the day that are before us. I see the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona on the same point of order. The honourable member.
With the theme of your remarks, Mr. Speaker, I mean, it's one of the many important responsibilities we have is to prioritize work in this chamber. We have a motion today that's about veterans and the week leading up to Remembrance Day. We spent a lot of time on this already. I know the member didn't have to opt to raise this point of order this morning. It's his right. No one contests that. But there is a question of timing and prioritization, and I would like to make an appeal to the members of this chamber to get on with the debate that has to do about serving veterans better.
Any other on the points of order? Again, very quickly, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I wouldn't want for the Speaker to necessarily buy into everything that has been said, in the sense that, for example, my understanding is that the Government House Leader was not at the meeting. That I'm not even sure why it is that it would be before the House of this particular issue, Mr. Speaker, but that'll be up for the Chair to ultimately decide. But I wouldn't, some of the information I do hear is disturbing. Some of the things that we've read, such as the drinking in committees and so forth, very concerning. And I just want to add those couple thoughts quickly. Thank you.
I thank honourable members for their additional comments on the matter and for keeping them reasonably concise. We'll now go to, or I should say, just to wrap up on that, we're certainly taken up with this issue, and all of these interventions will, of course, be considered in the course of a decision on this matter relatively soon. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government orders, business of supply. Consideration of an opposition motion concerning service standards for Canadian veterans, standing in the name of Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns, seconded by Ms. Trudel, moves that, in the opinion of the House, the government should automatically carry forward all annual lapsed spending at the Department of Veterans Affairs to the next fiscal year.
For the sole purpose of improving services for Canadian veterans until the department meets or exceeds its 24 self-identified service standards.
Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll be splitting my time with my good friend and colleague from Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, Canadians love our military and RCMP veterans and their families. We thank them for their service and sacrifice. But thanking veterans and their families is not enough. Words must be backed by action. So I'm pleased to rise in this place today and put forward this motion. If passed and implemented by this government, this motion will dramatically improve the lives of veterans and their families at no additional cost to taxpayers. This motion seeks to end the practice of leaving hundreds of millions of dollars unspent each year at Veterans Affairs Canada and instead transfer those dollars to the next year for the sole purpose of improving services for veterans. While this motion is inherently non-partisan and forward-looking, we must provide some historical background to demonstrate why it is needed. In the 9 years of the Harper Conservative government, more than $1.1 billion of spending that was approved by Parliament for the Department of Veterans Affairs was left unspent. This money was left unspent while the government cut more than 1,000 full-time jobs at Veterans Affairs and closed 9 regional offices. The effects of those cuts are still being felt today, as there are a huge, tremendous backlog in the administration of nearly every program and service delivered to veterans through Veterans Affairs. Canadians were unhappy with this practice, among others, and voted for change in 2015. Throughout the 2015 election campaign, Liberals campaigned on ending lapsed spending and improving services at Veterans Affairs Canada. Unfortunately, they've been unable to deliver on either commitment in their government. In its first 3 years, this Liberal government has left $372 million unspent at Veterans Affairs, and have done so while meeting just 12 of their own 24 service standards for that department. Some may argue that lapsed spending is nothing more than an administrative issue and that this money is inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. Well, Mr. Speaker, New Democrats disagree. Presently, the Department of Veterans Affairs employs 2,609 full-time employees across the entire department. Had they chosen to spend the $372 million that were left unspent, this government could have hired over 5,000 more full-time caseworkers instead of the 260 they've done so far. So yes, making use of the lapsed spending in this department could make a real difference in the lives of veterans, and especially if it is dedicated solely for the purpose of improving services as prescribed in this motion. Ending lapsed spending in this department is important, but this motion proposes so much more than that. Passing and implementing it will ensure that each and every one of the 24 service standards at Veterans Affairs are met, and do so within the existing operating budget of that department. What does that mean exactly? You can view all of the 24 service standards on the Department of Veterans Affairs website, but in real life it means that when a veteran or family member calls the department for help, that they will actually get their call answered quickly, Mr. Speaker. It means that hundreds of caseworkers that are so desperately needed can finally be hired, and that the veteran to caseworker ratio will never be more than 25-1 again. It means that those caseworkers will finally be able to clear the backlog of applications for disability benefits, and that future applicants will receive their decisions in a timely manner. Indeed, if this motion is passed, it will clear all of the backlogs for all programs and services at the department, for long-term care applications, for rehabilitation programs, for career transition programs, for earning loss benefit applications, and for the War Veterans Allowance Program. It will mean that if a veteran or their family is unhappy with the department's decision to deny them benefits, that they will be able to appeal those decisions and receive a resolution quickly. In short, if this motion is passed, it will mean that we can finally fix the Department of Veterans Affairs once and for all, without spending a dollar more than what's budgeted and approved by Parliament. Carrying forward unspent money at Veterans Affairs and using it to improve services is a no-brainer. But make no mistake, we know that meeting all 24 of the existing service standards is just as difficult as it is important. However, I was greatly concerned to read in a Globe and Mail article published on October 9th that a departmental official confirmed that Veterans Affairs is actively working on, get this, Mr. Speaker, lowering their service standards instead of trying to meet their current targets. Lowering the service standards at Veterans Affairs is not a solution to these problems, and it's not in the best interest of veterans and their families. We can and we must do better. I'm proud that New Democrats were the first to uncover the problem of lapsed spending at Veterans Affairs in 2013, and I'm proud to rise today on behalf of New Democrats to offer a solution. Lapsed spending at Veterans Affairs was first raised in this House by former New Democrat Member of Parliament John Rafferty back in 2013. As the Conservatives cut 1,000 jobs and closed 9 regional Veterans Affairs offices, John sought answers on behalf of the constituents of Thunder Bay, Rainy River. Why were they losing their regional office? Why would his constituents be forced to drive to another province to receive face-to-face service from Veterans Affairs? Surely there was $5 million available somewhere at Veterans Affairs that could keep the Thunder Bay and other offices open. As usual, John's instincts were correct. He requested a departmental briefing, and during that presentation, a budget line simply titled, "Lapsed was discovered." Veterans Affairs officials confirmed that this money that was approved by Parliament was left unspent. In the same year, that the Conservatives were closing 9 Veterans Affairs offices to save $5 million, New Democrats found that the department was failing to spend more than $170 million of its approved budget. For $170 million, that government could have not only saved those 9 offices, it could have opened hundreds more, Mr. Speaker. And on behalf of New Democrats across Canada, we need to thank John for working so hard on behalf of veterans and for his constituents. There is no doubt in my mind that the Thunder Bay Veterans Affairs Office was reopened as a direct result of your hard work, John, and everyone in this place sends you strength and wishes and all the best while you fight your health battle right now. Now, while it's true that this government plans to spend more money in the future and some benefit levels are increasing for some veterans, the current level of service provided by the department to the same veterans is completely unacceptable. After all, what good will more program spending do for veterans and their families if no one in the department is there to answer their phone call or process their applications? Absolutely. The $10 billion they talk about, Mr. Speaker, doesn't help anyone if there's no one there to answer the phone. Finally, I've heard that some in this place believe that the transfer of LAP spending from one year to the next is prohibited. This is false. In a 2015 report titled, "Why Does the Government Lapse Money and Why Does It Matter?" the Parliamentary Budget Officer wrote, and I quote, "The government manages an administrative framework to accommodate the shifting of LAP spending from one year to the next," end quote. I have a copy of that report in both official languages for tabling at the conclusion of my remarks. Mr. Speaker, New Democrats have a proud tradition of supporting Canada's veterans. I would also like to thank former NDP MP Peter Stauffer and the current member from London Fanshawe for their outstanding work on behalf of veterans and their families. And to my colleagues here in all parties, we have a real chance today to do something very special for Canada's veterans. Together, we can finally end lapse spending at Veterans Affairs and deliver the high level of service that Canada's veterans, their families need and deserve, and that they were promised. Yes. I urge my colleagues from across political lines to support this motion so we can all return home and deliver this good news in person to our veterans, their families, on this Remembrance Week. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? La députée de Sackville.
The Honourable Member for Sackville, Preston King.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
For his dynamic presentation, and he does an excellent job. He's on committee with me in Veteran Affairs, so I want to thank him for his continued advocacy. I would also like to state, Mr. Speaker, thank Peter Stauffer for his excellent work on Veteran Affairs as I continue to work closely with him and with veterans in my riding of Sackville-Preston-Chesico. I do want to thank him as well for underlining the important investment that our government has put in place to support veterans, almost $10 billion, where the former Conservative government, of course, closed down 9 offices, of course. We brought back Pension for Life, which is something I know when I was doing town halls in my riding, how important that is for veterans. The education program is a big investment as well, and also the added 470 service employees. Those are very practical and very important benefits that will help and continues to help veterans. I want to thank him for that, and maybe he can share some of the veterans that have spoken to him in his riding about some of these programs, the opening of 9 offices, extra offices that were closed by the Conservative, or the education program, or even the Disability Award, which added $50,000.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my friend and colleague. We do sit together on the Veterans Affairs Committee, and he does meet veterans and hear from veterans. And he often hears from veterans that have been waiting too long for their benefits, waiting for someone to answer the phone. So he knows full well that the backlog's growing. He's heard testimony at committee. So I hope he'll be supporting this motion today so we can fix this problem once and for all. This could be a really good day for veterans, Mr. Speaker. We can fix a long-going problem. But I'll talk about some things that he talked about standards. The veterans' disability benefits, to get their decision within 16 weeks, well, they're only meeting 43% of their target, Mr. Speaker. In terms of their career transition program, 31% of their target. I mean, the backlog's growing. It was at 29,000. We learned last November it had grown 50%. We learned in June it grew another 10%. Here's an opportunity to use money that hasn't been spent, that was approved by this House, to hire the people back that the Conservatives let go, that they promised to hire back. They promised to fix this problem. It's getting worse. And there's money that's approved by Parliament that is not being spent, and it could fix this problem. And here's our opportunity right here, Mr. Speaker, to do that.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from the NDP for his presentation. I just want to be able to set the record straight, however, to both members of the NDP and members of the government side regarding the closure of 9 Veterans Affairs offices by the former Conservative government. And that is simply this, Mr. Speaker. While it is true that there were 9 offices closed, all of the staff in those offices were transferred to Service Canada locations within the same ridings. In fact, Mr. Speaker, because of that, all of the Service Canada outlets then were able to provide services to veterans without them having to go to a regional office. I want to give you a concrete example, Mr. Speaker. In Saskatchewan, prior to the change to putting veteran services as part of the core curriculum within Service Canada, there were only 2 regional Veterans Affairs offices, one in Saskatoon, one in Regina, which meant, Mr. Speaker, anyone who wanted to go speak in person to an official in the Veterans Affairs office had to travel to one of those 2 centres. We are a rural-based economy. We are also a rural-based province. And what that means, Mr. Speaker, because I've spoken with several veterans who have to make the trek, say, from Estevan to Regina or to Saskatoon, sometimes 2.5 hours to get to an office. When we made the change to incorporate veteran services into Service Canada, that meant in almost every mid-sized town in Saskatchewan, there was a Service Canada official prepared and trained.
Order. 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 Yeah. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when the Conservatives were in government, they left $1.1 billion on the table. Their caseworker ratio to case need was 47-1 at the end of the last Parliament, Mr. Speaker. They failed veterans miserably. This government promised to fix the mess that they left, and they haven't been able to do that. We're hoping that the Conservatives will acknowledge their mistakes. They acknowledge the 1,000 people, over 1,000 employees that they fired, that they let go. This is the problem we have today, Mr. Speaker. They were trying to fix. They had $1.1 billion. They didn't need to fire anybody, Mr. Speaker. When he talks about centralizing into regional offices, I was just north of 60 with the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs studying Indigenous veterans. There is not one Veterans Affairs staff, one Veterans Affairs staff member north of 60, not one. There's over 1,900 veterans, Mr. Speaker, 500 that are getting services from Veterans Affairs, 85 case files right now there, and not one. So I will not accept that, Mr. Speaker. I hope that they'll support this motion and help fix this problem.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I start my remarks, I would like to salute all men and women in uniform who are in the forces, serving here or abroad at this time. I'm happy to have this opportunity to speak today and to have an opportunity to address these important issues. Soldiers have represented Canada, and the past 2 governments have not dealt with them properly. Veterans do not have access to the services they deserve and to which they are entitled. That must change. A good example is the closing of the regional offices by the Harper government. Veterans who wanted to seek individualized care and services felt this to be a betrayal, a deep betrayal. They said that these closures of frontline services that they needed because of their health or were closed and they couldn't have access to the services. And at the time, union representatives who represented employees of the closed offices traveled to Ottawa to meet with the minister in order to reverse the decision by the Department of Veterans Affairs. But that was in vain. It isn't much better on the Liberal benches currently, Mr. Speaker. As I said last week during question period, Liberals make promises that they can't keep for veterans. They authorize expenditures, but they keep the money just in the same way the Conservatives did. It all looks good, but in fact, it's completely different. The Liberals have left some $89 million in the coffers, some $140 in 2017 and $148.6 in 2018. Without that funding, veterans have not have access to the services they are entitled to. We know that other departments don't spend all of the money allocated to them, but when we're talking about veterans, we must use the money to improve their situations because the government is accumulating surpluses and is not spending the money earmarked for veterans. I agree with my colleague's motion, the one that we are debating here today. It is absolutely necessary, and I hope that all parties will vote in favor of it.
If the government is lacking inspiration about how to spend all of this money, I would be happy today to make a few suggestions. As the granddaughter of a veteran who worked in the Navy, he, in fact, was a bomb expert during the Second World War, and he spent 35 years working for the Army and is now retired. So as the granddaughter of this person, I'm very aware of issues affecting veterans. From the beginning of my term, since I was elected 3 years ago, I have been involved very closely with the Legion and with veterans. I'm very interested in what they need and what they expect from the government. I also want to underline all of the hard work of the men and women who work in my Legion in the region of the Saguenay and who volunteer there just a huge number of hours and who are always there to help people day in, day out. By talking to them, I have learned a lot, of course, about the work that they do and also some of the problems that they have that we can fix. And I'd like to talk about that today and talk about a few possible projects that might help improve their situation in Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean and in my riding of Jonquière. So I'd like to propose a few solutions that the government could invest some of this money in, because we've seen that not all of the money has been spent. In the number 235 Legion in Chicoutimi, for example, there's a project, and I've talked to the Legionnaires about it. What they want to do is to open a welcome center. So this would be a center where men and women in uniform would be able to get care. For example, if they're suffering from operational stress injuries, they could get that care directly in the riding. With current service cuts, they don't get direct care for this. So for these men and women, some of them have to drive over 250 kilometers to get care and to get the services that they need. Now, often if you have to leave the region, if you have to leave home and cover a huge amount of territory to get care, the family has to come along. There may be other byproducts of this as well. If you can't get care in your own region, it means that in some cases it may take longer to get the care you need. So this project could be being set up already. The problem is that the federal government doesn't have any appropriate programs to allow this program to become a reality. A presentation was made to the department, but they were told that there was no program to help them buy a building for the Welcome Center. So there's the will for the project to exist, but it's not really being made a reality. So it'd be great if the government could ensure that our veterans in Chicoutimi, for example, could have such a project, and to finally be able to provide care to our men and women in uniform, and also to ensure that they can get that care in their home region. As I said, for the last 3 years, I've regularly been participating in activities at the Legion. For example, Legion number 209, I'm going to be meeting with them on November 9th to mark the 100th anniversary of the armistice, and also on November 11th to honor the men and women who fell in combat. So I'll be talking to them then as well. You know, during the meetings that I have with them, we talk about a lot of things, including infrastructure. Over time, the buildings that the Legions use need maintenance and upkeep. Now, people will say there are already programs that exist for that. That's true. But most of the programs need to disperse between 30 and 50% of the amount. So this is a lot of money for these organizations. And it makes a really big difference if the government can adapt its programs to provide more funding. I know that there are not a lot of veterans listening today, and they would agree that it would be great to have a place where they could come together, gather, talk about what is going well for them, and also what's not going so well for them. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about a really great initiative. And the goal here for Legion number 235 is to help people meet anonymously once a month. So they're going to open the doors of the Legion so that people suffering from operational stress can come and meet and talk anonymously about what they're experiencing. That will allow them to share best practices and also just to know that they are not alone in going through this experience. Now, I don't have a lot of time left, Mr. Speaker, but to conclude, I do hope that the money given to veterans in the future will be dispersed and invested in services. Our men and women in uniform have worked to protect our safety. They are there working in our communities every day, so I hope that the government will vote in favor of this motion, and I hope that all members in the House will vote in favor of the motion, which was presented by my colleague, the member for Courtenay-Alberni. I want to thank him for his work in the riding and for having tabled the motion in the House today. Thank you.
Questions and comments? For St. John's East.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for Jonquière for her excellent speech about this very important subject. And I want to ensure her that the government is already ensuring that the funding that went back to the Consolidated Fund will be used the following year to fund programs for veterans. I know that she knows this because we sometimes work together on the Government Operations Committee. So I want to ask her if she thinks that with what we're already doing with the lifetime pension, with reopening 9 centres that were closed by the Conservatives, hiring more than 470 new employees, that we are really moving in the right direction to support our veterans. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Well, I thank my colleague for his question, but I think the question answers itself. I mean, why do we have table a motion in this House today? Because there's so many people waiting. If you go on the government website, there are 24 commitments, and 12 of them haven't even passed the basic threshold. So there's money accumulating, as I said in my speech, and I'll repeat it again. $80.9 million was left in coffers in 2016. Only 43 million was spent in 2017, and an equivalent amount in 2018. So if we have to table this motion today in the House, it's because there are still problems. Now, perhaps I'll be able to talk about this in another answer to another question, but I have so many examples of a flagrant lack of service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire, the honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her excellent speech. Now, I wasn't a member from 2011 to 2015, and I know there were a number of cuts made under the former Harper government. I know that the member was here in the House at that time, so I'm wondering if she could explain the consequences of those cuts. Also, we recently hired 470 new employees at Veterans Affairs Canada, and I wonder if she thinks that that's a good thing. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. Once again, there were things that were done, but the government promised major investments, and mostly what we're seeing here is surpluses, money that has not been used. Last year, I worked with a citizen for a full year trying to understand his story, understand his experiences, and he couldn't even get a person on the other end of the line. He couldn't even talk to someone to figure out if his request was being dealt with. There are people coming to see us in our riding offices to tell us that there are problems that they can't even get through the phone line to talk to a human being. So there were investments made, but we're talking about services that are supposed to be funded, and money is just accumulating and not being spent. So surely there's a problem somewhere. Thank you.
Question commentaire, the honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for her speech. I'd like to just ask a simple question through you. You know, the Liberal government talk about the contributions that they're giving to our military veterans. Yet in the last 2 years, they've spent over $38 million taking our veterans to court. And I wonder if the member, through you, Mr. Speaker, if she would speak about that money, maybe be better spent somewhere.
Jonquière.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the Conservative Party closed down 9 offices providing services to veterans, and they didn't use $1.1 million that was left at the end of 10 years. So I don't think that they have any lessons to give the government. But what we're talking about here is services. I was talking about projects earlier that might really help my region of Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean. There are people volunteering every single day in our legions to provide services to our men and women in uniform. There are people who are on the ground and ready to help. So I hope that the government will be interested in this project that I talked about earlier, because it could really help the members of my riding. Thank you. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Before I start my speech, I'd like to inform the House that I will be sharing my time with the member for Scarborough North. Mr. Speaker, Canada's veterans courageously defend our peace and security. Ensuring that veterans and their families have access to the services and support they need when they need it is a priority for our government and for myself. That's why our government has committed to do more to support families of veterans. And that's why we are keeping our promise. Veterans Affairs Canada has changed a lot in the last 3 years. The department is being led by a new vision, which is based on the well-being of our brave members of the Canadian Armed Forces, as well as their families and veterans. Every year, we provide more money to the benefits and programs for veterans. We listen to their comments and recommendations, and we provide better quality services to veterans and their families. We know we need to be flexible because many of our programs and benefits are as well. Every year, we estimate the number of veterans who will be seeking benefits. And Veterans Affairs Canada calculates the funding necessary to meet those needs. If fewer veterans use the programs, or if benefits are less called upon in a given fiscal year, then the funding left over goes back into the framework. But we never do this at the expense of veterans who need services. What really matters is that all veterans who are entitled to benefits get those benefits, whether we're talking about 10 veterans or 10,000. And I think that's something the Minister has said several times. Veterans Affairs Canada is committed to providing flexible programs and services that meet the changing needs of veterans and their families in order to ensure that they have the most harmonious transition possible. That's why we've launched a number of new and improved programs this year after having consulted with the veterans community and other stakeholders about how to have a really successful transition. Mr. Speaker, family is a recurring theme. I know we all understand how important families are to the well-being of veterans. If a soldier falls sick or is injured in service, families and caregivers are really essential to the transition. The Minister has reacted by improving some of the benefits offered to veterans and their families. On April 1st, we developed 8 new benefits, or improved benefits, that dealt with training, financial security, families, and well-being. And all of these benefits were designed with the well-being of veterans in mind. I'm happy to say that the response from veterans so far has been exceptional. The new Career Transition Service ensures that more people can use these services after basic training. Furthermore, eligibility has been expanded to include not only veterans, but also survivors, their spouses, and members of the Canadian Armed Forces. They now have access to job search training and assistance, information about the job market, and information about how to meet their career objectives. All of this was designed by professionals who understand military culture. We've approved over 950 requests or applications since April 1st. We've also set up a new study and training benefit to help veterans meet their objectives. This keeps another one of our campaign promises to help allow veterans go back to school or get the training they want after their service. Veterans receive funding that allows them to attend a college or university of their choice. The new benefit covers up to $40,000 in tuition for veterans who have served up to 6 years, and up to $80,000 for those who served up to 12 years. The money can cover tuition, course material, and living expenses. It's a flexible benefit, and $5,000 of the benefit is available for professional development and personal development. We've approved almost 1,400 requests under that program. So those are just 2 of the new initiatives that we set up. 6 other measures have also been set up, and were set up at the beginning of the year to better support veterans transitioning toward life after military service. The numbers speak for themselves. We're in a better position today to meet the needs of veterans and their families, certainly compared to the past. Leaving military service is a very big change for a soldier and their family. We know that community support helps. That's why the department expanded the Families program in the 32 family resources centers in order to provide them with uninterrupted service. This centre was traditionally reserved for acting members of the Canadian Armed Forces, but now veterans who are discharged for health or family reasons will have access to these centres all across Canada when they need it. They will also have access to the telephone information line and our website. We know that when a soldier is serving, their family serves as well. That's why family members are always factored into these plans. And a member of the veteran's family may have access to counseling services or other services if it is believed to help the veteran. This is also why Veterans Affairs Canada has lifted the time limit for spouses and partners, as well as survivors, when it comes to filing an application for the rehabilitation service program. This allows greater flexibility for people to adapt to life after military service. Another new initiative is the new emergency fund for veterans. Now, a veteran or a member of the veteran's family can ask for funding 24/7. Of course, emergencies don't just happen between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. Monday to Friday, and we know that many veterans need our help. So this new benefit is part of a series of measures that will combine financial support with recognition of pain and suffering, and will help veterans and their families in their life after military service. Because Veterans Affairs announced a new lifetime pension, the total investment for this government over the last 3 years is $10 billion. Our government's support for veterans and their families doesn't just start when their mission ends. It actually begins at the beginning of their mission. So we want to ensure that veterans get the respect, support, and economic opportunities that they deserve. That is why we check in with the Treasury Board all throughout the year to ensure that there is enough funding to make sure that all veterans and their families have the benefits that they need. If there's unused money at the end of the year, this simply means that we have more money to support veterans in the future. We've made a lot of progress when it comes to supporting our brave veterans, and there's still a lot more work to be done. This government will never stop working to improve the lives of veterans and their families. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The numbers do speak for themselves, Mr. Speaker. The backlog's growing. As I outlined earlier, it was at 29,000 last November. It grew another 10% in June. And this is for veterans waiting for their disability benefits to get approved or not. Mr. Speaker, these are the very men and women that have served our country, that put everything on the line for us. Now, Mr. Speaker, they have hired back some people, but they haven't even hired half the people back that the Conservatives cut. They promised to fix this. They also promised to end lapse spending, Mr. Speaker, which they haven't done. Clearly, they've left $372 million on the table, like the Conservatives, who left $1.1 billion. And I'd like the member to explain to this House, Mr. Speaker, and to veterans, why have they continued to use the same lapse spending, instead of serving our veterans, Mr. Speaker, because the member and the Liberals need to explain that to the Conservatives, because they told everyone in 2015 they wouldn't do it anymore, and they're continuing to do it. $80 million just last year, enough to hire all of the staff that the Conservatives fired in their last government.
Deputy Glengarry.
The Honourable Member.
Question, and I can assure him that I agree with him that services to veterans were depleted under the previous government, but that's why we reopened 9 offices, and that's why we've hired 470 new staff so we can better serve our veterans. With regards to the lapse funding, I know the member understands what demand-driven services are, so whether it's 10 veterans or 10,000 veterans, they will always continue to get services. It's demand-driven. The money is not put away so we don't serve our veterans. It will be put back into the fund the following year, as long as veterans need their services and not at the dependence of our veterans. So I can assure the honourable member that veterans will continue to get services under this Liberal government.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, it is demand. There is a demand. There's a backlog that's growing, over 29,000. Last November, 10% more in June. There's a demand right now that's not being met. So if it's demand-driven, and this government says they're meeting the demand and fulfilling the demand, then why aren't they hiring enough staff to deal with the backlog, to meet the 12 measures that they haven't even met of their own service standards? Mr. Speaker, I mean, we could hear this rhetoric all day long. The money's there, they haven't spent it, it's lapsed spending, they promised to end it. This member needs to explain to this House, because the numbers speak for themselves. They haven't met 12 of their 24 service standards. When are they going to meet them?
The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
I'm glad that the member is talking about numbers, because I too remember a number, particularly the former leader of the NDP. He ran on a platform promising to balance the budget at all costs. Wow. So he would have balanced the budget on the backs of veterans, Mr. Speaker. We chose to invest, and we chose to invest $10.2 billion into our veterans, and we'll continue to do that, Mr. Speaker.
Exactly. The honourable. Questions and comments? Qu'est-ce commentaire? The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, this is shameful. This is shameful that they are going to try to go back, throw the late leader of the NDP under the bus. Talking about balanced budgets. This is a government running massive deficits, not spending money that's been allocated by this House, not meeting service standards that veterans need. While veterans are falling through the cracks, the very people that have put everything on the line for this country, and they're not spending the money that they promised to spend on them. Mr. Speaker, the member needs to explain, when are they going to meet the service standards, the 12 service standards they're not meeting? When are they going to hire back the staff that the Conservatives fired?
Honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Mr. Speaker, I'll remind the member that we've hired 470 new staff. Those were staff that in 2015 were not working to serve veterans. I will also remind him that those 470 staff wouldn't have been able to be hired under an NDP government because they would have balanced the budget at all costs. That is not some Pays des Merveilles story, Mr. Speaker. It's the facts. They ran on that platform. And, Mr. Speaker, he reminded me of my platform. I'm simply reminding. I can't, Mr. Speaker, somebody's heckling at me. I can't hear the question. So all I want to say is that they ran on a balanced budget, and they would have balanced the budget on the backs of veterans. We chose to invest, and we're investing $10.2 billion for our veterans.
Hear, hear. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Scarborough North.
Mr. Speaker, my fellow members of Parliament have brought up an issue that is important not only to me and this government, but to all Canadians, the well-being of our veterans, members of the Canadian Armed Forces, and their families. I believe it is first and foremost important to recognize that we might not be here in this place having this conversation were it not for the sacrifices made exactly 100 years ago during the First World War and the sacrifices made since then all over the world by the women and men of the Canadian Armed Forces. It is with that formidable legacy of service and sacrifice in mind that our government is committed to providing all veterans and their families the services and benefits they need when they need them. As the veteran community evolves and expands, so does its needs, hence the required flexibility and demand-driven nature of the programs and services that Veterans Affairs Canada provides. Many departments within the government deal with lapsed funding each year. They make estimates on spending, and the money can only be used for the purpose that it was intended for. In other words, this is part of the regular operating procedures. Veterans Affairs Canada, similar to many government departments, faces the challenge of accurately forecasting its variable funding requirements due to the quasi-statutory nature of its programs. This necessitates Treasury Board approval before program funding can be adjusted. It is very important that Veterans Affairs funding is quasi-statutory. In Canada, the veteran population consists of over 600,000 former Canadian Armed Forces members and their families. The population of ill and injured veterans served by the department is closer to 200,000. Since we stand ready to help any veteran who needs assistance, that $200,000 grows as more and more veterans come forward. Whether 10 or 10,000 more come forward, the funding model allows Veterans Affairs to provide programming and benefits without having to go back to Parliament every single time when more resources are needed. Over 90% of Veterans Affairs programs and benefits are considered quasi-statutory in nature, meaning they meet the definition of being non-discretionary, demand-driven, and based on need or eligibility. The amount of this funding is dependent upon the number of clients who apply for benefits and their eligibility for programs. This is what makes it so hard to estimate exact numbers. It should also be pointed out that over the past 3 years, 98% of the funds available to these quasi-statutory programs were spent to support veterans and their families, benefits and services that they need. The remaining 2% represents the flexibility required to ensure sufficient funding within each of the 26 separate programs budget to support all veterans who are approved for benefits and services. These are the very programs at the heart of this department and our government, the very programs that ensure our veterans have access to the services they need, and the very programs that our veterans and their families rely on to live their very best lives. Nothing called for in this motion isn't already being done. Funds for Veterans Affairs quasi-statutory programs are returned to consolidated revenues and then used again in subsequent years to ensure access to these programs and benefits. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to supporting the health and well-being of our veterans. Just as veterans and their fallen comrades have made sacrifices to preserve our future, our government is committed to protecting them and their future. That is why we have committed almost $10 billion over the last 3 years to make it easier for the women and men who have served in uniform this great country to access the benefits they deserve. In 2015, we pledged to make it easier for veterans and their families to access services, to do more to support families, to streamline benefits, to reduce the administrative overhead, to improve the client experience with Veterans Affairs Canada, and to help our brave women and men make a successful transition to life after the military. These were ambitious goals, and our government has delivered progress and real change. A lot of time and money has been spent to establishing new programs and improving existing ones, and now the focus is on service delivery excellence. We know this is an area that requires our utmost attention. In 2016, we increased the Disability Award to $360,000, the amount that veterans and the Veterans Ombudsman said it should have been at for years. We increased income replacement to 90% of a veteran's pre-release salary. We expanded access to better address career limitations as a result of illness or injury. We reopened the 9 offices closed by the previous Conservative government, and given the need, we opened a brand new office in Surrey and expanded our outreach to the north to assist underserved communities. We started the process of hiring more staff after the previous government made cuts, creating an artificial budget surplus. We established an education and training benefit. We improved the career transition benefits offered to veterans and their families. We introduced the Pension for Life, a monthly, tax-free payment for life recognizing the pain and suffering that was resulted by service-related illness or injury. Mr. Speaker, the veteran community has told us loud and clear that we need to make it simpler, easier, and more user-friendly to access programs and services provided by the department. They've told us about the effect of the backlog of applications for benefits and services and the time they have had to wait for decisions to be made. That is why our government has taken concrete steps, concrete measures to improve service delivery, take the initiative to reach out to veterans and their families to get the information needed to support claims and to explain benefits. It is also why, with all these new and enhanced benefits and services and increased efforts to inform veterans of what is available to them, application rates have increased exponentially in recent years. For example, over the past 3 years, there has been a 32% increase in disability benefits applications. It means veterans are more aware of the benefits they may be eligible for, which is good news. It also means that the department needs to add the capacity to respond and to evaluate those applications in a reasonable amount of time. This will allow them to respond more quickly and with increased flexibility so that veterans can choose the suite of benefits and services that suit their particular needs. Many changes have already taken place. Staff now triage claims to ensure that veterans who apply for mental health services receive priority in their evaluation so that they can receive treatment without any delay. Through additional staffing and process improvements, the department has been able to increase the number of disability claims processed and to allow a larger number of veterans to receive decisions on their applications. For example, Mr. Speaker, 96% of first applications completed for PTSD are approved. To keep up with the rise in demand and ensure that veterans get services and benefits when they need them, our government is spending $42.8 million over 2 years, starting in the 2018-2019 fiscal year, to improve service delivery at Veterans Affairs Canada. But the increasing number of applications continues to outpace the increase in capacity at the department. So progress is ongoing to hire new employees to help ensure that veterans, Canadian Armed Forces members, RCMP personnel, and their families are provided with the best possible services when and where they need them. Change like this can't happen overnight, and efforts are underway to create an easy-to-access, simple-to-navigate, veteran-centric process. We owe veterans the means to get back on their feet and on with their lives, and that is why our government is committed to delivering every day to help veterans accomplish the successful transition after serving, rebuild their lives, and enjoy a healthy state of well-being. Last funds at the end of a fiscal year have no impact on that commitment or on the department's ability to deliver on that commitment. Funds returned to the fiscal framework cannot be redirected for a new purpose, nor would they be having any impact on the department's ongoing efforts to improve service delivery. Mr. Speaker, make no mistake, our government continues to strive to provide faster, more efficient, and higher quality service for our veterans. We know that we are not finished with this work, but our commitment and our hard work continue to make improvements in the lives of the women and men who have dedicated their lives to Canada's peace and security. Thank you.
Bravo. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, while the Liberals are patting themselves on the backlog is growing. More and more veterans are waiting for their application to be opened. More and more veterans are calling Veterans Affairs and not getting someone to pick up the phone. This government said they would fix the problem under the Conservatives, the 1,000 jobs that were cut. They're patting themselves on the back, saying that they're spending over $10 billion. Well, tell that to the veteran at home, because the person that's waiting for their application to be open. Mr. Speaker, we know that lapse spending can actually be carried over for the next fiscal year because the Parliamentary Budget Officer tells us it's allowed up to 5%. That's a lot of money, Mr. Speaker. When we look at the last 3 years alone, that's $372 million. More than enough money for the government to actually fix the 12 service standards. That's half their service standards that they're currently not meeting. And this is the same party that said they would end lapse spending. I have to, Mr. Speaker, through you, ask the member, why have they not honoured their promise that they made in the campaign in 2015 to stop lapse spending? They haven't explained themselves at all today why they made that promise, why they haven't followed through. They're trying to say it's irrelevant now. But in 2015, when they were talking to veterans, there was a lot of relevancy when there was $1.1 billion that the Conservatives left on the table.
The honourable member for Scarborough North.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member opposite for his question, and I thank him for his passion for supporting our veterans. I'm on the same page with him when it comes to ensuring that our veterans receive the benefits and services that they need. We know already that consolidated revenue funds, money is returned there for quasi-statutory programming and used again in subsequent budget years. That is why we continue to make smart investments. In fact, our government has invested $10 billion. 93% of that department's budget goes directly to programs and benefits that help our veterans. Our veterans have served, they have given so much to the peace and security of our country, and we are working very hard to repair the damage that was done under the previous government. We opened 9 offices that were previously closed. We've hired 470 new staff, and that good work is going to ensure that veterans receive the programs and services that they need for a successful life after military. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have to say I'm a bit stunned because what I'm hearing from the other side sounds like they won't be supporting to take this $372 million in lapsed spending and put it into programs to help our veterans. So I have a very simple question for the member. Will the Liberals be supporting putting the money that they left on the table back into spending for our veterans? Yes or no?
Honourable member for Scarborough North.
Mr. Speaker, what we are supporting are benefits and services to help veterans. It's exactly why our government put in a joint suicide prevention strategy. We created a Veterans Emergency Fund. We invested in a new career transition service. We created a pension for life for veterans who have served our country. We created the education and training benefit. We've expanded the medical tax credit for psychiatric service dogs, and we continue to invest in a center of excellence for PTSD research. These important investments are helping veterans ensure that they have a successful transition to life after they have served hard to defend our country, to create peace and security for Canada and all around the world. And we will continue as a government to make sure that our veterans are well served and that we support them every step.
Time just for one more short question and response. La députée de Rivière-des-Mailles.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mailles. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague very carefully, and I'd like him to repeat what our government has put in place following the cuts by the previous government, so that all of our viewers, because there might be people in my riding who are wondering about what we've done to help them, if he could tell them what inform veterans of what we have done.
I thank my colleague for her question and for her continued advocacy and work on this particular file. Mr. Speaker, the fact is this: whether 10 or 10,000 veterans need help and come forward for benefits, our government is ready to provide them with the benefits and services that they need, which is why we have increased accessibility by reopening 9 offices that were previously closed by the last government. We have hired 470 new staff because we understand that there is a backlog to address, but veterans oftentimes need service and they need it immediately, which is why we've made targeted investments into, for example, areas on PTSD research. We are creating more benefits and programs so that veterans get the supports they need.
Merci.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm so pleased to rise today to speak to issues concerning our Canadian Armed Forces veterans in response to the Opposition Supply Day motion put forward by my colleague from Courtenay Alberni. I enjoy serving with him on the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs, and I appreciate the opportunities that we have to collaborate in ways that have the potential to see our veterans better served if the government were to implement our recommendations. The motion before us states that in the opinion of the House, the government should automatically carry forward all annual lapsed spending at the Department of Veterans Affairs to the next fiscal year for the sole purpose of improving services for Canadian veterans until the department meets or exceeds its 24 self-identified service standards. Well, today, in response to this motion, we've heard from the Liberals, and they tell us that lapsed funding does not result in anyone receiving less than they should. They've said it's just how the government keeps its books. They've said that nothing nefarious is going on. They explained that most spending at Veterans Affairs is statutory and that the government needs to be prepared to cover the cost of these benefits, whether 10 or 10,000 eligible veterans make a claim. They've advised us that each year the spending estimates for Veterans Affairs are put before this House based predominantly on those very same statutory requirements. In other words, the funding that has lapsed will be in the spending estimates this year and the year after that and the year after that. So they're saying that this motion is a moot point. And actually, for the most part, they are right. But I know they hope veterans will forget that when in opposition, they sung a very different tune. It's true, the funding for Veterans Affairs is regulated by statute. It seems the Minister of Veterans Affairs is aware of this fact now. The other day, he was explaining to Global News that he is statutorily obligated to provide programs and services owed to veterans, so any lapsed funding will not affect services to veterans. And a Veterans Affairs spokesperson agreed with the minister and said lapsed funding does not result in anyone receiving less than they should. It is simply an administrative process. Services from Veterans Affairs Department under the Liberals is demand-driven, just as it was during the previous Conservative government. The hypocrisy here, Mr. Speaker, is that when the same thing happened in the past, they falsely claimed that the then government was stealing from veterans. Now, when they find themselves in government and faced with the exact same situation, Speaker, they say they are not stealing, they are following an administrative process. I'm not going to come to this House today and claim that lapsed funding in the Veterans Affairs Department under the Liberal government is somehow stealing from veterans, because it's not, and it never was. But Speaker, I will ask the Minister, now that he and the Liberal government are aware of how Veterans Affairs budgets work, will they apologize for accusing my former colleagues of thievery? Will they apologize to Canadians for completely misrepresenting in the past how this Veterans Affairs budget works? Will they apologize to veterans for the stress they caused them by suggesting that the former government was taking money from their benefits when they knew it wasn't true? The department makes estimates for what it expects to spend, and in the event that all the money is not spent, it lapses. The way the department is set up, it's required to have enough money for the demands of our veterans each and every year. So this motion by the member from Courtenay Alberni is somewhat mute. However, there are many areas of concern where my colleague and I are of one mind that I believe are the force behind his intent today. What are the reasons, Mr. Speaker, that this funding remains there at the end of the budget year? Why does it fail to reach veterans? Well, I would suggest there are two significant reasons why that happens. One is incredible inefficiencies within the department, an inability when they create programs to get them through the door and out to the veterans. And the other reason is a significant culture of denial. Always a veteran has to fight for something that they should be able to receive without an increased level in their mental health problems, without an increased level of PTSD in struggling through the transition process, and without an increase, Mr. Speaker, in the number of veterans who contemplate or actually go through with suicide and homicides because they simply cannot take another problem added on to the problems they're already facing. For example, the fact that 37 million taxpayer dollars abused by this Prime Minister to fight veterans in court was a blow to the gut, the hearts, and the minds of our veterans. When asked why we are fighting certain veteran groups in court, the Prime Minister responded at the Edmonton Town Hall in February of 2018 with this statement: because they are asking for more than we are able to give. Speaker, The previous Conservative Minister of Veterans Affairs had worked with Equitas, firing the government lawyer and instead putting the case in abeyance, with the goodwill to work together to move towards acceptable solutions to improve outcomes for injured veterans as they were requesting. Speaker, I do believe that the outcomes that this motion is trying to achieve are very important. I am very disturbed by the increasing backlog of applications for disability benefits. Despite the $10 billion the minister is always quoting, the backlog is 29,000 and growing. Speaker, this government sees themselves as succeeding because they indicate that cases are being processed and moved to VRAB, the Veterans Review and Appeal Board, more quickly. How could any government claim this as a success? That basically an initial request from a veteran is moving more quickly to an appeal board where once again they have to go through the process of applying and requesting that funding, where in most cases, once they make it through that process, it is provided. Why are we putting our veterans through this added difficulty that causes them great angst and only means that they are not receiving their funding or their services in a timely manner? When VAC finally communicates to Canadian Armed Force members, veterans, and their families using veteran-centric plain language, when VAC ensures every veteran has a clear understanding of every benefit they qualify for upon release and every benefit they may need to access over time, we will be on the road to succeeding to care more effectively and efficiently for our veterans. I see one of the biggest challenges to veterans receiving their benefits is an overcomplicated chain of command where upper management does not embrace change and case managers are not empowered to do what is best for veterans as quickly as possible. There does not appear to be a desire to work with DND to create a seamless transition for our veterans, if it means a change to the structure or the composition of VAC. There continues to be a culture that insists VAC must determine if medical release is due to service before VAC will provide benefits, when DND already makes the determination when a member no longer meets universality of service and they're released. Yes, future decisions by VAC will need to be made as a veteran ages, of course, but upon release, there is complete clarity already provided by DND whether or not they qualify for services from VAC based on being medically released. It's already there. At release, timely service and peace of mind for an injured veteran should be the determining factors, not protecting the turf of a department. The truth is, the majority of the cohort of case managers that the Liberals claim they have put in place, 400 of those 470 were already budgeted for in the previous Conservative government. At the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs, we heard that case managers are not properly trained and up to speed on veterans' benefits. They're overworked, stressed, and often feeling helplessly caught between veterans in dismay and those up the chain of demand. Sorry, that should be chain of command, but maybe that was a Freudian slip. I don't know. VAC needs to stop operating like an insurance program. VAC needs to be transparent in what it's actually providing to veterans. Today, we heard that one of the members of the Liberal Party talk about the education benefit. $40,000 for someone who has served for 6 years and $80,000 for someone who has served for 12. Unfortunately, that is not transparent conversation or presentation to veterans or to Canadians, because those funds are actually a taxable benefit. So when a veteran thinks that they're going to get $40,000 to go to school, at the end of the year they find out, wait a minute, that's taxable benefit, and they owe the government back in taxes for that benefit. I wonder if the government has come to any decision as to how much of that benefit they hand out they actually claw back in that taxable benefit that they get back through taxes from our veterans. It's misleading, I guess is what I'm trying to say, Mr. Speaker. As well, the member across the way said that with that education benefit, they get to go to the school of their choice. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you standing here today, I have been approached by many veterans who went to take advantage of that program. Actually, one of them that was actually okayed to go ahead, registered with the institution they wanted to go to, and then heard back through the case manager who had been told by the higher-ups that, sorry, you have to tell this individual, we don't think that school qualifies. Devastating. As well, the emergency funds that are available. The member across the way said that that is available 24/7. What he's saying is that you can call in 24/7, but he didn't tell truthfully how long it takes for the department to actually get those funds out the door to a veteran that is in an emergency crisis situation. I think our committee should take a look at that. Under no circumstances should the men and women who served, came home physically or mentally injured, find themselves fighting for benefits that they were told would be there for them and their families when they signed on, willing to die for their country. The minister has indicated on numerous occasions that the backlog is because veterans are better informed and have more services to apply for. Well, I do hope that there's a certain amount of truth to that, Mr. Speaker. However, in actuality, what also isn't being said is that the backlog is going to get even worse, as VAC is facing a significant increase of service members ready to retire now after serving 25 years. They are not prepared. Mr. Speaker, it's no secret that there's no clarity for veterans or service and case managers with the rollout fast approaching of the so-called pension for life. Their plan actually provides no new funds, instead consolidating and rolling in existing benefits. An article in Esprit de Corps, Canadian military magazine, dated April 18, 2018, Sean Brewery and Robert Smole, comparing the old Pension Act and the Liberals' new so-called pension for life, stated this quote, "Furthermore, under the same category of non-taxable benefits for pain and suffering, injured veterans will have a choice between a lump sum payment up to $360,000 and a monthly pension for life up to a maximum of $1,150 to compensate for their injuries. There are no additional amounts for spouses or children. The average pension for life likely will be around $200 per month. For the 60,000 veteran recipients still receiving the Pension Act, they're paid an average of $680 per month, plus amounts for spouses and children." End quote. Mr. Speaker, in the announcement of their budget for 2018 with the new lifelong pension included, the example that was given there was of someone who had served their full 25 years and ended up at the last moment having a very horrific injury where they had major loss of limbs. That individual qualifies for the maximum amount. There are many, many of our boots on the ground that get injured and never make it to 25 years. It is misleading in that document. Another glaring problem is the inability of VAC to administer funds in a timely manner. One example of which is actually the Emergency Relief Fund. It actually takes days, not hours, to get to a veteran in a crisis situation. I'm going to mention an organization, Veterans Helping Veterans, called Veterans Emergency Transition Services, known as Vets Canada. It's operated by Veterans for Veterans, a nonprofit corporation With volunteers across Canada, they provide emergency aid and comfort to veterans that are in crisis and who are at risk of becoming homeless. If a veteran or someone on their behalf reaches out to Vets Canada, they can have a person at their door very quickly with help. If they get a call about a homeless veteran, they work that same day to get them off the street. The new Vets Canada drop-in centre is just blocks from Parliament Hill, and it is so effective in its mandate that VAC referred 65 of their emergency clients to them in their first 2 months of operation. There are other organizations here, Mr. Speaker, that I would like to speak to. I don't know how much time I have left. 3 minutes? Okay. I will come back to them possibly in answers to my questions. The problem at Veterans Affairs is not a lack of money. We all know that the minister says he has $10 billion to spend because he says that every opportunity he has to say so. Yet it seems the desire of this government is to actually get dollars out the door elsewhere, providing taxpayer dollars to colonize overseas countries to submit to their attestation values, paying out terrorists, helping murderers, rather than focusing on our veterans, elderly, and those working hard to join the middle class. Mr. Speaker, veterans want to see more veterans as caseworkers so that they're talking to people that understand military service and speak their language. They want transparency when they file a claim with an honest, accurate estimation as to how long it's going to take. Veterans want to be made aware of available services. For example, I recently returned from a committee trip up north and discovered 89% of our Canadian Rangers are not aware of their Canadian Armed Force health care entitlements or their veterans benefits. An excellent recommendation came forward that up in the north that a VAC service agent simply be included with the existing team of Canadian Services people in Yellowknife. Speaker, understanding Veterans Affairs services needs to start shortly after enlistment with ongoing contact so that when the veteran retires or is released from the Canadian Armed Forces and becomes a veteran, he or she is armed and trained with the clear, concise information that empowers them to access everything they need and deserve as they transition from serving in our military. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
See the honourable member for Perth Wellington rising on a point of order. Is this the same point of order that was raised earlier today? Okay, as I indicated earlier, we're on limited time here due to the opposition motion. If the member could make sure that the additional points are new to inform the process, and if he could keep his remarks concise. The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will be as concise as possible, and it is on new points in reference to this point of order, and I do apologize to the members of the NDP for taking time. However, I understand this is time-sensitive before making of a ruling. The House will recall that on Wednesday of last week, I asked the Chair to direct, under Standing Order 151, the correction of the House's records related to the leadership of the NATO Parliamentary Association. In light of the submissions by the honourable member for Etobicoke Centre, I want to respond with a number of procedural authorities concerning the conduct of Tuesday's evening's business. As the House recalls, the Chair of the Association, the honourable member for Aurora Oak Ridges Richmond Hill, declared that the conditions precedent for a special general meeting were not met, and therefore she adjourned the meeting. I referred the Chair to precedents of Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights from May 2008. On May 7, 2008, the committee met to consider a request submitted by 4 members under the provisions of Standing Order 106, subsection 4. The Chair, Art Hanger, declared that the business which was the subject of the notice to have been out of order, and therefore the meeting, having no further valid purpose, was consequently adjourned. A week later, May 14, 2008, the committee met again to consider a slightly different request. Mr. Hanger declared that the nature of the request offended the provisions of Standing Order 106, subsection 4, and therefore could not be entertained at the meeting. The committee, therefore, having no valid business, was adjourned by the Chair. I commend these 2 precedents to you as being analogous to the nature of the special meeting requested by 10 members of the Canadian NATO Parliamentary Association, and the ruling of the Association's Chair and the Association's Constitution had not been followed. Additionally, you will find of interest in reaching a ruling the following committee proceedings in recent years. On May 4, 2014, at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, the Vice Chair, Alexandra Latendresse, adjourned the meeting without the implied consent of the committee. When the committee convened at a subsequent meeting, about which I will speak later, the Chair, Joe Preston, stated the following, quote, "I left the Chair and went to take care of some health issues, so I can't tell you exactly what occurred," end quote. Mr. Preston later added, "There was a motion earlier today that we wouldn't concur in an adjournment motion, so how we got here, we're not certain." On June 11, 2013, at the Citizenship and Immigration Committee, the Vice Chair adjourned the meeting without the implied consent of the majority. At the committee's next meeting, the Vice Chair again adjourned without implied consent in the early hours of June 13, 2013. On April 3, 2008, at the Justice Committee, the Liberal Vice Chair, Brian Murphy, adjourned a meeting with the consent of the majority, alleging there was a disorder. Twice more on April 8 and 15, Mr. Murphy, the Liberal Vice Chair, adjourned the Justice Committee without the consent of the majority. I will now revisit 2013 and 14 cases because they speak to a further and important proposition that, once the gavel had fallen, the meeting was fully adjourned. The committee could only be reassembled at a fresh meeting after being called by the proper authority. In the case of the Proc Committee, Ms. Latendresse adjourned the meeting number 18 at 4:23 p.m. A notice for meeting number 19 was issued at 4:28, convening members for 4:30, and Mr. Preston called the meeting to order at 4:31 p.m. I've been told by individuals who were present that Mr. Preston was on his way to the restroom at the moment of the adjournment. Instead of trying to seize the chair to unadjourn the meeting, he observed correctly that the meeting had been adjourned and used his own prerogative to call a fresh meeting mere minutes later. In the case of the Immigration Committee, the Vice Chair adjourned the first June 11th meeting, number 82 at 4:17 p.m. The committee's chair, the Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon, whom I understood was part of an official delegation to London at the time, instructed the calling of another meeting, notice of meeting number 83, then be issued, convening members for 4:45 p.m. Meeting number 83 was also adjourned without the consent of the majority at 12:39 a.m. on June 13. The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon directed that another meeting be held. A notice of meeting for number 84 was issued.
Order. The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay, we're in the middle of a point of order at the moment. I've laid out the conditions around which the member is adding some additional. This is not a. You're raising a new point of order. In fact, as I said, the Honourable Member for Perth Wellington has the floor. I'm prepared to hear these additional comments. I've insisted that this be concise. The member is getting to his point, and then we'll get back to the item at hand. The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member for Dufferin-Caledon directed that another meeting be held. A notice of meeting number 84 was issued at 1:57 a.m., convening members for 2 a.m. The Vice Chair accordingly called the meeting to order at 2:01 a.m., but promptly suspended the meeting for 6.5 hours without the committee's consent. Again, these 2013 and 2014 cases, the lesson is perfectly clear. Once Assembly has adjourned, it may only be reconvened at the fresh meeting with proper notice issued by the appropriate authorities. Page 1040 of House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, states, "Committee chairs have considerable administrative responsibilities, starting with those involving the committee's program of activities in compliance with the instructions from the committee or an order from the chair, from the House. The chair calls meetings," end quote. Page 1042 of Boston-Gagnon is quite clear on the role of committee's vice chairs. Quote, "A vice chair has no administrative or responsibility, such as convening or cancelling meetings, unless he or she is acting on the instruction of the chair," end quote. Speaking personally from my time as Vice Chair of the Standing Committee on Official Languages, I can inform the House that when the Chair was absent from a scheduled meeting, he always personally reached out to me or my office to inform me of his absence and instruct me to chair the meeting, an important rule by which ensures that the authority of the elected Chair is maintained. Moreover, these points are reiterated at page 1095 of Boston-Gagnon. Quote, "Committee meetings are convened by the Chair acting either on a decision made by the committee or on the Chair's own authority. Only the Chair of a committee may convene a meeting. Vice Chairs have no such power." I think it's clear that the Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre was not acting on the authority or instruction of the Honourable Member for Aurora Oak Ridges Richmond Hill. The Constitution of the Canadian NATO Parliamentary Association is clear. The Vice Chair has no authority to call meetings. General meetings of the Association's memberships may only be called with at least 2 weeks' notice by the Association's Executive Committee or by the written request of 10 Association members. That did not happen in this situation, and certainly 2 weeks have not passed since the Honourable Member for Aurora Oak Ridges Richmond Hill adjourned the meeting. The second matter I want to put before the House are the comments that the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker made in another venue. I want to ensure that these comments are properly ventilated here in the House so that all honourable members can be familiar with them. On Thursday, at a Board of Internal Economy meeting, I understand that Mr. Speaker had told the Board, quote, "This matter is one on which I have rulings pending," end quote. At the same meeting, the Deputy Speaker, attending in his capacity as co-chair of the Joint Interparliamentary Committee, stated, quote, "I think members will be cognizant of the points of order that were raised in the House yesterday and that covered much of that ground. I think members are well aware that this has become a matter of some dispute and that ultimately has been before the House. To you, Mr. Speaker, for some guidance or resolution," end quote. Nonetheless, I regret to inform you that it is my understanding that as of this morning, no changes have been made to the parliamentary website since my point of order reflect the honourable member for Aurora Oak Ridges Richmond Hill remaining as chair of the association, nor even a change to leave the name of the chair blank or to indicate that it is, in the words of the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, in dispute. Indeed, since my intervention Wednesday, I understand that the NATO Parliamentary Assembly has updated its website concerning the 2018 annual session to be held in Halifax to indicate that the member for Etobicoke Centre is Canada's head of delegation. That could only have been done, I presume, on the basis of a report the Assembly Secretariat received from our own Parliament. We are truly running the risk of Canada being misrepresented on the world stage. Mr. Speaker, this begs the question about whether you can advise if these reports about the websites are a sign of the clerks are acting in defiance of you and the Speaker's office and your own need to prepare rulings, or whether you've already ruled privately on this matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We'll now go to questions and comments. Questions and comments. This is for the honourable member for Yorkton Melville. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Coast of Bays, Central Notre Dame.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, back to your regularly scheduled programming. I want to thank the member from Yorkton Melville. I want to make a few comments off the top. At the beginning of her speech, when she described the statutory elements that the minister goes through when administering this department, and I appreciate the comments that it was well researched, it was well done. She outlined the way we do things here. And as a member of Parliament, in a nonpartisan way, I say thank you very much for that. Comparing the former administration, now this one of the glaring omissions to me was about, obviously I'm reticent to do this because I know a lot of people get into this thing, well, this is what you did, this is what you did, that sort of thing. But I think the glaring omission here, which should be looked at, which is the fact of the point of entry for a particular veteran. I say this from experience, not as a veteran, but for someone who has dealt with veterans, in the sense that when they want to reach out to someone, they're going through major issues, there's always the element in government, when you want to reach out to a government department, where do I go? Because so many government departments are siloed into different areas that a lot of people get confused as to direction if they don't find it from their local member of parliament. One of the things that we did was we transitioned back to a point of entry that was more familiar to a veteran in the sense of the Veterans Affairs offices, as opposed to a regular type of bureaucratic person. No offense to them. So my question is basically, and sorry if my speech is interrupting the NDP heckling, but my question is simply about that point had to be done in that circumstance, which was different from the last administration.
For Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for his question, his speech and his question. In fairness, I think it's very important that we reach out to veterans in a way that is accessible to them. And whenever there's change, it is difficult. I make note that the office was reopened, one of them in my province, and I had veterans come and talk to me. The frustration was that no one came to talk to them about reopening them. This is the government that consults on all things. And they actually said, you know what? It's downtown. They put it back where it was. It's downtown in the middle of a very busy area. There's no parking. We can't get upstairs. And we really liked it where it was in the mall when it was next involved with Service Canada. Up north with Yellowknife, they've said, why don't you have someone come and be part of Service Canada up here so we have an expert on the ground. Opening up offices across the south here, reopening them. I haven't seen any results from that opening to see what it's cost the government or how effective it's been. I know there are some veterans that still very much prefer face-to-face, but even in those offices, I've heard they usually respond by telephone call. Thank you.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When veterans signed up, the people who went from my region, they didn't read the small print. They served their country, they took the risks. They came back, they expected that there was a contract for life, something that this present government has argued in court that there is no moral contract for life. But what I've seen over my 15 years in Parliament is that politicians always love to stand by veterans on Remembrance Day and then ignore them for the rest of the year. We saw the previous government that went ahead with the lump sum pensions that we knew were going to be problematic. We learned that there's a $165 million shortfall to veterans' pensions under the previous government. But the most staggering thing that we see again and again is governments announce funds for veterans, then they re-announce it, and then they announce it a third time, and then just to be secure, they thank themselves for announcing it. And then the money goes back to Treasury Board and isn't spent. And veterans are ripped off and their families are ripped off. So we have an opportunity in this House to do something right, to say if the money is committed to veteran services, it's going to be spent at veteran services, and it's not going to be clawed back. The Parliamentary Budget Officer says this is possible. We could make this change in this Parliament. I'd like to ask the Conservative Party if they will be standing with us to support veterans when this motion is passed in the House. Will they support us and veterans, or will they stand with the present government that continues to fight veterans on their basic pension rights?
Honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Mr. Speaker, veterans are incredibly important to Canadians, and serving on the Committee for Veterans Affairs and as Shadow Deputy Critic, this is probably one of the most emotional files in the House of Commons. And that's why I'm very pleased to say today that everyone on this side of the floor, represented in the Conservative Party of Canada, will be voting in support of this motion.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I had the privilege and the honour of actually serving in the Canadian Forces for just over 3 years. And, you know, when I reflect in terms of Stephen Harper, when he was Prime Minister, and compared to what we've witnessed over the last 3 years, I believe that our veterans as a whole, Mr. Speaker, are quite satisfied in terms of to the degree in which this government is going out of its way to ensure that all retiring veterans, that veterans in general are getting the type of support that is actually necessary, Mr. Speaker. We have invested literally hundreds of millions of dollars. We have reopened offices for veterans. There's a lot of good news that is out there. And, you know, the simple message that I would try to communicate today to those that might be following the debate is that, look, if there's a veteran and you're aware of a veteran not getting the services that they require, or the pension issues being unresolved, to bring it to the attention of the department in one form or another. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to say as well that I hear from a great number of veterans, and their frustration is with the very department that you're saying to bring their concerns to. And that again shows that we have work to do here in making sure that the VAC is there to serve veterans and not to serve itself. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would just like to ask a rhetorical question. Now that the Liberal government is aware of how Veterans Affairs budgets work, are they prepared to apologize for accusing my former colleagues of thievery?
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the member for Yorkton, Melbourne, for a wonderful, heartfelt speech regarding the veteran. My question is simple and short. When Prime Minister Justin Trudeau was in the third party, and he promised the veterans they never have to fight. They never have to fight in the government in the court. Now, after $38 million spent over the last 2 years, what happened today?
Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague, my previous seatmate, Miss sitting beside you, for his very good question. A lot of what this government says and what it does not, it's not compatible. A number of promises that were made during the last election were made to our veterans through actually significant consultation with them, very much giving them the impression that they were heard, and it was even in writing when they spoke with those veterans what they were prepared to do. And one of them was that they would never take them to court, that they should not have to face their government in court. And that came right from the mouth and the heart of the Prime Minister of the Liberal government. They are so upset, hurt, angry with what this government has done in basically completely turning their back on that promise that they made to them. And over again, they are seeing them truly live out the statement that the Prime Minister made, that the veterans are just asking for too much, and yet they have the money to send $650 million overseas to battle other countries in the court on their views on different values. They have the money to pay off a convicted terrorist. They have the money to give veterans funding to a convicted cop killer. There's no question, Mr. Speaker, that this government is not on the right track when it comes to caring for our veterans.
And that will conclude the period for questions and comments. We'll now go to statements by members. Déclaration de député, and the honourable member for Brampton East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I stand to mark the 34th anniversary of the tragic events of November 1984. These orchestrated and targeted massacres against the Sikh community were an atrocity that resulted in the loss of thousands of innocent lives for which justice had not been served. All these years and numerous inquiries later, those responsible for the brutal massacres have still not been brought to justice. The burning questions around 1984 need to be answered. It is vital that we continue to call on the Indian government to pursue the truth, to pursue justice for those who carry the scars of 1984, and most importantly, to pursue accountability for the people of India. Truth and reconciliation have strengthened Canada, and they can be of great benefit to India too. We must remain steadfast in our commitment to openness, justice, human rights, and fairness, both at home and abroad. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Mr. Speaker, communities across this country are grappling with proposals for supervised consumption sites in an effort to reduce the negative impacts of drug addiction and abuse. We all recognize the important public health benefit of keeping people safe and minimizing death, disease, and injury. But there has to be room for different harm reduction strategies, Mr. Speaker. I recently visited Vancouver's downtown east side and saw what really is happening firsthand. I talked to the addicts, heard their stories, and listened to what they said. This is a failed social experiment. It is a crisis that isn't getting any better. While there I met with members of the Odd Squad, a charity run by serving and retired police officers who volunteer their time to educate youth and the community about substance abuse and, more importantly, on approaches on how to avoid addiction in the first place. Governments must assure appropriate funding is directed towards detox and treatment on-demand facilities, plus organizations like the Odd Squad, in order to give hope to the hopeless. The human cost is far too high to refuse to consider altering the current course.
The honourable member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Mr. Speaker, this year, for Remembrance Day, we hope that all Canadians will take the time to take a break and to pay tribute to all those who have served. We remember the service and sacrifices of the soldiers, sailors, and airmen who answered the call of duty and paid the ultimate price. We honor those who continue to serve our country to make our world safer. During Veterans Week, as well as on Remembrance Day, Canadians from coast to coast lay wreaths, participate in ceremonies, share their stories, and wear poppies with pride. To our veterans and current members of our forces, we say thank you.
The honourable member for Essex.
Mr. Speaker, this year marks the 34th anniversary of the 1984 Sikh genocide. Over 3 days, almost 3,000 Sikhs were killed, and their property was looted and destroyed. Sikh men were burned alive. Women suffered horrific sexual violence, and children were murdered in gruesome fashion. Many have pointed out that state resources were instrumental in these premeditated killings. But 34 years later, justice and accountability for these horrendous crimes remain elusive. That is why I stand today to express my solidarity with the thousands of Canadians who live with this pain as survivors and as bearers of intergenerational trauma. It is also why efforts for healing and reconciliation must be prioritized. The path to reconciliation will not be easy, but for the victims and survivors, today we remember.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, it was in Blainville that the first high-tech weather radar system was set up in Quebec. Given climate change, we're going to be experiencing more and more extreme or unusual weather events, as we saw with the tornadoes in Gatineau and Ottawa. This is why I'm pleased with our government's investment of $95 million to replace weather radar. These new radar systems will have a broader range, and this will allow people to benefit from greater accuracy in predictions. It will allow the public to take appropriate action rapidly, especially with respect to road safety, snow removal, and school closures. This is good news for my region, good news for Canadians' safety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Mr. Speaker, this morning I had the pleasure of being present at Rideau Hall, where a constituent, Mr. Norman Carrera, received a Meritorious Service Award. Mr. Carrera was recognized for his vision and dedication in creating the Okanagan Military Tattoo. With the help of numerous enthusiastic volunteers, Norm founded the Tattoo, a musical spectacle that brings pipers, drummers, and dancers from across the country and abroad to the Okanagan each summer. As a result of his leadership and hundreds of hours of time, the event is a boost for the local economy and a showcase of military and cultural traditions that is unique in Western Canada. This is not the first trip to Rideau Hall for Mr. Carrera. He was also recognized in 2017, the 50th anniversary of his role in the 1967 Voyageur canoe trip across Canada as part of the 1967 Olympics. Congratulations and thank you to Norm Carrera and your loving wife, Nancy, for your dedication to our community and our country.
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. This week,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
who have so bravely served and or died for our freedom, it is especially important to recognize and remember those who fought in the Great War, as this year marks the 100th anniversary of the end of World War I. This year's Remembrance Day ceremony in my riding of Davenport is extra special because as veterans returned home from the Great War in 1918, the Government of Canada identified the need to recognize their valor and patriotic service to our country. No military burial ground existed at the time, so Prospect Cemetery in Davenport was chosen as the preferred location to create a field of honour, and Canada's first veteran section was established. Today, Prospect Cemetery is the final resting place of more than 5,300 Canadian Allied Forces veterans, making it the largest First World War veteran section in Canada. So I encourage everyone on November 11th, those in Davenport and across the riding, to attend Prospect Cemetery, who hosts an annual sunrise ceremony every Remembrance Day, and let's pay special tribute to those who have so bravely served our country. Thank you so much, Mr.
The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Dr. Wilf Keller, Chair of the Agricultural Institute of Canada, on his induction into the Canadian Agricultural Hall of Fame, for his contributions to the advancement of agriculture through numerous research initiatives. Dr. Keller is a giant in the scientific community with over 40 years of experience, including the study of genomics in canola improvement, the development of industrial bioproducts from vegetable oils, and the production of bioactive natural products in plants for enhanced human health and quality of life. Dr. Keller has received many accolades, including a Lifetime Achievement Award by the Society of In Vitro Biology, the Saskatchewan Order of Merit, and induction into the Saskatchewan Agriculture Hall of Fame. Today we recognize Dr. Wilf Keller for his extraordinary career in the scientific and agricultural community. Thank you, Dr. Keller.
Honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Mr. Speaker, this year marks 100 years since the armistice which ended the war to end all wars. When the call to serve king and country went out, more than 600,000 Canadians answered that call, including many from Perth Wellington. Among those who served were Frederick Campbell of Mount Forest and Samuel Honey from nearby Caen. Lieutenant Campbell was killed in the north of France while single-handedly providing cover to allow his comrades to withdraw. Lieutenant Honey was among those who took Vimy Ridge, and later at Bourlon Wood in France, he took command of his company after all other officers had become casualties. He would repel 4 counterattacks and personally captured 10 prisoners before falling. For their courage, both men were awarded the Victoria Cross. This Remembrance Day, we honor the courage and the sacrifice of all who served, lest we forget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, it is my great pleasure to pay tribute to 6 men who've undertaken meritorious actions which have affected my riding. I awarded an Honour and Merit Certificate and a medal to these exceptional men during a ceremony I organized in Montreal North with the theme Men Who Make a Mark. Volunteer activity by these men has helped to harmonize Montreal North. It is my great pleasure to present them to the House of Commons. The recipients are Guillaume André, Christian Deshôtels, Jean-Paul Guillard, Roger Lagacé, Roger Petitfrère, and Roger Trépanier. Mr. Speaker, bravo to these gentlemen. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, built in 2008, the Concert Hall of Dolbeau-Mistassini is undeniably one of the most beautiful in Quebec. It was inspired by European theatres of the 19th century and has superior acoustics with its red velvet, its black and gold colors, its chandelier. Everything favors intimity and contrast. The architect Paul Rondeau built it, and it is celebrating its 10th anniversary during Culture Week. It celebrated last September. At the same time, the Symphony Orchestra of Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean celebrated its 40th anniversary. We were treated to a magnificent concert under the baton of conductor Jacques Clément and Jacinthe Couture. Lac-Saint-Jean is rich in culture, and it is our pride to have such a concert hall. I would also like to mention the anniversary of the concert hall and the Symphony Orchestra of Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, which are important drivers of culture in our region. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Saskatoon Grasswood.
Mr. Speaker, Elgar Peterson is a well-known name in the hockey community worldwide, but especially in the city of Humboldt. Elgar helped many minor hockey teams, and when the Broncos were formed in 1970, he became their trainer and equipment manager. He washed the jerseys, he looked after water bottles, tape, whatever was needed. But most of all, Mr. Speaker, Elgar always had a pat on the back for each player who put on a Humboldt jersey. In 2000, the city of Humboldt named their Uniplex after him, the Elgar Peterson Arena. He filled the role of coach, friend, volunteer, mentor. He was at the rink, Mr. Speaker, morning, noon, and night. He tied countless skate laces over the decades, including mine many times, Mr. Speaker. This weekend, it was at the same Elgar Peterson Arena in Humboldt, and all too familiar with grief, where his recent passing was announced prior to Saturday's Bronco hockey game. All Broncos feel this loss today, Mr. Speaker. Today we mourn for Elgar and Humboldt again. Rest in peace, Elgar.
The honourable member for King Vaughan.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge the 8th annual Poppy campaign by the Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat Canada, supporting the Royal Canadian Legion under the banner Muslims for Remembrance. This nationwide campaign is a demonstration of Ahmadiyya Muslim support and respect for our veterans and troops, and for all those who pay the ultimate sacrifice to keep Canada strong and free. Ahmadis are assisting the Royal Canadian Legion in distributing poppies and collecting donations. And on November 9th, at the beautiful Batul Islam Mosque in my riding and at chapters all across Canada, Ahmadiyya Muslim communities will come together for a ceremony of remembrance. Members of the Ahmadiyya community have expressed to me how important it is to remember the brave soldiers who fought for our freedom and for those still fighting for peace around the world, especially on this very special 100th anniversary of the armistice. I'd like to thank the Ahmadiyya Muslim community in my riding and all across Canada for their support of our troops and veterans and for your commitment to never forget, lest we forget.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Housing is unaffordable for nearly half of people in Victoria. Rental vacancy levels remain below 1%, and 1 in 5 Victorians are spending more than half their income on rent and utilities. And owning a house is virtually a fantasy. Between 2000 and 2016, the median income for a family in Victoria increased by 64%, the price of a single-family home by 340%. In 1993, the Liberal government then cut the National Affordable Housing Program, which would have supported the construction of 100,000 units in BC between then and now. And this Liberal government refuses to spend 90% of their promised funding for housing until after the next election. Affordable housing is a fundamental right. I'll be holding a town hall this Saturday to discuss what this government is refusing to do, make affordable housing a reality for Canadians.
The honourable member for Rivière-Pinière. Mr. Speaker, is it surprising, given his dismal failures, that the Prime Minister has no plan to counter U.S. protectionism and prepare our industries for this eventuality? Liberals announced new measures in order to deal with the influx of American imports. Since the 25th of October, imports of 7 steel products, rebar, steel sheeting, hot rolled steel, tubular steel, stainless steel, steel wire rod, will all be subject to a 25% surtax if the level of imports exceeds limits. Mr. Speaker, our Conservative priority number 1 is the elimination of these destructive tariffs. It's a sad observation, but the PM has been derelict in his duty to protect the Canadian economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake.
Mr. Speaker, on Veterans Week, all Canadians come together to honour Canadian Armed Forces members, veterans and police officers who have served Canada and remember those who have died in service. As the Member of Parliament for Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake, I'm particularly aware of the work and the sacrifices of our armed forces. Veterans in my riding make up 23%, and Nova Scotia has the highest per capita in the country. Cette année souligne de nombreux...
This is the year of major anniversaries. The 100th anniversary of Canada's 100 Days and the Armistice, as well as the 65th anniversary of the Korean War.
All veterans and the Canadian Armed Forces members for their service. Your country is grateful and will always remember your sacrifices, lest we forget. Thank you.
Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
The Canadian Chamber of Commerce warned that the Prime Minister's plan to spy on Canadians' banking transactions could put our trade with the European Union at risk. The Chamber expressed serious concerns about unintended consequences on our trade with Europe, which would then affect Canadian small businesses.
Instead of dismissing legitimate questions coming from Canadians who don't want to be spied on, and now further legitimate questions from the business community, will the Liberals just do the right thing and stop this unauthorized surveillance of Canadians' bank accounts?
The Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member opposite for a very thoughtful question, and I just want to take this opportunity to highlight that our government has been very clear when it comes to protecting the privacy of Canadians and data protection. That's very important. I also want to highlight that this particular initiative undertaken by Statistics Canada is a pilot project. No data has been collected, and Stats Canada is working very closely with the Privacy Commissioner and with banks as well to make sure that privacy of Canadians is protected.
Honourable Opposition House Leader, order.
Mr. Speaker, why is this Liberal government not understanding that Canadians don't trust them when it comes to protecting their private information? And the response of the government over the last 2 weeks has not given Canadians any more confidence. They're worried about their financial transactions being spied on. The business community is concerned. And instead of saying that the Liberals will fix this mess, they're doubling down and defending it. That is the wrong response, Mr. Speaker. What Canadians want to hear is that the Liberals will stop this unauthorized surveillance of their bank accounts.
The Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, we recognize the concerns that Canadians have around privacy and around data protection as well. But what's really problematic is the over-the-top rhetoric by the members opposite. Let me give you an example, Mr. Speaker. Under Section 17(1) of the Statistics Act, no police, RCMP, or CRA can actually access any personal information. The courts can't even compel Statistics Canada. They never have and never will compromise on personal information when it comes to Canadians' privacy.
Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, if that were true, there wouldn't be an investigation against the government at present. The Liberal government is collecting information, personal, confidential information on Canadians without their consent. We learned on the weekend, just yesterday, in fact, and the day before, that could threaten our trade with Europe. Will the Prime Minister finally understand that what's happening at present is unacceptable? This is an attack on people's privacy. What is the Prime Minister waiting for to take up his responsibilities and to put an end to this situation immediately? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government takes very seriously the privacy of Canadians. Let's be clear. This is a pilot project. No data has been collected. No data has been collected. Statistics Canada is working with the Privacy Commissioner. The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. No data collected, but the Privacy Commissioner is going to be deepening an investigation. That's quite interesting. But let's talk about another issue that's of concern to Canadians. April 25th, the member for Saint-Léonard-Saint-Michel announced that he was leaving political life. June 12th, he made his farewell speech here in this House, in front of all parliamentarians, to say that he was leaving political life. September 27th, he says, all of a sudden, I'm going to take a month to reflect on my political career. Except that now we've learned recently that the Prime Minister has supposedly given him a secret mandate. So the question for the Prime Minister is this: what is the secret mission? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, all members are accountable for their work to their constituents for their work in Ottawa. The member in question has said that he is reflecting on his future plans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order.
Order. Order.
Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, 5 months ago, the member from Saint-Léonard-Saint-Michel stood in this place and gave what we all thought was his resignation speech. Well, 5 months later, he's still an MP, being paid by the taxpayers, but appears to have not shown up for a day's work since then. Now, the member said that he's been working on a very special government responsibility assigned to him by the Prime Minister. So, can the Prime Minister tell this House what this highly important government job or assignment is that he gave to the member, which means the member doesn't have to show up for work?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as I have just said in French, I will repeat in English that the Member of Parliament was responsible to their constituents for their work in Ottawa. The member has stated that he is reflecting on his next steps. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Alors,
Order.
l'honorable. Alors,
Order.
député de Rimouski.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. Several days ago, Mexico stated that it wouldn't ratify the new trade agreement until President Trump hasn't abolished tariffs on American steel and aluminum. That is what we call taking a stand, Mr. Speaker. Steelworkers came to Ottawa to call for exactly the same thing from the Liberal government, because these tariffs run the risk of forcing several companies from here to close down. Liberals are not listening. My question is very simple, Mr. Speaker. Why does the Mexican government have a backbone, but not this Liberal government here in Ottawa? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, this gives me an opportunity to point out that last Tuesday I attended an event with Unifor to celebrate the new trade agreement with Mexico and the United States, and the head of the NDP was in attendance to celebrate, as was the Quebec lieutenant, the member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. He said at the mic that it was a good agreement. So what is the position of the NDP on this subject? The honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. Well, we're wondering why the Mexican government has a backbone but not this government. Now, this is a sad anniversary, Mr. Speaker, because a year ago the Paradise Papers came out, but prior to those papers, there were the Panama Papers, the Luxembourg leaks, the Swiss leaks, the offshore leaks, and the KPMG scandals to help Canadians avoid paying their taxes. In all these cases, the Revenue Agency was unable to take action or simply pardon these people who are guilty. Instead of persecuting people who are receiving benefits, well, no, that's where they're effective, and they're working on that. Why is there a double standard when it comes to action on the Paradise Papers? Mr. Speaker, allow me to read what the member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie said to the Canadian negotiators. He said, I just want to congratulate everyone in this room for the fantastic work that you have accomplished. He added, saying that the trade agreement represented the best agreement possible and protected workers across the country. We agree. The agreement is delivering the goods. Stability, it's saving jobs, it's protecting jobs in Canada as well.
Member for Essex.
Well, I'm not surprised the Liberals don't want to talk about the Paradise Papers. The Paradise Papers was a huge leak of financial documents that revealed how politicians, multinationals, and the wealthiest evade taxes. As a working class Canadian, try dodging taxes and see how that works out. Not only have the ultra-wealthy rigged the system completely for them, but we are all paying the price. Tax dodging deprives Canadians of our public services like healthcare, and this government is doing nothing to stop it. Instead of going after the big bucks, Liberals continue to go after the little guys. When is this government going to find some courage and stop tax evasion in Canada?
Minister Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague is comparing apples and oranges. The reality is that we reinvested in CRA. We've made sure to counter tax invasion by investing more than $500 million to counter tax evasion. And also, at the same time, we've been reinvesting in the public service to make sure that Canadians have access to really good public service and good services in terms of programs and support all across the country. We can do both, and that's exactly what our government is doing. Thank you.
Order. The honourable member for Essex.
New Democrats are calling on this Liberal government not to sign the USMCA until steel and aluminum tariffs on Canadian workers are removed. This is about jobs. This is about Canadians' livelihoods. This is about keeping Canadian shops open. Trump's unjustified tariffs are having a devastating impact on Canadian workers and their families. No wonder Mexico announced that it wouldn't sign the deal until the tariffs on their workers are gone. Will this government do the right thing and not sign this deal until steel and aluminum tariffs are removed?
Honourable Minister of Transport.
I have to say I'm surprised again. Once again, I have to remind my colleague from the other side that the leader of the NDP was at a reception celebrating the fact that Canada had arrived at a deal on USMCA. In fact, their Quebec lieutenant, the member from Rosemont-la-Patrie,
actually said this was the best deal possible. He said this at an occasion that was multi-partisan and very, very clearly indicated that the NDP is quite pleased with the deal that we arrived at in this government.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan-Similkameen Nicolet.
Mr. Speaker, last week the Prime Minister went to extraordinary lengths to defend the Liberals' plan to engage in the unauthorized surveillance of Canadians' personal banking information. We also learned that they have already seized 15 years of private information from a credit rating bureau of potentially millions of Canadians. They did all of this without the knowledge or consent of any impacted Canadians. Will the government delete all the information they've already secretly collected and end their plans to collect even more information, Mr. Speaker?
Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, we've been very clear about our concerns around privacy and data protection. That is why our government introduced new regulations when it comes to PIPEDA to further strengthen privacy. That's why we're actually engaged with Canadians around further data protection. With respects to personal information and the request made under this pilot project, it is clear that all this personal information will be removed, Mr. Speaker. Under Section 17(1) of the Statistics Act, the government cannot compel StatsCan, the opposition can't, the courts can't, the national security agencies can't. Bottom line is the privacy of Canadians has been and will always be protected.
I thank the member for his patience. I'd ask all members to be patient and listen when someone else has the floor. Remember, we each get our turn eventually. The honourable member for Central Okanagan-Similkameen Nicolet.
Mr. Speaker, the government on Friday claimed that this pilot project also was still in design, but they actually were secretly getting the accounts of potentially millions of Canadians from a credit bureau. Now, Mr. Speaker, specifically, Conservatives have sponsored a petition calling for the end of this program that in just a few days has already received 14,000 signatures. Now, Canadians care about their privacy, even if this government doesn't. The chief statistician says they can't ask for consent because most Canadians will refuse to give it. Is it seriously the position of the government they can't get consent from Canadians to collect this data? They'll just do it secretly behind their backs.
Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, we already had this debate in 2015 when the members opposite said when it came to the long-form census, we want to make it voluntary. You know what that resulted in? 1,128 communities did not receive good quality, reliable data. That impacted communities and businesses and Canadians right across this country. We're willing to have this debate, Mr. Speaker. StatsCan has been very clear they'll continue to protect the privacy of Canadians, protect data, Mr. Speaker. The members opposite just don't trust good quality, reliable data.
The honourable member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, I don't think the Liberals understand the seriousness of the situation they themselves created. Honest Canadians don't want the Liberal government delving into their bank accounts. It's simple. And the Liberal government doesn't want to understand that. This is a direct attack on their dignity, their privacy, and the Liberal Party, the Liberal government, has no business putting its nose into people's bank accounts. Why is the government so bent on going in this direction? The Honourable Minister.
Pretty, ordinary behavior from the members opposite, because this is Stephen Harper's party. This is about fear-mongering. This is about going over the top with their rhetoric. This is about scare tactics, Mr. Speaker. What they fail to disclose to Canadians is that any information that Statistics Canada collects, personal information is first of all removed. Secondly, Statistics Canada is being very clear. They never ever disclose that information to anyone. And with regards to this pilot project, they've engaged the Privacy Commissioner and they'll address any issues Statistics Canada will around privacy and data protection.
The honourable member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Well, Mr. Speaker, what we're seeing here is that Liberal government is wanting to snoop into people's bank accounts, and that runs counter to our democracy. On the contrary, the government says that it's a pilot project. Pilot or not, it makes no sense. A pilot project is something that they want to say, but Canadians want nothing to do with this. On the weekend, that's what they told me. The Chamber of Commerce on the weekend said that it could have a detrimental effect on trade with Europe. Why is the government so intent on going in this direction? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians understand the importance of privacy. They understand the importance of data protection. They also understand the importance of good quality, reliable data. This data that is under process under the pilot project, for example, can help the Bank of Canada so they can look at how to make monetary decisions around interest rate policy. This helps around consumer price index to make sure that individuals get the appropriate benefits under OAS and CPP. This is about evidence-based decision-making. The members opposite have a problem against Statistics Canada, and they have a problem against good quality, reliable data.
Honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Canadians do take their privacy very seriously, which is why they don't want this government stealing their financial information without their consent. This government has there is documentation, 800 pages worth, of this government violating the privacy of hundreds of thousands of Canadians just in the last 19 months alone. So now what the government is saying, if Canadians won't willingly give their private financial data, they'll just take it by force and without their consent. Why don't they put an end to that today? Stop this unauthorized surveillance of Canadians' personal private data.
The Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, not one single breach where any information is actually on the servers. The members opposite, again, are over the top with their rhetoric. They're over the top when it comes to fear-mongering and misleading Canadians because they fundamentally don't believe in good quality, reliable data. They had this debate with the mandatory long-form census. We won that debate because Canadians understand the importance of reliable data to help communities, to help Canadians, to help businesses, Mr. Speaker. We're willing to have this debate, and I can tell you right now, when it comes to privacy and data protection, Canadians respect StatsCan.
Order, there's far too much noise here. The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, Mr. Speaker, last week the government said that Canadians trusted them with this data and that we in the official opposition should just get on board with this program for the government to harvest the financial data of Canadians. No, Mr. Speaker, we won't do that. We're standing up for Canadians who have not given their consent for this government to go snooping around their private financial transactions, their credit transactions, their debit transactions, their mortgage payments. All of it's on the table. Why doesn't the Prime Minister put an end to this invasion of privacy and unauthorized government surveillance and do it today?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, all personal information will be removed. The members opposite know that. The members opposite also know that there's been no breaches when it comes to Statistics Canada's server. The problem is, Mr. Speaker, the members opposite just don't trust StatsCan. They don't like good quality, reliable data. They don't want Canadians to see a government make decisions based on evidence. They have a fundamental problem against data, against the facts, against science. We've had this debate before, and we continue to have this debate, and we look forward to the debate come the next election.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for
Allard.
Order.
Remind members that most members are able to sit through question period and hear things they don't like without reacting. May be hard, but most are adult and can do it. Most in all parties are able to do it, and I'm sure the rest can as well. Honorable député de Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, since 2016, there's some $372 million promised to our veterans that went unspent. Our veterans deserve good quality services. There aren't hundreds of ways of improving services. They need to invest the money as promised. Under our motion today, the government would automatically carry over all unused funds to the following year, which would solve the problem, the funding problem facing Veterans Affairs. Will the Liberals make the right decision, set partisanship aside, and support our motion?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to stand on behalf of the government and talk about the support that our government is giving to veterans. Anytime when it comes to motions for our veterans, we will support it, Mr. Speaker. We've listened to our veterans, Mr. Speaker. That's why we delivered the pension for life, reopened the 9 offices previously closed by the Harper Conservatives, hired over 470 staff as well, put forward a joint suicide prevention strategy, created the Veterans Emergency Fund, Mr. Speaker, and the list goes on, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to our veterans, Mr. Speaker, we will support them. Thank you.
Honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, while backlogs for processing veterans' applications for disability, earnings loss benefits, and every other program are growing, the Liberals have left $372 million unspent at Veterans Affairs. This government is failing our veterans, meeting just 12 of its 24 self-identified service standards, and have not hired the caseworkers they promised. First, Conservatives left over $1 billion unspent. Now the Liberals have followed suit. Canadians know veterans deserve better. Will the government support our motion and make use of this lapse spending so veterans get the services they need?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, as I stated, when it comes to any motions supporting our veterans, our government will be supporting that motion. The benefits are demand-driven, so whether 10 or 10,000 eligible veterans come forward, they receive benefits. These are based on estimates, and this process guarantees that whether a veteran comes forward this year or the following year, we will always have the resources available for veterans. When we took office, we immediately increased financial support, putting more money in the veterans' pockets, increasing mental health support, and delivering on the promise that we made to veterans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Carleton.
The government admits that when its carbon tax reaches $50 a tonne, the cost to the average family will be around $300. Now, even if you believe those bogus numbers, they don't take into account a document released just last week wherein the government admits that after the next election, it will consider raising the carbon tax even further. If that's the case, they should be honest about it now. Can they guarantee, yes or no, whether the tax will go higher than the government has currently admitted? Yes or no?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased the honourable member opposite contemplates that the Liberals will still be in power after the next election. The fact is we've been transparent from the beginning about our plan to protect the environment and grow the economy. Our national climate plan has been posted on our website since the day it was negotiated. Part of that plan, and I'm proud to stand by it, is to put a price on pollution that will max it at $50 a tonne by 2022. We will conduct a review of the policy at that time. Mr. Speaker, if the honourable member is so concerned with transparency, I'd suggest he looks inward and asks the honourable leader of the opposition why he deleted his plan from his leader's website in May of 2017.
Honourable member for Carleton.
So there you have it. There will be a review of the price in 2022 after the election is over. So Canadians would have to wake up to that nightmare after having voted to choose the next government. You know, this government already broke its promises on the deficit, already broke promises on taxes for the middle class. Now they're setting up for yet another broken promise with a carbon tax on gas, home heating, and other essentials that will be much higher than the government admits. Will it rule out that the tax will be higher than they now admit? Yes or no?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, it's interesting now that the Conservative Party of Canada seems opposed to reviewing policies periodically because they seem to prefer basing their decisions on ideology rather than facts, science, or evidence. Mr. Speaker, we campaign on a commitment to protect our environment and grow the economy at the same time. I'm proud that we've implemented a price on pollution that's going to leave middle-class families better off. And if there is a nightmare here, Mr. Speaker, it's going to be during the next campaign when the Conservatives are trying to take money from their constituents so they can make pollution free again.
Honourable member for Carleton.
Well, pollution under the Liberal plan is absolutely free for any large industrial polluter that emits more than 50,000 tons of greenhouse gases. But it's not free for a grandmother trying to heat her home in minus 30-degree weather. It's not free for a middle-class single mom taking her child to soccer. It's not free for a small business. They all deserve to know, will the tax go even higher after the next election if by some God-forsaken outcome this party wins that election?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, just because the honourable member opposite has the ability to repeat a falsehood does not make it true. The fact is we put a price on pollution, including a price for big emitters. There's a standard set in different industries, and if the big emitters exceed that standard, then they pay a price on pollution. Mr. Speaker, Stephen Harper's former Director of Policy has indicated that families can expect to be better off. Doug Ford's Chief Budget Advisor has advocated on behalf of putting a price on pollution. Even Stephen Harper back in 2008 suggested that the plan going forward should involve involve an effective price of $65 a ton. The fact is, families will be left better off under our plan, Mr. Speaker, and it's disappointing.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member is suggesting that his own government documents are false. They indicate that not only will large industrial emitters get up to a 90% exemption on the carbon tax, but even if they exceed that 90%, they can use something called surplus credits or eligible offset credits to avoid paying any tax whatsoever. So yes, pollution will be free for the large polluters, but how much will the average Canadian family have to pay?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member's repetition does not make the falsehood true, nor does his use of air quotes in this circumstance, Mr. Speaker. The fact is, we campaign on a commitment to protect our environment and grow the economy at the same time. Part of our plan to protect the environment includes putting a price on pollution. This is going to leave middle-class families better off, Mr. Speaker. If you don't believe me, you can look to Stephen Harper's former Director of Policy. You can look to Doug Ford's Chief Budget Advisor. You can look to the Nobel Prize winner in economics from this year. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, we're moving forward with a plan that will protect our environment, leave families better off, and I'm disappointed that the Conservatives want to take money from their constituents to make pollution.
The
honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to medical aid in dying, the government has shown a lack of sensitivity and has set up an overly restrictive law. Denise Bégin, one of my constituents who has a serious degenerative illness, is asking for medical aid in dying. But her request has been turned down because her death is not immediately foreseeable. The government should not be making this choice instead of the people themselves. Will the government respect these people's wishes as well as the Supreme Court ruling?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to answer the question. Medical assistance in dying is an incredibly complex, sensitive, and deeply personal issue. Our government put forward legislation that we're proud forms the national framework around medical assistance in dying, which draws the correct balance between balancing the autonomy of individuals and protecting vulnerable people. We are continuing to have a discussion around medical assistance in dying. We have according to the legislation, commissioned 3 reviews on highly complex issues that will be coming back in December, and look forward to having further conversations about it.
The member for Victoria.
In 2016, Bob Hergott had to sign his request for medical assistance in dying in a bus shelter. Then in 2017, Doreen Nowicki was forced to receive her assessment for ending her life on the sidewalk. Edmonton's Covenant Health hospitals, where these patients were treated, have banned these activities on their properties. Mr. Speaker, enough is enough. Will the Liberals actually defend their legislation, show some leadership, and ensure that the constitutional rights of terminally ill patients are upheld across Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, medical assistance in dying is a deeply complex, sensitive, and a deeply personal matter for individuals that are seeking to access medical assistance in dying. Our government introduced Bill C-14 in response to the Supreme Court of Canada decision in Jordan. We are confident that our legislation strikes the right balance between protecting vulnerable people and respecting the personal autonomy of individuals, as well as recognizing the conscience right of healthcare practitioners. We will continue to have a conversation around medical assistance in dying. We have commissioned 3 reviews according to the legislation that look at complex issues.
The honourable member for Nova West.
Mr. Speaker, a month ago in Halifax was the naming ceremony of Canada's first Arctic and offshore patrol ship, the first naval ship built in Canada in 20 years, and our government delivered it. As part of Strong, Secure, Engage, Canada's defence policy, we committed to building at least 5 Arctic and offshore patrol ships to bolster the Royal Canadian Navy's capabilities. Shipbuilding is an important part of our local economy. Can the Minister of National Defence explain how our government is continuing to create significant opportunities for Nova Scotians while ensuring our Navy has the tools they need? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member from West Nova for his tremendous and tireless work. Mr. Speaker, as promised, our government is strengthening the capability of the Royal Canadian Navy. And last week, I was proud to announce that we will move ahead with the acquisition of a 6th Arctic and offshore patrol ship. This will create good middle-class jobs for workers in Halifax and across Nova Scotia. And this is a great day for Halifax, Mr. Speaker, and a great day for the Royal Canadian Navy. Thank you.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, instead of ending drug smuggling in prisons, the Prime Minister has chosen to set up a needle exchange program for prisoners, another harebrained initiative that threatens the safety of both inmates and prison guards. The union is appalled by this decision and is calling on the government to change course immediately. Yet again, the Prime Minister is showing his sympathy for criminals while dismissing the concerns of law-abiding citizens. Will the Prime Minister admit that his plan puts prison guards in danger?
Mr. Public Safety.
No, in fact, Mr. Speaker, for quite some time now, in the correctional system, the Correctional Service of Canada has properly managed the use of EpiPens, for example, and insulin syringes. So there's well-established procedure for dealing with these circumstances in a safe way to prevent the spread of disease and to save lives, Mr. Speaker. Public safety is what this is all about.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. That has nothing to do with it, Mr. Speaker. Handing out syringes to people in prisons doesn't make any sense. Now, the Immigration and Refugee Board is sounding the alarm, warning that new asylum seekers may have to wait up to 2 years to find out if they can stay in Canada or not. 60,000 new applications are expected this year. The Liberals have set aside $74 million to deal with the backlog, and the provinces are asking for another $400 million in compensation. All this waste because of the Prime Minister and his reckless propaganda at taxpayers' expense. Will the Prime Minister admit that he's made a huge mess of our immigration system?
Minister of Border Security.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Let me be very, very clear that after years of chronic underfunding and understaffing, we have been restoring the capacity of the IRB to deal with those who have come to our country seeking asylum. And Mr. Speaker, I think it's also a good opportunity to remind all Canadians who these people are. Their families with children, almost half of whom are children. They're thoroughly vetted to ensure that they represent no risk to public safety or national security by the RCMP, and I want to assure the member opposite he has nothing to be afraid of.
The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Last week on CBC, the Minister of Immigration said that his Ontario counterpart's claims that 40% of Toronto's homeless shelter occupants were refugees and asylum seekers were, quote, not based on facts. Well, the CBC fact-checked the minister and found that Minister McLeod's claims are, in fact, valid. Wow. Was the minister intentionally misleading Canadians, or does he not know the basic facts of his file? In either scenario, why should Canadians trust him to fix his illegal border crossing mess?
Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Speaker, I was on television to talk about our immigration levels that Canadians have been asking us to increase in order to meet our our employee shortages as well as skills shortages around the country. And we've responded with an ambitious and a well-measured immigration plan. We've done that after listening to Canadians. We've held hundreds of town halls across the country, something that the party opposite has not done. In fact, the member opposite has just come around to the understanding that it's important to talk to Canadians about immigration for 3 years. After blocking people on Twitter, that's the only way Canadians can actually get a hold of her.
The honourable member order for Calgary-Nose Hill.
It's a lot of angry, Mr. Speaker. Real angry. The reality, Mr. Speaker, is that Canadian taxpayers are on the hook for hundreds of millions of dollars for the Prime Minister's #Welcome to Canada illegal border crossing program.
That's right.
Instead of trying to fix the problem, the Prime Minister is allowing his cabinet to attempt to bully anyone who questions whether we should pay for those thousands of people who are illegally entering Canada. Will the minister apologize for his bullying attempt to Minister McLeod?
Honourable Minister of Border Security.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the member opposite that we have been working very carefully with the province of Ontario, the province of Quebec, the city of Toronto. I have met and had a number of conversations with the minister and mayors responsible. We are working hard to ensure that Canadian law is upheld and that we uphold our responsibilities to anyone who seeks the protection of the country and to treat them in an appropriate way according to our laws. Mr. Speaker, we are achieving significant success in reducing the number of people that have presented themselves.
Order. The honourable member for Abbotsford seems to think he doesn't need to have the floor to speak in the House, and I'd ask him to remember that he does, because he wouldn't want to not have it.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masconanger. Mr. Speaker, nearly 3 years ago, my colleague for Winder West asked the minister to ensure that all Canadian jobs be protected when Lowe's bought Rona. You can imagine their shock when employees were told their store would close and that in January, none of them would have jobs. 9 stores are closing in Quebec and 31 across the country. The company says that American workers will be given new jobs, but they haven't given the same assurance to their Canadian employees. Mr. Speaker, given that these jobs are in danger, what will the minister do to protect our workers?
Non, je voudrais remercier ma collègue pour sa question. Nos pensées vont aux travailleurs, aux familles et aux communautés touchées par ces fermetures de magasins.
We will protect all members who were affected by these closures. This transaction was examined to ensure that it would have a positive effect economically for Canada. We will continue to work with these workers.
Mr. West.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Lowe's has announced it will be closing 31 stores across Canada, firing thousands of workers. The government was warned this foreign takeover would reduce competition and close stores. The pattern was clear. Best Buy took over Future Shop, workers fired. Target took over Zellers, workers fired. And then Lowe's came after Rona, workers fired. And who greenlighted all this? This minister. Yep. Instead of plywood on shelves, now it's being used to place on the windows and the doors of the stores. Yep. Can the minister explain why in the U.S. no one will lose their job from Lowe's closures, whereas the deal he cut for Canada has thousands of workers fired? Why is he the only one left with a job?
Yeah.
The Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, again, I understand the concern raised by the member opposite, and of course our hearts go out to the workers, their families, and the community impacted by these store closures. We were always concerned, and we always remain concerned when we hear about job losses. And the member is correct. Under the Investment Canada Act, we actually did a thorough investigation and looked into the matter, and we also consulted the Quebec government as well. We were able to secure the headquarters in Boucherville and all the associated senior management positions, and will continue to monitor the situation on an ongoing basis. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are still trying to cover up an embarrassing situation. Maybe that's why the government has dumped some 135,000 documents on the courts. Those who are defending Vice Admiral Norbin are still not sure if the government is really willing to cooperate. So my question is very simple. Will the government commit to providing all of the documents necessary if the judge so orders?
Public safety.
There is obviously an outstanding legal proceeding before the courts right now. The matter of the disclosure of documents is a matter that the judge is seized of in that case. The various parties to the court proceeding will make their legal arguments, and the judge will decide with respect to issues such as privilege and confidence. It's in the hands of the courts, and that's where it should be determined.
The Honourable Member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, the government for over a month was pleading with us to stop asking questions about the Mark Norman trial. Then suddenly something amazing on Friday happened. They finally turned the confidential documents over to the court, Mr. Speaker. I guess better is possible, Mr. Speaker. Will the government confirm today that they will waive all cabinet confidences over documents that the judge deems relevant so that Admiral Mark Norman can receive a fair trial?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, we have been saying for over a month that both sides in this legal proceeding, the prosecution and the defence, have competent, independent counsel. In the case of the prosecution, it's the Public Prosecution Service of Canada. The defence obviously has very capable counsel. They will take the proceedings that they believe are relevant. The matter is in the hands of the judge in the case, and the judge will decide. That's how our court system works, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, now that the government has been forced to hand over the documents in the Admiral Norman legal matter, the questions of several conflict of interests surrounding Liberal ministers and members of Parliament remain, Mr. Speaker. So to be transparent, will the government release all 73 names that their own investigation revealed were aware of cabinet secrets regarding the Davie shipbuilding decision?
Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, as we've said from the very outset in this matter, this case is before the courts. We have an independent judicial system. It is up to representatives for the Crown and representatives for the defence to make their respective arguments in court, and the courts will determine the right way to proceed going forward. I would hazard to guess that the courts in this country don't need the assistance of the official opposition.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, under the Conservative government, nothing was done to support our artists, to modernize our laws and culture. After this decade of indifference for our artists and creators, our government is taking action. Last week, our government announced reforms aimed at modernizing the Copyright Act. Grâce au changement à la Commission.
Thanks to the changes to the Copyright Act, artists will be paid more quickly and fairly for their work. Can the Minister of Canadian Heritage and Multiculturalism please tell us what this reform means for our artists and creators? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Edmonton Centre for his excellent question. Excellent. The Copyright Board plays an important role. It allows artists, creators to be fairly compensated for their work, but it took years to approve royalties and render decision. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because the Conservatives did nothing to modernize the board. So, we took action.
These measures will help simplify the decision-making process, reduce delays, and we will continue to work with our artists to ensure that they are paid on time and fairly.
For Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, Asia Bibi spent 8 years in solitary confinement in Pakistan in the world's most high-profile blasphemy case. We are excited about her acquittal, but she and her family remain in grave danger. Ministerial permits have been used in the past to help vulnerable victims of false blasphemy charges in Pakistan, such as in the case of Rimsha Masi under the previous government. So will the minister continue this proud Canadian tradition and offer asylum to Asia Bibi and her family?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Canada-U.S. Relations.
Mr. Speaker, the right of freedom of religion or belief must and shall be protected. We're very relieved that the Supreme Court of Pakistan is clear in Asia Bibi of charges of blasphemy, and we urge the government of Pakistan to take all necessary steps to ensure the safety of Asia Bibi and her family. We continue to urge the government and people of Pakistan to reform the application of the blasphemy laws to prevent the targeting of religious minorities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Esquimalt Saanich Sooke.
Mr. Speaker, Tanzania has announced a government task force which tomorrow will begin hunting down and arresting people who are lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and intersex, with penalties ranging from 30 years to life in prison. The public has been asked to report gay people using a government snitch line. Hundreds have already been forced into hiding. Amnesty International and others have condemned this hate campaign, and even the United States has issued a travel warning for Americans in Tanzania. Canada has done nothing. Will the government speak out against this incitement to hatred, persecution, and violence?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of International Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government believes that the human rights of all persons to be universal and indivisible, and these include the human rights of LGBTQ persons. We will continue to champion respect for diversity and human rights, including the rights of LGBTQ persons, with fellow members of the international community, including with Tanzania. We will continue to work with the countries to ensure the rights of all individuals are respected and protected. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Avignon-La Métis, Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, our government provides the Navy and the Coast Guard with the ships that they need to serve Canadians, while generating good middle-class jobs and significant economic spin-offs for Quebec and all of Canada. As part of the National Shipbuilding Strategy, we've already awarded over $1 billion in contracts to Quebec companies. In this way, we're supporting hundreds of workers and local economies. Can the Minister of Public Services and Procurement tell the House what our government is doing for Quebecers and Canadians as part of the National Shipbuilding Strategy? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for his question. We have awarded 17% of national shipbuilding strategy contracts to Quebec companies. Last summer, we awarded a $610 million contract to the Davie Shipyard for icebreakers. Last week, we awarded part of a $7 billion maintenance contract to Davie for the maintenance of 12 Halifax-class frigates. So we are continuing to create good jobs for Quebec.
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, I would have a lot to say about the government's approach to religious freedom and human rights. My question was about the issue of asylum for Asia Bibi and her family. Time is of the essence. The family has specifically asked the Prime Minister of Canada to intervene. Shabazz Bhatti and Salman Taseer were killed because of their advocacy on this case. Over 150 violent demonstrators have been arrested over the last few days, most of whom were specifically called for Asia to be killed. So again, my question for the Minister of Immigration, will the government offer asylum to Asia Bibi and her family?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Canada U.S. Relations.
Mr. Speaker, with like-minded friends and allies, there are discreet and delicate discussions underway, and I will not say anything further at this time.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher des Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, when Rona was bought out by the U.S. giant Lowe's, the government had the power to set the terms of the transaction. They could have set conditions, for example, protecting jobs in stores. We asked the government to do so, but they did nothing. The result? Well, today we've learned that 9 Rona stores are going to close in Quebec. There are 40 Liberal MPs from Quebec who did nothing to protect our workers. How can they justify their inaction to the people who are losing their jobs? The Honourable Minister for Innovation. Mr. Speaker, our thoughts are with the workers, families, and communities affected by these store closures. We are always concerned when we learn of any job losses. This transaction was examined to ensure that it would have an overall positive economic impact for Canada. Consultations were also held with the province of Quebec. These conditions need to be respected, and we are working to ensure that they will be. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Quebec TV series are adapted all around the world. Our filmmakers are no strangers to the Cannes Film Festival or Hollywood Boulevard in Oscar season. But don't bother looking for us on Netflix, Mr. Speaker. In the $500 million agreement signed a year ago, not a single cent went to producing original French-language content. Netflix's contribution to our culture is nil. When will the government force these web giants to do their fair share and force them to charge taxes so that we can invest that money in our culture? The Honourable Minister of Heritage. Mr. Speaker, the government is here for our artists. We've made significant investments in the Canada Media Fund and our culture. And of course, we know that our laws are 20 years old and we need to update them for the digital age, so we've created a committee to meet that end. We are going to make laws based on certain principles, including that everyone participating in the system has to contribute to the system. Nobody gets a free pass.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development. This is a follow-up to my question last week. I don't believe that the Minister grasps the severity of Nunavut's housing shortage. Yes, $240 million has been allocated. It sounds like a lot, but it's over 10 years. That's 48 new houses per year for the entire territory, less than 2 per community. This is a crisis. Overcrowding is contributing to our high rates of youth suicide and tuberculosis. No Canadian should live like this. So I ask again, will the Minister take immediate action to work with the government in Nunavut to solve this crisis? Thank you, Mr.
The Honourable Minister of Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased, but sad to address this question. Indeed, we are in a crisis in many parts of Canada, and that's because the federal government failed over many years to acknowledge its responsibility to look after the housing needs of many communities across Canada, failed to address the particular housing needs and conditions in northern Canada, failed to work appropriately and respectfully with Indigenous peoples, including the Inuit. And I'm glad to say that this is changing. This is going to keep changing over the next 10 years through the first ever national housing strategy.
Bravo. Tabling of documents.
I would ask the honourable members to continue their conversations outside the chamber.
Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 4 petitions.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The honourable member for Sackville, Preston Cheswick. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. My volume wasn't working on my headset. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the standing order, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages 3 reports from the Canadian branch of the Assemblée parlementaire de la francophonie. The first has to do with our participation in the delegation on the Africa mission of the Young Parliamentarians program. And this was held in Senegal, Madagascar from March 5th to 10th. This was the last one held before the Parliamentary Games in Quebec in 2018. The second has to do with our participation in the meeting of the Political Committee of the Assemblée parlementaire de la francophonie, held in Yerevan, Armenia, March 19th to 21st, 2018. And the other was at the meeting of the Parliamentary Affairs Committee of the Assemblée parlementaire de la francophonie to promote human rights, the human rights of the LGBTQ community. And there was the participation in the Canadian parliamentary delegation respecting the participation of the meeting of this group March 21st to 23rd, 2018. And Canada will be assuming the chairmanship of the APF and will be dealing with multilateral programs involving Francophone partners. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
A member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 1073, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 9th report of the Liaison Committee entitled Committee Activities and Expenditures, April 1st, 2018 to August 31st, 2018. This report highlights the work and accomplishment of each committee, as well as detailing the budgets that fund the activities approved by committee members. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's been discussion among the parties, and you will find that there is consent for the following motion. That at the end of debate today, all questions necessary to dispose of the motion will be deemed to have been made, and a vote will be deemed having been asked and deferred until Tuesday, November 6th, at the end of the period provided for oral questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House? Agreed. The House has heard the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Adopted.
Présentation de pétition, presenting petitions. The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to table one of many petitions regarding Canadians with vision loss. It's expected that this will be a problem and will double in the next 20 years. The petitioners indicate that the emerging crisis in eye health and vision care affects all segments of the Canadian population, especially the vulnerable population. Just 1% of the total expenditures on vision loss is invested in post-vision loss rehabilitation therapy. They are asking the government to commit to acknowledging eye health and vision care as a growing public health issue and respond to it, particularly with Canada's vulnerable population, through the development of a national framework for action to promote eye health and vision care. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Oh, and I just want to indicate, that these petitioners are from Ontario, BC, Nova Scotia, and Saskatchewan.
Honour, we wouldn't want to leave out Nova Scotia. The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present a petition signed by Canadians from several ridings, including Oakville, St. Catharines, and Niagara Centre. They call on the House of Commons to respect the rights of law-abiding firearms owners and reject the Prime Minister's plan to waste taxpayers' money studying a ban on guns that are already banned.
Honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to table a petition to the House of Commons where the petitioners call on the Government of Canada to immediately transition the open net salmon farm industry to safe land-based closed technology. They say Canada needs to invest in safe, sustainable industry that protects Pacific wild salmon, maintains employment, develops new technologies, jobs, and export opportunities. And the petitioners are from Sooke and Victoria. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Kildonan, St. Paul.
From Kildonan, St. Paul, and other ridings nearby in relation to infrastructure, whereas the severe congestion on arterial roads in the riding of Kildonan, St. Paul is negatively impacting quality of life, the residents and users, especially on the north perimeter. The petitioners are calling on Canada to immediately make the extension linking Chief Peguis Trail west of Main Street to Brookside Boulevard an immediate priority. My second petition, Mr. Speaker, is in relation to the Canada Health Act, and the petitioners are from Kildonan, St. Paul, and they wish to bring to the attention of the House of Commons that to actually amend the Canada Health Act by adding prescription medicines prescribed by licensed practitioner to the definition of covered services, and develop a universal, evidence-based, sustainable public drug plan that contains purchasing power to secure the best available pricing, a list of essential medicines addressing priority health,
and to promote the health and well-being of all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise and present this petition of signatures from across the Greater Toronto Area in support of Bill C-350 in this House, urging Parliament to move quickly and amend the Criminal Code, and that prohibits Canadians from traveling abroad to acquire human organs removed without consent or as a result of a financial transaction, to render admissible to Canada any and all permanent residents or foreign nationals who have participated in this abhorrent trade in human organs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Yorkton Melville.
First, I have two different petitions. The first is a set of 3 with 809 signatures from individuals who are very concerned and supportive of cottage owners and homeowners located at Crooked Lake, Saskatchewan, on land that is leased from the Government of Canada. They're concerned because these cottage and home owners have been issued a 650 to 700% lease increase being imposed on them for the years 2015 to 2019. This increase, they say, was imposed without the jointly agreed to negotiations between the Government of Canada and the leaseholders, and also included a threat of lease cancellation being imposed. So the undersigned are calling on the Government of Canada to negotiate a fair lease agreement with all Crooked Lake cottage owners and homeowners who lease land from the Government of Canada.
Sorry.
Sorry, no problem. Mr. Speaker, these residents, business owners and cottage owners of Round Lake, Saskatchewan, and others concerned about the body of water known as Round Lake, Saskatchewan, wish to draw attention to the extreme low water level of the lake due to uncontrolled outflow of water. It's affecting businesses, the environment, families, and the future of the lake. Being that the uncontrolled outflow of water on Round Lake is the result of a disagreement between the Government of Canada and the First Nations of Achapuas and Piapat, and being that control structures and compensation agreements were reached a long time ago with First Nations and the government upstream from the Qu'Appelle Valley, and being that the Round Lake issues have been unresolved since 2008, they call upon the Minister to use her authority to re-establish communications with the Achapuas and Piapat First Nations to work out a resolution on this matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member from Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I tabled today petitions because residents of Nanaimo Ladysmith are so concerned about impact to the environment and the risk of oil spills and marine traffic to the Salish Sea and the jobs reliant on them. They oppose anchorage establishment in the waters off our shores. There already are a lot of anchorages in the Salish Sea. Petitioners point out that while export bulk commodities out of Port Metro Vancouver have increased 40% over the last decade, anchorage use over the same time is up a startling 400% increase. 60% of bulk carriers stay 10 days or longer, while container ships spend virtually no time at all at anchor. So they urge the government to look at supply improvements and technical fixes that would prevent this overuse of anchorages in the Salish Sea, and we commend petitioners from Vancouver and Gabriola Island to this House.
For Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Mr. Speaker, I am honoured to rise today to table two petitions. The first being a petition calling on the government to protect ocean war graves. These petitioners add their names to the many citizens urging the Liberal government to recognize the brave Canadians who lost their lives defending our country at sea, yet have no gravestone on land where relatives or friends could visit and honour their memory. It is a great privilege to present the signatories' request for the government to secure and protect the location of downed ships in our waters or international waters, and that it designate land monuments to commemorate the sacrifices of our fellow Canadians who have been lost at sea. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, it is a great privilege to rise today to table this e-petition urging the government to protect ocean war graves. With this e-petition, hundreds of Canadians join their fellow citizens in calling on the Liberal government to recognize the brave Canadians who lost their lives defending our country at sea, yet whose remains currently have no protections under Canadian law. I am honoured to present present these petitioners' request that the government provide immediate protection for Canada's ocean war graves and that it enact legislation to ensure that the punishment for desecration is in line with that for land-based war graves. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to table 3 petitions today. The first deals with the Liberals' Canada Summer Job Values Test attestation and calls on the Prime Minister to defend the freedom of conscience, thought and belief and withdraw the attestation for applications for the Canada Summer Jobs Program in this coming year. The petitioners also cite Section 2 of the Charter and its guarantees around freedom of conscience. The second petition that I'd like to table deals with the suffering of a minority community, the Sikhs and Hindus in Afghanistan, and calls on the Government of Canada to do what it can to support these vulnerable minorities, both in the area of advocacy in terms of foreign affairs, and also the Minister of Immigration using powers that are granted to him to ensure that people can make an application from Afghanistan to come here for asylum if they face this kind of persecution. And finally, the third petition I'd like to table is in support of Bill S-240. This is a bill that I'm sponsoring in this place that has come to us recently from the Senate. It seeks to make it a criminal offense for someone to go abroad to receive an organ for which there has not been consent. It also deals with inadmissibility to Canada for those who have been involved in the traffic of illicit organs. Petitioners note that trafficking in human organs without consent, there is currently no legal prohibition against that in Canada. It's a terrible practice that we must do what we can to put an end to. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to table a petition signed by many residents of Ontario regarding the forced harvesting of organs internationally. The petitioners call on Parliament to pass both Bill C-350 and Bill S-240. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Speaker, I rise to present a petition in this House that comes from residents primarily of Pictou County in Nova Scotia. They're hoping that this House can take action because there is a plan to have a new pipe into the Gulf of St. Lawrence to discharge 70 to 90 million litres of bleached kraft pulp effluent every single day into the Gulf of St. Lawrence. This, of course, could have profound impacts on a fishing industry as well as tourism for Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island, New Brunswick, Newfoundland, and Quebec. The petitioners call on the House to call upon the government to conduct a full environmental assessment under the Canadian Environmental Assessment Agency regarding this pipeline of pollution into the Gulf. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to table this position from many residents in the province of Ontario related to Bill S-240 that's in the Senate, and it urges the Parliament of Canada to move quickly on the proposed legislation so to amend the Criminal Code and the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act to prohibit Canadians from traveling abroad to acquire human organs removed without consent or as a result of financial transactions, and to render inadmissible to Canada any and all permanent residents or foreign nationals who have participated in this abhorrent trade in human organs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. Question 1881, Q1885 to Q1887, Q1889, Q1904, Q1908, Q1913, Q1914, Q917, Q1919, Q1921, and Q1925. And then furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if I could, if revised responses to questions number question 1532, originally tabled on April the 16th, 2018, and to question 1680, originally tabled on June 8, 2018, and if the government's response to questions numbers question 1882 to question 1884, Q1888, Q1890, to Q1903, Q1905, to Q1907, Q1909, to Q1912, Q1915, Q1916, Q1918, Q1920, Q1922, Q1923, Q1924, Q1926, and Q1927 could be made orders for return. These returns would be tabled immediately.
That's a good idea.
Pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately. Agreed. And so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions then be allowed to stand, please.
Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply, resuming consideration of an opposition motion concerning service standards for Canadian veterans. Standing in the name of Mr. Johns.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader is rising on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. This is in response to a question of privilege that was raised the other day. I would like to respond to the question of privilege raised by the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby on October the 31st, 2018, with respect to his concerns that there would not be enough time to scrutinize Bill C-86, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February the 27th, 2018, and other measures. The bill was introduced on October the 29th, 2018, and debated in the House on Thursday and Friday last week. It was scheduled for debate last Wednesday as well, but the opposition preferred to debate points of orders and questions of privilege. We expect more debate at second reading, and I understand that the Finance Committee has a plan for considering the bill. As members well know, once the committee has completed its work, there will be a further opportunity to consider the bill at the report stage and third reading. The members should not prejudge the legislative process. I would also note that my honourable colleague was able to speak to the bill at second reading, and I'm sorry to note that the majority of his intervention centred on his belief that there would not be enough time to scrutinize the bill. If the member has these concerns, he should have used his speaking slot more judicially and could have highlighted his policy concerns with the bill rather than prejudge the process for the considering of the bill. My honourable colleague, in his statement, alleges that his ability to perform his duties as Member of Parliament are inhibited by the size of Bill C-86. I would argue, Mr. Speaker, that the matter before us today is not a question of privilege, but rather a matter of debate. First of all, I would like to remind the member that while he stated that, and I quote, Madam Speaker, the government's intention to not even take the time to respect parliamentary procedure and work through the committee structure to allow for appropriate debate so that we get more than a few seconds of scrutiny of each clause and subclause, to my mind, indicates a breach of privilege. End of quote, Madam Speaker. The Standing Committee on Finance adopted a motion framing the study of Bill C-86 in committee, and as such made sure that the proper parliamentary procedure is followed on this subject matter. Second, my honourable colleague blamed the lack of time between introduction of the legislation and the scheduled debate for a second reading of the bill for his lack of preparation. To that, I would remind the House that technical briefing with officials was offered to members to help them understand the bill and get prepared in provision of the debates. Consequently, I respectfully submit that this is a debate as to the facts and, as such, does not constitute a prima facie question of privilege. Madam Speaker, that's the first response that I have. I have yet another response that I would like to go over at this point. And it reads, Madam Speaker, again, I rise today to respond to a point of order raised by the Honourable Member from New Westminster Burnaby on October the 31st, 2018, with respect to the Second Budget Implementation Act 2018 and the application of the Standing Order 69.1, bracket 2, which reads as follows, quote, Madam Speaker, that the present standing order shall not apply if the bill has as its main purpose the implementation of a budget and certain only provisions that were announced in the budget presentation or in the documents tabled during the budget presentation. And a quote. My honourable colleague alleges that the clauses 461, 462, and 535 to 625 of the bill C-86 which deal with the modernization of the Canada Labour Code, are not mentioned in the budget, and as such, they would not be covered by the provisions of the Standing Order 69.1 bracket 2. In fact, the clauses identified by my colleague are referenced in the budget documents tabled on February the 27th, 2018, Madam Speaker. I would draw to the attention of members to page 46 of the budget 2018, which reads as follows, and again I would quote, Madam Speaker, to implement this change to the EI program, the government proposes to amend the Employment Insurance Act. In addition, the government proposes to amend the Canada Labour Code to ensure that workers in federally regulated industries have the job protection they need while they are receiving EI parental benefits, end of quote. Furthermore, if we look at pages 51, 63, and 63 of Budget 2017, we find multiple references to the government's announced intention to amend and modernize the Canadian Labour Code. As such, I respectfully submit that the dispositions mentioned by the honourable member are all covered under the purview of Standing Order 69.1 bracket 2, and consequently should not be subject to the separate votes at second reading and third reading. Finally, Madam Speaker, I have yet another response to another issue of privilege. I am pleased to rise again today to address the question of privilege raised on October the 30th, 2018 by the Honourable Member for Milton regarding the information granted through order paper question number 1316. In her intervention, the member listed the following grievances. That the response she received was a non-answer. That the said response breached Standing Order 39 bracket 1, that these alleged breaches somehow impeded her ability to carry out her duties as a Member of Parliament. On the first point, Mr. Speaker, let's be very clear. In her order paper question dated November 8, 2017, the member across the way asked for, and I would quote, Madam Speaker, the titles of all individuals who approved the tweet, end of quote. While the member may not like the answer she received, it doesn't change the fact that the response was duly tabled within the prescribed timelines and according to the rules of the House of Commons. The concept that the Speaker does not judge the quality of the answers is well established. Page 529 of third edition of the House of Commons Procedures and Practices indicates the following, and I would quote, there are no provisions in the rules for the Speaker to review government responses to questions. Nonetheless, on several occasions, members have raised questions of privilege in the House regarding the accuracy of information contained in responses to the written questions. In none of these cases was the matter found to be prima facie breach of privilege. The Speaker has ruled that it is not the role of the Chair to determine whether or not the contents of documents tabled in the House are accurate, nor to assess the likelihood of an honourable member knowing whether the facts contained in the document are correct. End of quote. Moreover, Madam Speaker, on page 527 of the third edition, it states that given that the purpose of a written question is to seek and receive a precise, detailed answer, it is incumbent on a member submitting a written question, and I would quote once again, to ensure that it is formulated carefully enough to elicit the precise information sought. End of quote. Therefore, a differently worded question could have yielded a different and perhaps more satisfactory response. Let me turn to the discrepancy between the questions posed by the member and that posed by the journalist through the Access for Information requests. If we compare the wording of both the OPQ and the ATIP question, the ATIP requesters and the MP asked two different questions. The ATIP requesters asked for, and I quote, all emails and any other communications, and a quote, while the MP asked for, quote, the titles of all individuals who approved the tweet, end of quote, for which the minister listed her own title as the one responsible. As well, it should be pointed out that the minister never assigned blame in her communications in the House, in the OPQ response, in question period, or in her online comments. She took full responsibility. It was a statement of fact that the tweet occurred on her departmental account and not her personal account. It was not an assignment of blame. The minister took the blame. While the Conservatives may be interested in pointing fingers at public servants and political exempt staff, it's the minister who is accountable, and she did what the minister is supposed to do and took responsibility, as the principle of ministerial responsibility dictates she must do. Now, let's turn to the alleged breach of the standing orders of the House of Commons. While the member alluded to this in her remarks, I fail to see how the answers contravenes Standing Order 39.1. Madam Speaker, in her remarks, my honourable colleague across the way noted that the news articles pointed out that the government, and again I will quote, Madam Speaker, also violated the timelines set out in the Access to Information Act. Now that is not your problem, Mr. Speaker. End of quote. I agree with her, Madam Speaker. This is not your problem. Notwithstanding the fact that in this case different questions were asked, the process for handling order paper questions and access to information requests are different. Order paper questions are a request for information by members to the government, while ATIP, or we call ATIP questions, are subject to statutory requirements and may be asked by any members of the public, members of Parliament, journalists, or others. When questions are identical, the government ensures that there is as little discrepancy between the answers provided to the House for order paper questions and the answer to ATIP questions. But in this case, while the queries touched on the same subject matter, they asked different questions. That is why the answers were different. Therefore, I don't see how this constitutes a prima facie question of privilege. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your patience.
We note the information provided by the parliamentary secretary. I would just maybe indicate that on the first point of privilege, the member, some of the information he was providing bordered on debate, and I would just maybe caution the member on that. Resuming, we will certainly take the information under advisement, and we'll get back to the House if need be. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have been eagerly awaiting our opportunity to tell stories of local veterans here in the House and try to get them the services that they need. I'll be splitting my time with the member for Victoria. Just days away is Remembrance Day. We will be celebrating and honouring the contribution of veterans. I'll be standing with Nanaimo Ladysmith's Legions number 256, Mount Benson, number 10, Harewood in Nanaimo, number 257 in Lanceville, number 171 in Ladysmith, also the Gabriel Island Veterans Association and Cedar Valley Memorial Gardens all honour and remember the contribution of veterans. They all host us and facilitate the connection from young to old, and I'm looking very much forward to standing with them. Veterans need parliamentarians to do our part to recognize and support those who have sacrificed for our country. There's clearly a debt owed, there's money in the till, and sincere and vital promises have been made. Every year, 3,000 veterans pass away, so let's get on with it and show that we truly support veterans every day, not just on Remembrance Day. Just on Friday, I was honored to be in the Senate, along with my parents, for the armistice ceremony to recognize 100 years since the end of the Great War, the war to end all wars, 100 years ago. One of the quotes that moved us particularly was the veterans noting that their fallen comrades said, "For their tomorrow, we gave our today." And yet, just this year in a town hall, our Prime Minister, the Liberal Prime Minister, said in response to a very angry question from the audience, said the reason that we are fighting veterans in court is that veterans are, quote, asking more than we can give. a shocking thing to say, especially for those of us on the coast who don't support the Prime Minister's choice to buy a leaky old pipeline for $4.5 billion. Clearly, there is enough money to go around. And clearly, what we hear every day in our ridings is that veterans are not getting the support that they are owed. We held a town hall along with the Nanaimo Legion 10 where veterans said that both Conservative and Liberal governments are, quote, poisoning patriotism and the desire to serve our country, end quote. They said, quote, dealing with veterans' affairs with PTSD is like being given a jigsaw puzzle and then turning the lights out, end quote. So these young veterans told me they want a navigator to help with the tangled bureaucracy of PTSD treatment and to make sure that no veteran is discharged without pension and medical benefits already lined up. The Canadian Forces Ombudsman echoed this in withering testimony to the Senate on March 8th of last year, saying Canada is, quote, not living up to its end of the bargain. Our veterans deserve so much better. Ken Young in my riding, who's a brilliant and a compassionate veterans advocate, a veteran himself, he told me someone that he's working with ALS waited 16 weeks and still no response to his phone call. As NDP leader Jagmeet Singh said, quote, veterans shouldn't be put on hold for hours or redirected half a dozen times before they speak to the right person, and they shouldn't have to wait 6 months before receiving the benefits they rightly deserve. It's wrong to make our veterans wait for these services, and it's even worse. They're being shortchanged by hundreds of millions of dollars, end quote. And so, the Democrats today are taking over the agenda of the House with the fix that my colleague, the member for Courtenay Alberni, just north of me on Vancouver Island, he represents Parksville and north and west to Tofino. His motion that we're debating today, if passed by Parliament and implemented by the government, would dramatically improve the lives of Canada's veterans at no additional cost to taxpayers. It seeks to solve two issues that have plagued the Department of Veterans Affairs under both Conservative and Liberal governments. It would end lapsed spending in the department by allowing this unspent money to be carried over to the next year, and that would be for the sole purpose of improving services across the board for Canada's veterans and their families. So here's some stats. Since this Liberal government took power 3 years ago, the Liberals have only rehired 475 frontline staff at Veterans Affairs and just 260 case managers. They remain well short of the 25-to-1 ratio that they themselves called for. The $372 million that has been allowed to lapse by the Liberals in their first 3 years could have been used to hire 5,716 full-time staff, enough to triple the number of staff working at the department. And honestly, this is what we need, to have a human voice there to treat these elders of our community and these brave men and women coming home from the current modern wars, to treat them respectfully, to take them by the hand, to explain to them what they are entitled to so that nobody has to work out this maze of paperwork on their own. I'm hearing this a lot from the riding, that people are working hard. Mark Smith wrote me this year. He said, imagine being a 24-year-old who has lost the use of both legs and suffered from the mental anguish that goes with the realization of being a 24-year-old with no legs. Now receive a one-time payout and a plane ticket home. Imagine how fast the money disappears, and imagine where that money went to. He says about the Prime Minister, quote, he's stated that he has brought back lifelong pensions. However, only the most injured, 75% plus, will receive approximately $2,200 per month. This is outrageous. And I'm going to talk about another brave member of my community, maybe in another point, of someone who's fought the Veterans Department for support after she, as a service person, was sexually assaulted by another service person. It's been a decade she's been trying to get help. It's a terrible problem. We do have a few wins, though, that have happened. The Canadian Medical Cannabis Council was very concerned that veterans who had been prescribed medical marijuana, and in my riding in particular, Nanaimo Tilray is a licensed medical marijuana grower, huge employer of people, and institution, a business that's deeply committed to research on the mental health side. Was sent a petition by thousands of constituents asking that Veterans Affairs cover the cost of marijuana extracts, because that's a more healthy way to take it. And in testament to the power of petitions and the work of the Canada Medical Cannabis Council, the government did change that policy, so that was a win for us. We've also got a great example in a service group, the Vancouver Island Compassion Dogs, that straddles both myself and the member for Courtenay Alberni's riding. We visited together with this inspiring charity which has paired 29 servicemen and women of the Canadian Forces, RCMP, and veterans of foreign war with service dogs. And to meet with these young men and women and to see the effect that these service dogs have on them. They've got a tremendous waiting list. They need more funding. They need more support. But we're very grateful to Vancouver Island Compassion Dogs and to Barb and her whole team for the work that they do. Another person in the riding of Nanaimo, Ladysmith Ken Osborne, has bronzed a 6-foot wreath with contributions of Remembrance Day poppies from all over the country. He offered that to the government, wasn't actually able to qualify for funding to have this beautiful, moving war memorial travel across the country. So that was a great disappointment to him, but I understand there has been a Veterans Office that's going to house it, so maybe we'll be able to see it next year. And I also want to applaud the work of the Veterans Transition Network and University of British Columbia that's doing a series of vignettes, a play called Contact Unload, that really breaks open the taboo of talking about mental health and support for veterans. But we certainly have so much work to do here in Parliament. If we could put our money where our mouth is, stop spending hundreds of thousands of dollars fighting veterans in court, if we could tackle homelessness, to our shame, homelessness rates in Canada say there might be as many as 1,300 veterans living on the street. That certainly is happening in Nanaimo. To our great shame, Mount Benson has veterans living on it. And thank you to the people that go out and try to support them. Acting on detox agents for veterans exposed to chemical defoliants, relaxing the regulations on veterans' access who served in the Korean War to long-term retirement and service beds. The work for us goes on and on. So please let's vote in favor of my comrade's motion. It would fund with no additional cost to the taxpayer the work and the treatment and care that veterans so clearly need. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her intervention today and highlighting some of the significant cases that she has in her community and the veterans that come from her community. But in relation to this particular motion, Madam Speaker, I just have one question. Given the member's passion for ensuring veterans get what they deserve, given what they've given to our country to get that, why in June of 2018 did she and the entire NDP bench vote against the Budget Implementation Act that in it included the pension for, and Madam Speaker, they're laughing now. They're laughing at something which should not be a laughing matter. But why did they vote against the pension for life that was included in the Budget Implementation Act in June of 2018?
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member well knows, when the government bundles so many policy pieces all into one bill, then it's hard to find something that that allows us to vote together. The present budget implementation bill at 800 pages. There's never been a bigger omnibus bill, almost double what the Harper Conservatives tabled, and we all decried then. There are bound to be pieces that we want to pull out and debate separately. But as I mentioned in my speech, some of the veterans in my community do not agree that the government's repair of the pension bill was correct. But regardless, what we're debating today is something that would have no cost to taxpayers. It would move any money that the government is unable to spend, that it had assigned in its budget in any given year, that it can be moved forward to the next year so that veterans can get the full benefit of what we budgeted. And I would like to know whether my colleague across the way on the Liberal side is going to vote yes.
Questions and comments? The honourable member of Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank our colleague for her her question. I really appreciated when she shared her personal information about individuals and veterans in her riding, and there is no question that our debt to them is very, very important, and we need to do more. So the Liberal government, since we've come to power, we've reopened, of course, the 9 veteran offices, which was extremely important. The education program benefit for 6 years of service, $40,000, or 12 years of service, $80,000. Major. The pension for life is what they were asking when I was going about in my riding. And the disability award of $50,000 extra. Those are big benefits. I don't doubt that the NDP would like to give all those benefits that we've given. The problem that I have is they have to answer to that question. They guaranteed a balanced budget. They're against trades. They're against pipelines. Where are the revenues going to come from to actually pay for those services? That's the question.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So the Liberal government has shortchanged veterans to a tune of $372 million of unspent program funding.
Let's talk about trade.
So this is such a win-win motion to vote in favor of. It would get the money that has been allocated. I mean, this government has only rehired back a fraction of the people, the public servants that are needed to navigate and support veterans. They haven't met even half of their own service standards. There's such a lot of damage to repair from the decade that the Conservatives were in power, and I don't understand why the government would not want to vote in favor of this motion. They budgeted the money. They have been unable to spend it. They haven't rehired the frontline folks. We need to vote yes to this.
Questions and comments?
L'honorable député de Salem.
Honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi, a brief question, please. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague, who is the critic for women's issues, whether she isn't also concerned to know that the last report from the Ombudsman showed that there was a clear disparity between responses to Francophone and women veterans. They tended to get much longer wait times. And so the government should be investing more in services for women and Francophones.
From the member from Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The least that we can do for veterans is to spend the money that's been allocated in the budget. If we were able to put more resources into the front line, we wouldn't have the wait times that my colleague describes, both for Francophone and then for women in particular. I also want to flag that when the government doesn't fulfill its obligation, the burden falls to the families. That's often to the girlfriends, the wives, the extended family. If we can do our part, then we will be supporting families as well.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Victoria.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a delight to follow my impassioned colleague from Nanaimo, Ladysmith, and it's a hard act to follow. It's a very passionate act to follow. This is a very serious motion that I thank the member for Courtney Alberni for bringing to the House of Commons today. It would require that the government automatically, that is carrying forward these annual lapsed spendings, actually use the money now for the purpose for which it was earmarked by this Parliament. And I can do no better than quote the current Prime Minister, who during the 2015 campaign at a stop in Trenton, Ontario, said the following, quote, "They left unspent more than $1 billion Parliament allocated for veterans support. Canadians know that this is wrong," close quote. Now, of course, he was referring to the last Conservative government. This government hasn't left $1 billion, but over the last 3 years, it apparently has left $372 million unspent. Now, the government would want you to think this was just some sort of administrative issue. No, nothing to look at here, drive on. But, Madam Speaker, that's just not the case. That's just not the case. To its credit, the government has on its website put something called standards of service, standards that the department should be held accountable to meet. And I salute the government for doing that. There's 24 of them, and they talk about what the reasonable expectations of a veteran should be in terms of accessing disability benefits, pensions, how long it should take for this and that. But the problem, Madam Speaker, is fully half of those standards of service this government, by its own admission, is not meeting. So good for them for putting a greater degree of accountability for the veterans across this land. But now to say, oh, well, it's just an administrative problem, move on. There's $372 million Parliament said should be spent to address these problems, and the government has chosen not to spend that money. Now, to show you how quickly the government can move, here we are a few days before Remembrance Day. The CBC pointed out that more than 270,000 veterans were shortchanged by this same Veterans Affairs Department over 8 years because of an accounting error, meaning they lost $165 million that should have been given to them for benefits, pensions, disability, and the like. Thanks to our Veterans Affairs, our Veterans Ombudsman, Mr. Parent, for observing that. So the government gets this story in the newspaper today, at least it was brought to the Canadian public's attention, and then instantly the government found that $165 million and said they were going to do the right thing. So, Madam Speaker, I guess my point is obvious. Why don't they do the right thing for those veterans that are suffering under what the government acknowledges are deficiencies in the service that they are entitled to? One of my colleagues today pointed out how we stand on Remembrance Day and salute the brave women and men who serve this country so valiantly. But this isn't a one-day affair. This is requiring services over the entire calendar year. One of the great things that becoming an MP has given me is a greater understanding of the world of our veterans. I confess, a world that I didn't know much about when I started becoming an MP 6 years ago. And I've got to know their struggles, their bravery. I've got to be a member of Public Service Branch 127, and I'll stand with veterans this Sunday at Remembrance Day. Last year I had the opportunity to go with Veterans Affairs Parliamentary Secretary and veterans and young people to Passchendaele and to see the horrors of World War I displayed there. And this year I'll be back in Victoria with the veterans that are in our community and the legions that support them so well. Madam Speaker, this department needs to give its head a shake and do something. They found that money quickly when it was brought to their attention. We're saying, why don't they stand with us? The Conservatives had left $1 billion lapse. This government has $372 million over 3 years. Let's just get the money and hire the people that can help the veterans to get on with their lives. Because it's just not acceptable that they aren't able to assist, that the number of people who are available from Veterans Affairs to assist our veterans are just not available. They talked about a standard of 1 in 25, that is to say 1 care worker for 25 veterans. In some places, it's much worse than that. It's 1 in 42 in Kingston, Thunder Bay, and Calgary. My colleague has pointed out that north of 60, there's no one, despite 85 cases, not a single care worker from Veterans Affairs to assist those people. So don't tell me, Madam Speaker, that there aren't real needs that could be met if this money were actually spent as Parliament voted it. So I did congratulate the government a while back for the fact that they put accountability on their website for the service standards. Something else which I appreciate is the fact that they have given ministers what are called mandate letters. These are the expectations that the Prime Minister says Canadians might legitimately have of ministers for fulfilling the commitments that have been made to Canadians within the various departments of government. So I'd like to talk about one that has caused me enormous angst, and that is the commitment, the mandate letter commitment of the Minister of Veterans Affairs in his mandate letter, and it reads like this: eliminate the marriage after 60 clawback clause so that surviving spouses of veterans receive appropriate pension and health benefits. Close quote. That's what it says, Madam Speaker. Let me tell you how it works in the real world. Patricia Kidd is a constituent of mine who married a naval surgeon who died recently in 2016. He was the chief medical officer for the Pacific Command. They fell in love. They lived together for 33 years, married 31 years. Why didn't she get a veteran's survivor benefit, like a pension like other widows? Because he married her, Dr. Kidd married her after he turned 60. If he had married her at 59, we wouldn't be having this debate. But like many, many people across this land, there's no way she can get 1 penny of survivor benefits from under the pension scheme. And this goes back to 1901, this thing. I think the fear was that young women would marry aging veterans just for their pensions. A horrible name was given to it, this particular clause. Those who marry after 60 in 2018 are in exactly the same boat as they were from 1901, if you can believe it, Madam Speaker. And it's shocking. It's shocking. So I went to the former minister, now, the member for Calgary Centre, and he said, I'm working on it. Then I went to see the current minister, not once but twice. I wrote him in September 2017. I wrote him again in 2018. I spoke with him just a couple of weeks ago. And guess what, Madam Speaker? He's working on it. It's a high priority. It's in the mandate letter. What's happened, Madam Speaker, is absolutely atrocious. It's been 28 months ago that I had this first conversation, and absolutely nothing has been done for Patricia Kidd or for other women who are in this situation, and yes, they're mostly women. And I find it offensive. I give the government good full marks for having accountability by putting their expectations in mandate letters so people can hold them up and hold the government to account. But when they do that and do nothing except for 28 months tell me and Patricia we're working on it, that's just not acceptable. That's not acceptable. Leaving aside the incredible injustice and sexism that lies just a little bit behind this deficiency. Well, Madam Speaker, if we had $372 million, maybe we could start addressing some of these deficiencies, some of the gaps in service standards that the department, by its own admission, has acknowledged. This is not going to cost the taxpayers a penny. This is about doing the right thing. This is about spending the money that Parliament earmarked. And, Madam Speaker, I just hope we can count on the government's support so we can address this injustice and injustices like it head on. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Honorable Député de Laval-des-Îles.
The Honourable Member for Laval-des-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, but I must tell you that last year $4.4 billion was put aside for veterans and their families, $1 billion more than that allocated by the Conservative government. My colleagues should know that our plan goes far further than that of the NDP. How can he explain the change of vision in his party, the NDP? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I'm at a loss to really understand what the question means, so I'll do my best. The fact that the former Conservative government lapsed $1 billion and this government only lapsed a third of that is not grounds for congratulation. The fact that this government has spent more money to address the deficiencies of the last government by opening offices that were closed, by hiring a few of the people back who were put on the street rather than serve veterans is a good thing. But, Madam Speaker, the question before us today isn't how much better this government is than the last government. The question is why we can't spend the money that was earmarked for veterans in the first place. That's the question. To do some of the things I've addressed, such as the absolute travesty facing women who marry veterans who are over the age of 60, and things of that sort.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I thank my colleague for sharing his point of view on this today. But, you know, the problem with this particular motion, Madam Speaker, is that it is addressing an accounting principle. And the accounting principle is you budget money and then you spend money based on how you budgeted it, but also what the demand is. And so it really doesn't matter whether there's 10 veterans that are claiming benefits or 10,000. we always have to make sure that there's enough money available so that everybody can get the benefits that they require. So, for example, last year, 93% of the budget was spent. Next year, we might go over 100% of the budget and have to spend more money. But this is what budgeting is all about. But let's just talk about some of the things that we have done, Madam Speaker. Pensions for Life, opening 9 offices that were closed. He said hiring a few staff. We've hired 470 new staff positions, put forward a joint suicide prevention program, creating opportunities for new employment for vets. Madam Speaker, I think it's clear that we're doing exactly what we committed to doing, and I really wish the NDP would start to see that.
Yeah, member for Victoria.
Thank you to my friend from Kingston and the Islands, where despite a commitment of 1 in 25 caseworker to veterans, he is in a community where 1 in 42 is the number. He likes to pretend, Madam Speaker, that this is simply an accounting exercise. I'd invite him to read the report tabled today by the Parliamentary Budget Officer entitled Why Does the Government Lapse Money and Why Does It Matter? And he would understand that that is not a sufficient answer. He would also not be terribly proud to know that 470 staff were hired of the over 1,000 that were fired by the last government. And frankly, I'd ask him to address what it is that his Prime Minister was talking about when he said on August 24th, 2015, quote, the Conservatives left unspent more than $1 billion Parliament allocated for veteran support. Canadians know that this is wrong, close quote. I agree with the Prime Minister.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-Sirois. A short question, please. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about the fact that with these millions of dollars, we could review transferring people from Saint-Antoine-de-Bellevue, which is a federal hospital which deals with veterans, over to the provincial level, given that there is a lack of doctors and nurses. There is it seems that veteran patients feels that there is a lack of collaboration between provincial and federal governments. In my area, there are 5 hospitals that need these services.
I appreciate my colleague putting the finger on one of the other great difficulties in the lack of collaboration between governments in addressing not only health issues but mental health issues, and the need to do a better job of coordinating services. If this money were available and actually spent and not lapsed, perhaps we could do a better job for our veterans in her riding and across the country.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll be sharing my time today with the member from Fundy Royal. Madam Speaker, there is something very important about veterans that needs to be stressed in this debate. It's the character of each person who serves in the Canadian Armed Forces. While we find ourselves over the next week commemorating and remembering those who fought and sacrificed 100 years ago in what was supposed to be the war to end all wars, we also keep in mind those men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces who have served since and given of themselves that we might have a more peaceful and prosperous existence here. The men and women who serve in uniform in the 21st century are not the same as those of earlier times. Today they are more diverse than ever before. One thing they have in common is their selfless dedication to serve Canada. They put their safety and their lives on the line to defend us, our security and our freedom. Every one of the brave men and women who serve in the Canadian Armed Forces has a unique experience, their own abilities, skills, ambitions, their own story to tell. So when a CAF member releases from service, they deserve support to make the transition to successfully re-establishing in post-service life. After release from the military, each veteran and their family face their own unique circumstances and have unique individual needs. We understand the need and the importance to support our veterans and their families in their post-service life. That's why we have taken action by investing in improving these services and benefits. Unlike the previous Conservative government who closed offices, cut staff, and balanced budgets on the backs of veterans and their families. Here is what we have done so far. Last April 1st, a suite of new and enhanced benefits and programs became available to CAF members and veterans who completed basic training and were released from the forces on or after April 1st, 2006. There are also programs for spouses, common law partners, and survivors of veterans. Next April 1st, the government will fulfill its promise to provide a pension for life as an option for veterans who released from the Canadian Armed Forces, delivering on what many veterans have been asking for. While these benefits and programs come into force at different times, they represent two parts of a single integrated suite of benefits that is flexible enough to meet the needs of each individual veteran. The Pension for Life option will comprise two main parts. First is a tax-free compensation in recognition of the veteran's pain and suffering from a service-related illness or injury. Additional compensation will be provided to those veterans who experience barriers to establishing life after service because of their service-related permanent and severe impairment. Some veterans who have already received a disability award for their service-related impairment will be eligible for an additional monthly amount through the Pension for Life. Their eligibility for both benefits will be assessed on an individual basis. The second main part is income replacement for those whose service-related impairment prevents them from finding meaningful employment. Veterans who receive physical, vocational, or psychosocial rehabilitation services will receive a monthly benefit equal to 90% of their military salary at time of release. It will be indexed annually for inflation with guaranteed minimum of $48,600 per year. They'll receive this for as long as they need it for life. It is available to spouses in some circumstances. Alternatively, the veteran can choose a single lump sum payment. Should the veteran decide that this is the best option to meet their needs, again, it depends on the individual's situation and needs. These changes will improve veterans' life post-service, but also improve the new Veterans Charter, a document that the previous government failed to improve during their 10 years in office. As with the well-being supports already in place, the number of Canadian Armed Forces members and veterans who apply for these benefits for service-related impairments is difficult to predict. Keep in mind that while Veterans Affairs Canada serves more than 200,000 veterans and their families and their survivors, the total number of veterans is more than 600,000 across the country. And that number does not include the number of actively serving members of the Canadian Armed Forces who will someday be veterans, regardless of whether they need the assistance of Veterans Affairs Canada. Every year, the Department of Veterans Affairs Canada estimates the amount of funding needed to meet the demand for each program. Veterans Affairs Canada must ensure that they can provide for all the veterans and families who may be entitled to the benefits, whether it be the disability award, the pain and suffering compensation that will come with the Pension for Life this April, or the education and training benefit for veterans with more than 6 years of service. The amount of funding required, however, depends on the number of veterans who come forward to claim the benefits and services. Veterans Affairs Canada must ensure that the funding is available to them, no matter the number of who comes forward. Every veteran who applies for well-being support is assessed individually according to their unique needs and situation. Similarly, every Canadian Armed Forces member or veteran who applies for the Pension for Life will be evaluated individually. Veterans Affairs Canada works with veterans and their families to develop individualized plans that will meet their unique needs. In addition to the compensation for pain and suffering, compensation and income replacement, the plan could include a caregiver benefit, career transition, counseling, funding for education, training, and professional development, vocational rehabilitation assistance with establishment and post-service communities, funding for emergency situations, and more. This new veteran-centric approach provides an integrated suite of benefits, programs, and services that complement and reinforce each other. This flexibility will help lead to the best outcome and continued well-being for veterans and their families. Every member, veteran, and family who is eligible will receive all the benefits and services they're entitled to. No eligible veteran or family member will go without. It is for that reason that we are already accomplishing what this motion sets out to do. Every year, funds not used in one of the quasi-statutory programs run through Veterans Affairs are left in the central fund to be used again the next year to ensure access to these programs. We know there is more to do when it comes to reducing wait times for decisions, but we also know that changing how we account for that money won't solve everything. Instead, we invested $42 million to enhance our capacity to make these decisions and are working on innovative solutions like automating certain processes to simplify decision-making. After 10 years of inaction, this is the work that veterans are asking us to do, and we're delivering. It's a long and not always easy road, but we are committed to the hard work necessary to guarantee the well-being, emotional, physical, and financial of our ill and injured veterans and their families. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank my honourable colleague from across the way for her speech and for sharing with us how she perceives that the government is committed to the well-being of veterans. And I do want to point out that as the proud member of Parliament for the riding of Windsor-Tecumseh, I have Branch 12 of the Royal Canadian Legion, Branch 143, Branch 255, Branch 261, and Branch 594, as well as the North Wall Riders, who are all committed to the well-being of veterans. And they know full well what happens when spending is lapsed. They understand that when a department doesn't spend all of its budget on veterans, that the veterans are losing out and their families are carrying the burden. And we know that $372 million of unspent money should never happen. Lapsed spending is something hard for Canadians to understand, hard-working Canadians who have heard this government during campaign season pledge that they were going to address this.
I do have to allow for another question, and I do have to allow the person to answer. So when we're doing interventions, they should be done within a minute. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question from the honourable member and for highlighting the work in your riding that the legions and many volunteers are doing to support veterans. The issue remains, as I stated in my speech, is that when it comes to making the funds available for veterans, that it is done based on estimates, because the government and Veterans Affairs won't be able to predetermine what eligible members are going to seek assistance from Veterans Affairs year over year. But as I've already stated in my speech, essentially what Veterans Affairs is doing is already in place to ensure that the unspent funds are rolled into programs for veterans so they can access it when they need it.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
I listen to my friend's comments with interest, but I think she might be missing the point, because this is not a new phenomenon. This happened under the Harper government, and when in opposition, the Liberals pointed out how wrong this was. This has continued to happen under the Liberal government year after year. So to say we don't know how much we're going to spend and so that's why the lapses happen is to ignore the fact that this has become a pattern of behavior under Veterans Affairs, which would be bad enough on its own. But it's combined with the Prime Minister saying veterans are asking for too much. They're asking for more than we can afford. Well, clearly the government can afford it because they end up with extra money at the end of every single year to the tune of $372 million. So if my friend thinks this is a problem, which I hope she does, my simple question is this: will the Liberals be supporting this motion that will make the lives of veterans better?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm glad the honourable colleague was listening, because we have said that we are exactly doing what this motion is intended to do, which is ensure that the funds are there, if they are not used in 1 year, to move forward into previous years so that the funds are available should a veteran come forward and need the support. But on top of that, Madam Speaker, our government has actually invested, in addition to that, $10 billion. And it's nice that the NDP likes to talk about supporting veterans, but they were the ones with the same failed economic plan as the Conservatives, which would have continued cuts on the backs of veterans at the sake of balancing the budget at all costs. So, Madam Speaker, they can't speak out of both sides of their mouth. Either they're going to support veterans or they were going to balance the budget at all costs.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Tourism, Official Languages and La Francophonie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his efforts to raise awareness of the Government of Canada's commitment to providing the services our veterans need to transition from active duty to a civilian life successfully. The time that I spent serving with the Standing Committee for Veterans Affairs was some of the most meaningful work that I have done since coming to Parliament. I acknowledge that there's still much work to be done to make sure that we reach the most vulnerable amongst our veterans, but I must say that it has been amazing to watch our government respond to the testimony that I heard directly from veterans, to witness the value of consulting, listening, and taking action. While I appreciate that the motion brought forward today by my honourable colleague, while I do appreciate the motion that's been brought forward, I think it's important to note that the Government of Canada already ensures that money for veterans programming is always available for veterans. The reality is that what is technically termed as lapsed funds are funds that are returned to the Consolidated Revenue Fund, the fund that is used to fund veterans programming year over year. This is truly an accounting term and does not reflect or impact the level of service or the benefits available to our veterans, which is where our government is focused, providing these services and supports that our veterans need. In my opinion, this is where we actually need to remain focused, making sure that veterans have the services they need to access the services in a timely manner. That is what I heard in committee, and it's what I hear in my constituency office. The good news is that even more veterans and their families are reaching out to access service and benefits. In fact, the number of veterans coming forward increased by 31% since we formed government. Veterans and their families are taking advantage of programs such as disability benefits, education and training programs, as well as financial benefits. Last year alone, that amounted to $4.4 billion spent directly on veterans and their families, $1 billion more than at the peak of the funding by Conservative governments. Madam Speaker, I want to assure this House and all Canadians that whether 10 veterans or 10,000 veterans come forward, they will receive the benefits they need. The money will be available. I also want to acknowledge that there's still more to do when it comes to reducing wait times, and that should be our focus. And it is. Our government is investing $42 million to tackle exactly that. We're preparing to deliver service as the new programs announced over the last 3 years roll out and more veterans step forward to receive them. This investment is targeted at eliminating the backlog of applications over 16 weeks. Madam Speaker, despite the misinformation that I often hear through social media and coffee shops around the country, since 2016, our government has invested $10 billion in new resources to improve benefits for veterans and their families. We've introduced and supported new programs to help the men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces return to the life that they want to live after their military career is over. If we invested nothing in veterans like the previous government, I could understand the additional concerns around funds appearing to leave veterans programming, but that is just not the case. While the debate continues about the accounting term referred to as lapse funding and the many different services and benefits of Veterans Affairs Canada, I'd like to take the conversation back to those that are at the heart of this discussion, our men and women in uniform, those who put their own life and liberty on the line for us every single day. I'd like to take a moment to recognize them, especially today, the first day of Veterans Week. Madam Speaker, I'm sure all members of this House would agree that the service and the achievement of our veterans, their fallen comrades, and those who currently serve within the Canadian Armed Forces have been the foundation of our country. Those achievements, that service, and the sacrifices made have made Canada the land of peace, freedom, and equality that is today. All of us owe a tremendous debt to those who have served in times of conflict and in peace. It is why we place such an emphasis on remembrance, not only now during Veterans Week and on Remembrance Day, but throughout the year. Our government is committed to commemorating our men and women in uniform, commemorating the service of those who made the ultimate sacrifice for our country, and honoring those who continue to serve today. That is the core of Veterans Affairs Canada's mandate. Through the Canada Remembers program, we pay tribute to our veterans through memorials and events providing educational resources and public information. My colleague spoke to the many aspects of veterans' well-being and their successful transition. One of those aspects is pride in their legacy. We are committed to ensuring the stories of our veterans and their families live on. This year, 2018, is a special year as we mark many important anniversaries. The 100th anniversary of the signing of the armistice that ended the First World War, the 65th anniversary of the Korean War armistice, the 75th anniversary of the invasion of Sicily, and the beginning of the Italian campaign during the Second World War, where my grandfather served, and the 10th anniversary of National Peacekeepers Day. The First World War was a defining moment in our country's history as a nation. We came together for a common cause and stood up to defend freedom. But it was at a great cost. Over 650,000 of our men and women served in uniform, with more than 66,000 giving their lives and another 172,000 being wounded. This year, Veterans Affairs Canada will help Canadians honor this very important anniversary, both here and abroad. Canadians and Newfoundlanders played a critical role during that time, so much so that the time between the Battle of Amiens in August 1918 and the end of the war became known as Canada's 100 Days. Veterans Affairs works hard to encourage public recognition and awareness of the service and sacrifices of Canadian veterans and the fallen. Remembering all that they have done during war, military conflict, and peace helps us to better understand our nation's history and, in fact, its future. Fortunately, most of our youth have not known war or had to experience it firsthand. Our younger generations are able to grow up in peace and security thanks to the contributions and sacrifices of our veterans and their fallen comrades. I think it is why that it is so moving to see our youth taking an active role in remembrance and doing their part to ensure that the legacy lives on. Throughout the year, organizations and people across Canada and abroad honor veterans and current members of the Canadian Armed Forces. They do this through ceremonies, assemblies, plaque unveilings, vigils, and many other tributes and commemorative activities. In my hometown of Sussex in New Brunswick, a small committee makes sure that banners honoring local veterans span from one end of Main Street to the other throughout the month of November. It is through those actions that we as Canadians say to our current and former members of the Armed Forces, thank you for your service, thank you for your dedication, and thank you for your sacrifice. But we need to say more than thank you. When the men and women who defend our country transition into life after service, they value a continued link to their comrades and to the veterans community. Those are just two of the reasons behind the decision to restore a card recognizing veteran services. However, the main reason is that CAF members and veterans have been asking for it. I heard directly from many veterans while serving on committee. Veterans were not happy that those cards were discontinued. Our government responded. Veterans Affairs and the Department of National Defence recently announced their joint initiative to reintroduce a veteran service card. The card will be available to any former member of the Canadian Armed Forces who completed basic training and has been honorably released. The veteran service card is more than just a piece of plastic in a veteran's wallet. It's a tangible symbol of service to this country. And because it doesn't expire, the card encourages lasting affiliation with the armed forces. As the Minister of National Defence noted at the launch, current CAF members can feel confident knowing that although their military service might come to an end, their identity as a member will always endure, and Canadians will always remember their service. Madam Speaker, this government has made a commitment to improve the lives of members and veterans of the Canadian Armed Forces, not just after release, but throughout their entire military career, from recruitment to retirement and beyond. Over the past 3 years, we have taken a number of measures to do that. We've invested nearly $10 billion since 2016 in increased benefits and enhance services for veterans and their families. And yes, partway through each year, the department goes back to the Treasury Board to request supplementary funds to ensure that no veteran goes without any of the critical programs they rely on. Because these are generous forecasts, they often result in funds returning to the consolidated fund at the end of the fiscal year. The very fund that will ensure that no matter how many veterans and family members apply for benefits and services, those eligible will receive them. Let's not get caught up in the technicalities of accounting, Madam Speaker. Let us continue to honor and commemorate our veterans' achievements, courage, and sacrifice. And let us remain focused and committed to the well-being of veterans and their families. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my friend and colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary for the Government, for her speech. Madam Speaker, she said, let's not get caught up in the technicalities. And I don't want to get way down there either. I mean, the government's patting themselves on the back saying how great they're serving our veterans. But the reality is that a veteran waiting for their disability benefits application to be decided on is actually getting longer and longer. So they can say as much as they want about how much they're spending. It sounds great, but if a veteran can't access services, can't get the benefits, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, Madam Speaker. What the government needs to do is hire the caseworkers, hire the staff that were fired under the Conservatives. They've hired a few of them, but they haven't hired the full amount. And Madam Speaker, they promised, the Prime Minister promised that they wouldn't be doing this again. That there would be no more lap spending. So maybe she could reply to that.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. First of all, Madam Speaker, I'd like to remind my colleague that I mentioned in my speech that the Government of Canada is already putting those funds into a consolidated fund that can be used year after year. And such, we will actually be supporting the motion. So I want to also recognize that there's more work to do. But I think that our government has shown that commitment with the commitment of $42 million towards service delivery. We've reopened 9 veterans' offices closed by the Conservatives. We've hired 470 frontline workers back, including 260 caseworkers. And our outreach to veterans and the new programs that have been introduced have contributed to 31% more veterans coming forward for services. It is a new day for veterans, and we are committed to working with them to ensure that they do have what they need to have a successful transition to civilian life. Thank you.
Comments? The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In a recent order paper question, it was shown that the government since 2016 spent almost $40 million fighting veterans in court. This in spite of the fact that the Prime Minister made a promise as he stood there in Belleville with his hand over his heart, and veterans, including many members of his caucus, as a backdrop, saying that veterans should never have to fight their government in court. The order paper question is clear that during the time that the Liberal government has been in power for a 2-year period from 2016 to 2018, they spent close to $40 million fighting veterans in court. My question to the honourable member is, does she think that this is a good issue to be spending money on when the promise was made by the Prime Minister that no veteran should have to fight their government in court?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank my colleague for the question as well. I want to reiterate that our government is committed to providing veterans and their families the care and support that they need, and we have proven that. We've delivered a pension for life, we've reopened 9 offices, we've hired 470 new staff, put forward a joint suicide prevention strategy, created a Veterans Emergency Fund, invested in new career transition services, created education and training benefits, and expanded the medical tax credit for psychiatric service dogs, and established a Centre of Excellence for PTSD research. Madam Speaker, the needs of our veterans are changing, and our government is responding. We're listening to veterans and providing the services that they require. Thank you.
And comments? The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley. A brief question.
Very brief, because I think I heard the Parliamentary Secretary say her government would be supporting the motion as today, which is good. A very specific question. The government has not yet met 12 of the 24 service standards they have set for themselves. If they are in fact following the spirit and letter of this motion to allocate those funds, when does the government expect to meet the 24 standards that the Liberal government set for themselves in terms of meeting the needs of veterans?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, brief answer.
Madam Speaker, I thank my colleague for the question, and I also cite to the other member on the other side who mentioned that in the spirit of transparency, we have set those service standards. As I mentioned, we've made an investment of $42 million towards service delivery, and we will continue working to ensure that we meet those service delivery standards. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I'm sorry, I'm just jumping the gun here for 1 second here. À l'ordre, conformément à l'article.
Order, please. It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Environment. L'honorable député de Saint.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot, International Trade.
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, Employment. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
I was saying I almost pulled a muscle there, Madam Speaker. I feel okay, though. Thank you. I will be splitting my time with my good friend from Elmwood, Transcona, this afternoon. I also would like to give proper credit and due to my friend from Courtenay, Alberni, who followed John Flaherty, was the first one to start to pursue this question. John Rafferty, excuse me. John, who's an MP from Thunder Bay for the NDP, was able to ask the specific question in an important technique we have here as parliamentarians to find out, to follow the money, essentially, Madam Speaker, because we see the promises, and governments are, of course, self-congratulatory, they're self-promoting. When they make an announcement of a certain amount of money going towards a certain cause, they like to talk about it. And many Canadians are left with the feeling that that money will actually be spent. Well, not always, Madam Speaker, and when it comes to veterans, not ever. It's what we've now discovered the term of lapse spending. Now, sometimes lapse spending can be just almost a rounding error. A large department spending a lot of money can be off by less than 0.5%, and money one way or the other needs to be lapsed back into the government. But when you look at Veterans Affairs in particular, you start to see a pattern where year after year, they have a large amount of lapse spending. I'll quote the Prime Minister, which is always helpful to do in debates like this. When he was campaigning for the job of Prime Minister in 2015 in August, he said they, meaning the Conservatives, left more than $1 billion Parliament allocated for veteran support unspent. Canadians know that this is wrong. Canadians did know this is wrong. They kicked the Conservatives out of office. Because it almost becomes, and I would suggest cynical, Madam Speaker, where the government year after year allocates a certain amount of money without any intention of spending it. Then at the end of the year say, oh my goodness, lo and behold, we have some extra money, which we can then shuffle out the door to something else and announce money once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, and leave the impression with Canadians that the job is being done. And yet veterans are coming forward year after year saying, I phoned the hotline, I looked for those services that I was promised, to deal with incredibly serious things, physical, of course, physical challenges that people face coming back from the theater of war, the enormous mental and spiritual costs that our veterans face when coming back from war. And they phone the hotline, they eventually get through after the labyrinth of things that can sometimes take weeks, and they're told to wait weeks more, months more, 6 months more. And you have to understand that when the funding isn't there, when there aren't the workers available to help that veteran out, and delays are caused, that whatever difficulty they're dealing with gets worse, be it physical, be it mental, be it spiritual, and that the cost can be extreme. In my riding in northwestern BC, I'll be, of course, attending Remembrance Day ceremonies this year in Kitimat with Branch 250 and in Terrace with my friends at Branch 13. And the stories, as you know, Madam Speaker, that we get from our veterans, particularly the more recently returning veterans from the Afghan mission and from some other deployments, it's more than heartbreaking, because it is right to be broken and to feel the pain of what these veterans have gone through. It is infuriating when we find out that because of that lack of funding, because of those delays, that pain, which is devastating in its initial form, becomes so much worse because the veterans end up not fighting 1 war but 2. The first one, the engagement that we ask them to undertake on our behalf, and I don't think there's any more sacred or more serious vote we take in Parliament than the deployment of our troops overseas and put them in harm's way. But that second battle they go into is often with their own government. Not for anything extra, not for anything special, but simply what they were promised. And as my friend from Courtenay, Alberni has revealed to us, that the lapsed spending over just since this government came to office, money that was promised to be spent and then wasn't spent, has now totaled $372 million. And you'd say, well, that's pretty terrible. But we've also heard this Prime Minister say just last year to a wounded vet who lost a leg in Afghanistan, when asking for services he and his comrades were promised, the Prime Minister of Canada, when talking about court cases that the government was continuing to fight, why are we still fighting against certain veterans groups in court? Because they're asking for more than we're able to give them. So the argument of why the government was taking veterans groups to court and fighting them there and spending money there was because there was insufficient money to provide for those veterans and their comrades the services they were promised. That's brutal in and of itself, because that means the government wasn't allocating enough money to meet the service commitments they had made to our veterans. But then you find out that that statement wasn't even true, that there was money that was allocated that wasn't being spent year after year after year in a cynical pattern, year after year after year. And you say, well, why would a Prime Minister say this to a wounded vet, to a vet who's standing in front of him at a town hall, which I think are good for the Prime Minister to be out, but then to turn to a wounded vet who's missing a leg and say, you guys are asking for too much, or you're asking for more than we can afford, was his specific quote. And meanwhile, knowing that in that year that he was talking, money was being returned back to Ottawa that had been promised to veterans. Clearly that wasn't true. And that the Prime Minister is accusing the Conservatives of doing that same tactic and saying how wrong that was, how Canadians disagreed with them, campaigning that he would be different and change it, is infuriating, because Conservatives come in saying we're going to do better for our vets, they don't. Liberals come in saying we're going to do better for our vets, and don't. That we see now today, finally, just in the last 5 minutes after 4 hours of debate, the Liberals got the note that the pressure had been sufficiently building, because we've been hearing about it in my offices up in Skeena in the northwest of BC. I'm sure Liberals have as well, saying, how can you not support this motion? It simply says, spend the money you promised for veteran services, and if you don't, then don't send the money back to the Treasury, but hold the money. And start to change the way you're delivering programs, because as I just pointed out to my colleague from the Liberals, they set 24 standards, this government. They're meeting 12 of them. And one would suspect that maybe a lack of resources is the problem. They're not making the other 12. These are the standards that the government set for themselves. They're meeting half of them. And if you think, well, if resources are something that we can do about that, then we can actually put some meaning, true meaning, to when we say at the beginning of Remembrance Week, we seek to honor our veterans. We seek to serve them. We seek to give them a little bit back after they have given so much to this country. The words are important. I don't know about my colleagues, but I find the Remembrance Day speeches that we do, that I do, some of the most difficult, because they're often in front of schools. We're often talking to young people who, for the vast majority, thank God, have no experience with war whatsoever. Now there's a growing group of Canadians that are coming from conflict zones, young Canadians, and we speak to them on Remembrance Day, and it has a significant meaning. But to many Canadian children, thankfully, they have no experience, nor their parents, nor in many cases their grandparents, any experience at war. And to try to talk about Remembrance Day, 100 years after the ending of the First World War, for example, is to try to bridge a gap. And so we use big words. We honor, we remember, lest we forget. We make a commitment to each other year after year on the 11th month, the 11th day at the 11th hour, to each other as Canadians, recognizing not just the sacrifices of the past, but of the sacrifices of today. And there's no real compensation we can give these veterans. There's no amount of money for the damage and the hurt that they've gone through, because perpetrating a war is unbelievably difficult, painful, excruciating in many cases. So we don't celebrate that. We don't celebrate war. We commemorate. We honor the sacrifices made. And one of the small things we can do is try to keep our promises. Us here in Parliament, us here in opposition, not just to oppose a government who is failing on whatever services we deem to be necessary, but to also propose, as my friend from Courtenay, Alberni did, a solution to a problem that has been systemic year after year, that Veterans Affairs is unable, or worse, unwilling to get the money out the door. And if all veterans were receiving the services that they were promised, and there was just too much money being allocated, that would be one problem. That's a good problem to have, but that's not the problem we have in this country. Because all of us in our offices, all of us have had veterans come in and say, this is what you promised, these are the services that I was expecting, and the delays and the delays and the delays are not coming to meet that promise. So on this Remembrance Day, in this Remembrance Week, let us know that we're doing something right together. Let us know that we're going to make things better together, because that's what they did for us. They did something together that was so important, that we respect and we honor. Let's back up those words with actions. Let's support this motion and make veterans as proud of us a little bit as we are of them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. Even though he had a second shot at it, he did very well. There's no question about that. And I'm glad he touched on a number of issues that are extremely important to veterans. And we reopened 9 offices, and we made commitments with the education benefit, the pension for life. We've really invested where we need to, and we're going to continue to do so. And that's why we're going to vote in favour of this motion, because it's a very important motion, and we know that's the right thing to do. The only question I have to ask is, during the leader of the NDP in 2015 said he was going to have balanced budget. I'd like to know what the leader now is saying for the next election next year. Is it going to be balanced budget? Because if it is, then there's going to be major cuts. And if they are, I'd like my colleague to share those with us now. Thank you.
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
As tempted as I am to reveal the New Democrats platform for the 2019 election to you all here today, that would require us to have that platform right now, and nor does, to my friend, nor does any other party know what they will be offering Canadians come the next election. All I would say is this, is that it's always tempting to take shots. I've taken my fair share. If we can agree to this principle that we have here today, that money that Veterans Affairs is unable, unwilling, whatever the case may be, get out the door to our veterans, that will no longer be an excuse in the future to somehow claw money back to Ottawa, that we can change the behavior only if we change the rules. And one of the rules that we're changing here today is no more lapse spending, no more lack of service provision to create more extra money at the end of the year, which is a way it's done, that we can change the lives of veterans. That's what we all want to do, right? We want to do a veteran to be able to pick up the phone or go into one of those offices and receive the services we promised them. That seems like a worthwhile cause. And so we can all go to our veterans ceremonies, not just on November 11th, but every day of the year, and say we did something. We did something together. I think that's all vets and their families are looking for.
And comments, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I listened to what my colleague had to say, in particular in response to the last question that was asked. I think that I would agree with him that if there's one area that we can commit ourselves to making sure that we properly fund and properly take care of, it's with respect to our veterans. But let's not forget the fact that when we talk about budgeting, you do a budget in a fiscally responsible way. So when you come to spending 93% of that budget, you can say that you've done a pretty good job of budgeting. If you go over and you end up spending 105%, it's arguable that you failed at creating a good fiscally responsible budget. So in the same vein as the previous question was asked about the NDP's commitment to balancing the budget in 2015, would the honourable member agree or disagree that it would have been absolutely necessary to spend every single pot of money that had been allocated in the budgeting process? And if that is how they were somehow going to be able to balance the budget with their platform that they had presented in 2015.
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Coming from the party that said they would have small little deficits for a short amount of time, it's interesting. I think it's also coming from the party that, I forget where the promise was in that platform, that the Liberals are going to spend $4.5 billion on a 65-year-old pipeline. I'll look for the documentation. Maybe it was there. I suspect it wasn't. So if my friend would like to go through the 2015 election cycle again and make promises and check promises again, all we're looking to do here today is something positive. And I would urge my friends from the Liberals for a moment. Hey, look, we're doing something together. Isn't that nice? Doesn't that feel good? Doesn't it feel good that we can go and look veterans in the eyes and say, we're not going to do this lapsed spending circus anymore, this offensive practice of budgeting this much, wink, wink, nod, nod, don't worry, we're going to claw a whole bunch of it back, which has been what Veterans Affairs has been doing for over a decade. And we're going to stop it together. That's great. The cheap shots, the trying to re-exercise the last election, I'll let them do that. What I want to do is focus on moving this thing forward, as my friend from Courtenay Alberni has done today. Isn't that a nice day? Let's all celebrate that.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise on this first day of Veterans Week to speak to a motion that's exactly about trying to do more for Canada's veterans and trying to ensure that they get the services that they need when they need them. Of course, that's something that we want to see done all year long, not just around Remembrance Day, but I think one of the important elements of Remembrance Day is that it's an occasion for us to reflect on the horrors of war and the sacrifice of war, and to try as best we can, for those of us who haven't participated, to understand what goes into that, to renew our commitment to making peace in the world and building peace in the world, and also renew our commitment to helping those who have been in conflict zones come back and whose lives are being affected, and whose family members' lives are being affected by that experience and the fallout from that experience. So I think that's why it's a very timely motion, not because it has to do with services that it's just important to talk about and deliver around this time of year. It's important all year long. But this is a time of year where we reflect and renew our commitment to doing better. I'm very proud to come from Northeast Winnipeg, where there's a strong tradition of remembrance at our three legions: the Transcona branch number 7, which is my home legion, the Elmwood Legion branch number 9, and the Prince Edward Legion branch 81. And beyond the traditional remembering that's gone on in Northeast Winnipeg lately, we've also been participating very heavily, thanks to the leadership of some members in our community, like George McCall with the Elmwood Legion and Peter Martin and the Transcona Legion, in organizing No Stone Left Alone ceremonies, which are ceremonies that bring school-age children to our cemeteries, where veterans are buried, to lay poppies at the gravesite, and to try and establish a connection between our youth and that memory, because as generations pass from the Great Wars, that connection gets harder and harder to maintain, which is why we need to double down our efforts and remember just how horrible it gets for young people, to be sure, and for all of us when we get involved in very large conflicts such as the First and Second World War. So there's some great work going on in Northeast Winnipeg to that effect. I think it helps to just set some of the context for today's motion. If we recall back to the last Parliament and the last government, the government's relationship to veterans was seriously strained under the last government. I think we all remember the incident of the Minister of Veteran Affairs insulting a group of veterans who had come to meet with him and essentially kicking them out of his office. And that was just the tip of the iceberg. I mean, that was just a sign of disrespect. But when it came to policy, it was a government that was closing offices, letting staff go, had decided to take on veterans in court, so had challenged, where Equitas was saying that there is a special covenant between the government and its veterans. The government of the day decided to take the position that no, in fact, that wasn't the case, and spend a lot of money fighting them in court. And of course, we also heard about $1.1 billion in lapsed funding over the tenure of that government. So it was a campaign issue. It was a campaign issue in a way that I think it's fair to say veterans issues hadn't been before, not because it hadn't been discussed, but veterans groups themselves were politically mobilized in a way that the veteran community traditionally had not, in part because they felt so mistreated by that particular government. And so we saw the Liberals on the campaign trail take up the issue. We heard the Prime Minister, for instance, with respect to the lapsed funding of the previous government, say on the campaign trail, they left unspent, and I'm quoting, Madam Speaker, they left unspent more than $1 billion Parliament allocated for veteran support. Canadians know that is wrong. That was something that the Prime Minister said at the time when he was running for the job. He also said in the Liberal platform document, quote, our plan will ensure that no veteran has to fight the government for the support and compensation they have earned, referring to the Equitas lawsuit. That's on page 49 of their platform, a memory perhaps some Liberals in this House have suppressed because it's accompanied by a photo of the member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill. But I want to say that the Liberals in government have been quite different than the Liberals on the campaign trail. They themselves, despite the Prime Minister saying that lapsed funding was something that was wrong and that needed to be addressed and that the department needed to work to ensure that that money got spent properly, have already lapsed in just 3 years, $372 million. They're failing to meet 12 out of 24 self-identified service targets. So for instance, only 43% of veterans who apply for disability benefits are hearing back within 16 weeks, Madam Speaker. Only 56% of veterans who apply for the earnings loss benefit hear back within the 4 weeks that's been set as a reasonable target. 45% of veterans applying for the long-term care program are hearing back within 10 weeks, and the rest hear back within more. And of course, we also know, Madam Speaker, that this government, far from terminating the court battle against veterans, decided to keep it up after what was a very explicit promise to drop that. That's what that quote in the platform was about, that veterans shouldn't have to fight the government to receive their benefits. But alas, here we are. That lawsuit continues, and veterans are continuing to have to fight the government in court. So what we're making today is I think, quite a modest proposal to try and say we know that veterans aren't being served in the way that I think we would all like them to be served, everybody in this House and in Canada. So we're trying to be constructive. We're trying to find a solution to enhance that service. And we know, because of the $1.1 billion that lapsed under the Conservatives, because of the $327 million that's lapsed so far under the Liberals, that there is reliably more money to spend within the existing Veteran Affairs envelope, and we should be doing a better job of making sure that that money gets spent for the purposes that it was intended, which is to serve veterans better. We know that when veterans are calling in to get information about how to apply for their benefits, and they're having to wait hours on the phone, it's because there aren't enough people to answer the phone. And the answer to that is to hire and train more people to do that work. That's not a great mystery. I certainly hope it's not a great mystery to anybody in the House. And if the question is, well, where does the money come from? How do we just find money to do this when we know that in the last 2 years, over $140 million has lapsed? You can hire a lot of people to answer a phone, to listen compassionately, and then provide good advice on what those veterans need to do and where they need to go in order to be able to access those services. So when year after year you see tens of millions of dollars being unspent, that's not a quibble about accounting practices. That's what we've heard from the government today, is that, oh, well, this is just the NDP. I mean, I thank them for their respect for our knowledge of good accounting, but I want them to know that this isn't just our excellent accounting skills. It's not just a little quibble about how we label things. This is about the fact that there are not enough people to answer the phone to give the right advice to veterans who need to access services, and we have the money to be able to hire those people and train them so that they can do that work, because we know that each year tens of millions of dollars are going unspent. And so my colleague from Courtenay Alberni has quite rightly said, wow, if we know that money isn't going to be accessed, if we know those services aren't going to be accessed, and we've got a long track record now of knowing that that money isn't spent, then let's use it to hire staff to enable veterans to better access those services. That just makes sense. So it's been interesting to hear the debate today, and it seems to be that we're coming to a consensus that this is something that everybody's going to support. I'm very glad to hear it because it makes a lot of sense. So let's do this. Let's move forward. Let's try and minimize some of the cheap shots that have been going on today, because this is a common sense idea. We know we can do better for Canada's veterans, and it's time we started doing it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Earlier on, I asked the question of a different NDP colleague why it was, and I do not for a second question that the NDP is extremely worried and feeling compassionate about the role that we play as parliamentarians in delivering for our veterans. But I did ask the question earlier about why it was that the NDP voted against the Budget Implementation Act, which had in it the lifetime pension for vets. And the response that I got was, well, there's a whole bunch of stuff in the budget, and we didn't, so we had to vote against it because there's all this other stuff in it. So my question to the honourable member is the same. Why was it that the NDP voted against that Budget Implementation Act? And if his answer is the same as his previous colleague, can he at least reference a time when he stood up in the House or made it publicly known that he was going to vote against it but was displeased with this particular fact that he couldn't vote separately against this particular item in the budget?
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, I would encourage the member to pay more attention to the proceedings of the House, because I think if he did, what he would realize is that the NDP has been up on its feet raising points of order, trying to divide sections of these large omnibus budget bills into separate votes for exactly that purpose. And it's why we don't believe in omnibus legislation in the first place. It's why we were disappointed when the Liberals, who in the last Parliament said they didn't believe in omnibus legislation, decided to use it as a tool in this Parliament. And it's why we're going to continue getting up on our feet, demanding separate votes, and beyond separate votes, Madam Speaker, on different provisions within budget implementation acts. We want them divided so that we can actually have the appropriate amount of time to study those initiatives, study them in detail in the appropriate place in committee, and then have a separate vote on them. So yeah, I'm on my feet now. I've been on my feet before. We've been on our feet many times, and will continue to have those separate votes. I encourage the member to support us in that endeavour.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député Salibert-Surroy.
The honourable member. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his speech and for the debate which occurred in the House today to make sure that the amounts involved, we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars, which are still in Veterans Affairs coffers, when in fact Legion 146 in Beauharnois, when they say they call Veterans Affairs, it takes forever. You're waiting forever on the phone, and it takes so long just to ask a question. We know that for the last 3 years, $372 million were left in the coffers of Veterans Affairs Canada. Why not hire hundreds of employees to provide service to veterans who deserve these services? We need to spend that money. Conservatives cut 1,000 positions, and the Liberals have said they've hired 475. Well, more than half of the positions cut need to be filled, and we need to fill those positions so we can provide services to those who have put their lives on the line to fight for Canada.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much for the question. I believe that what I'm hearing or rather one thing I hear once in a while from my constituents is that when we engage in parliamentary debate, once in a while, or whether sometimes it can get confusing because we're talking about varying amounts of money, $4 billion here, hundreds of millions there, but the point of our motion today is quite straightforward. When veterans place a call to get the service they are entitled to, well, there's no one at the other end to answer their questions. And we know that from year to year, a lot of money stays in government coffers. So all we're asking for is that that money be spent, be actually spent in a way to answer the questions of veterans when they place a call to Veterans Affairs, that we hire people to listen and to give advice. Thank you. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Minister for Veterans Affairs and Associate Minister to National Defence.
Let me start off this evening by providing a sincere thanks to the member for Courtenay Alberni. The motion that we're discussing today in the House, cloaked in the guise of financial reporting standards, actually cuts to the core of this government's commitment to the men and women who have bravely served this country. And as we draw closer to the centennial anniversary of the armistice that was supposed to end all wars, it is important that we consider the commitment we owe to those men who fought a century ago, and to the men and women who have fought and protected us since. Veterans Affairs' entire foundation is set around the responsibility to veterans and their families that they receive the respect, support, care, and economic opportunities necessary as they transition to a post-military life. Mettons les choses au clair.
Let's be clear. The support our government has given to members of the armed forces, to veterans and their families, continues throughout the entire career and throughout their entire lives. We ensure that each of them has access to any programs or services they need.
The motion today is based on the premise that lapsed funding in Veterans Affairs Canada is, in and of itself, a problem. The motion seeks to address a concern that lapsed funding creates a use-it-or-lose-it scenario for the department. The assumption seems to be that when there are lapsed funds, there must be programs or services that have been underfunded or not delivered. This could not be further from the truth, which is why there is no need to change the accounting around a process that works for veterans. But there is an opportunity today to explain and perhaps educate on the root cause of lapsed funds. Whether 10 veterans come forward or 10,000, no veteran who is eligible for a benefit will be turned away because we do not have the funds. To ensure this is the case, we go through the annual estimates process and we forecast how many veterans will avail of our programming. Given that demand can change throughout the year, our programs are quasi-statutory so that the government does not need to come back to Parliament if we've exceeded our forecast of veterans. If a veteran is eligible for a benefit, they get it. When that pendulum swings the other way and there are fewer veterans seeking a particular benefit, the money stays in the consolidated revenue ready to be used for the next year. Lapsed funding is not a new phenomenon, but it is critically important to distinguish between the causes of those lapsed funds. This government has generated lapsed funding because, putting it simply, we've made high estimates on the level of service demand. That is distinguishable from the previous government, who lapsed over $1 billion while cutting frontline staff, closing offices, and letting the new Veterans Charter wither, unchanged, on the vine. Simply put, you can generate lapsed funds and attendant cuts by placing barriers between veterans and the programs or services to which they are entitled. The previous government demonstrated from the outset that it wanted to balance the budget and that veterans and their families were not immune from their red pen. We thought those cuts were unconscionable. That's why our first acts in our first budget were to increase the disability award to a maximum of $360,000, where it should have been for years, and to increase income replacement for ill and injured veterans to 90% of their pre-release salary. We reopened all of the offices the Conservative closed. We started to staff up again after nearly a quarter of the workforce was wiped out by them. We expanded eligibility to programs veterans were asking for. We made it easier to access dignified funeral and burial services. And we did not stop there. In the next year's budget, we introduced our new education and training benefit, which applies not only to ill and injured veterans, but those leaving the Canadian Armed Forces for any reason after 6 years of service. We reformed the broken career transition services that the Conservatives had ample opportunity to fix, to change it from cutting a check for $1,000 and saying good luck on that job hunt, to a comprehensive program veterans and their families can access for job training and job-finding assistance. Last December, I was thrilled to finally unveil the new Pension for Life, which delivers on our campaign promise to provide a monthly, tax-free payment for life in recognition of pain and suffering. This Pension for Life also simplifies many of the other benefits we offer, making it easier to apply and access the resources a veteran and their family need and deserve. It is no surprise, then, that since coming into office, we have marked a 37% increase in applications for programs and benefits. Veterans are coming forward again to get the help and the support that they need in their post-military lives and careers. We're getting better at forecasting the budget, but due to the nature of the demand-driven programs and services at Veterans Affairs Canada, we will never be able to estimate with 100% accuracy the exact funds required for every program. Looking at the types of services and benefits we provide and the continually evolving demographics that we serve, this approach cannot change. There are approximately 649,300 veterans in Canada and 95,000 serving members of the Canadian Armed Forces. Veterans Affairs provides services to nearly 200,000 veterans, family members, RCMP members, and others who require support. Ranging in age from 18 to 100, we serve traditional veterans who served in the Korean War or earlier, and modern-day veterans who served after the Korean War. To say we serve a changing and diverse population is an understatement, and they all, each one of them, have different needs. This is why we've seen a significant increase in demand for programs and services, and that is a good thing, Madam Speaker. It means veterans are coming forward and getting the help that they need. In order to respond to this increased demand, the Department has to request additional funds in the middle of the year. As many of my colleagues in the House are aware, these are the supplementary estimates. The Department goes and asks Treasury Board for more money because we have more veterans who want more of the programs and services that they are entitled to and indeed they deserve. This is why our services are demand-driven. So whether it is 10 or 10,000 veterans coming forward, they will receive those services. Instead of going back every day when we see another veteran come forward, the Department estimates how many people will access benefits and how much money is needed. It's not an exact science. This process guarantees that whether a veteran comes forward this year or next year or the year after that, we will always have the resources available for them and their families to access programs and services. So if we overestimate in our zeal to ensure that everyone who comes forward requiring that service or benefit receives it, then so be it. Our primary concern is to ensure that the funds are available if they are required, period. Government policy dictates that any money that is not used for its identified purpose by year end must be returned. It is as simple as that. Lapsed funds do not indicate lost money. They do not indicate penny pinching at the expense of veterans. Perhaps I have to remind my honourable colleague who put forward this motion that penny pinching at the expense of veterans would look like a promise to balance the budget no matter what. To balance the budget come hell or high water. A promise he and his colleagues ran on in the last election. Almost 20% of new funds in the last 3 budgets have been for veterans and their families, funds they would not have received if the New Democrats were running the show. We know this is a source of confusion amongst veterans and their families, among stakeholders and amongst the general public. This is why we have been addressing it at town halls and stakeholder meetings right across this country. Just last week, we held our National Stakeholder Summit here in Ottawa, and we covered this exact subject in depth to ensure that participants understood the process. We know they have questions. We wanted to explain exactly how an idea goes from a concept to implementation, from gaps or issues being identified to research and analysis, the memorandum to Cabinet that paves the way to implement a new program or benefit. The Department's programs are ongoing, and each year adjustments are made to ensure that we can provide for all veterans and their families who may be entitled to benefits. My department will continue to provide programs and services that adapt to the changing needs of veterans and their families. We will continue to review these programs and services to see where things can be improved. When we came to office, we knew we needed change. Veterans made it clear that there were problems, and they wanted them fixed. They deserved to have them fixed. The Prime Minister tasked us with an aggressive mandate to address these problems, from improving veterans' financial support and reopening offices, to streamlining the transition from military to civilian life, and overhauling how the Department's services are delivered. 3 years later, we are on track or have delivered on all of them. But make no mistake, wholesale change was needed to accomplish this, and that could not happen overnight. Not if we wanted to do it right. We also knew a full conversation was needed. We couldn't start making decisions on an individual basis. We had to open a dialogue with those who were affected, and that's what we have been doing. We've heard that service delivery is an issue, and we have been diligently taking steps to resolve this. As a starting point, we opened 10 offices to provide better in-person services to veterans and their families, in addition to hiring over 470 new staff, which includes close to 200 case managers. Service delivery is now focused on the individual veteran, their individual circumstances, their individual needs and strengths, and those of their families, and the Department is streamlining the processes for applying for and delivering benefits. They are also ensuring that veterans and their families get information they need about the programs, services, and benefits they're entitled to, which has been an issue in the past. Some veterans simply don't know what's available to them. We also increased service in the North, and in 2017, our staff made 12 trips to Iqaluit, Yellowknife, and Whitehorse to meet with veterans and their families. Our staff is committed to ensuring our veterans and their families are better informed, better served, better supported. The approach is working. Applications are on the rise. This is a good thing. It means more veterans are applying for the benefits that they have earned through their service to Canada. It's also why the Department is focusing on improving service delivery and streamlining the application process. This government made a commitment to make it easier for the men and women who have served in uniform to access the benefits they deserve, and we have spent $10 billion in 3 years to do just that. Starting with increasing the disability award and the earnings loss benefit, expanding the career impact allowance, we are putting more money in the pockets of veterans and caregivers. We have also supported a continuum of mental health services, introduced new education and training benefits, and expanded a range of services available to the families of medically released veterans. While there has been a lot of change at Veterans Affairs, the steadfast commitment to veterans and their well-being has remained the same. It is that commitment to wanting to ensure overall well-being that drove the need to take a step back to look at how they could get to where they wanted and needed to be. They knew that well-being was defined as a veteran with purpose, who is financially secure, safely housed, in good physical and mental health, highly resilient in the face of change, well integrated in the community, and proud of their legacy. That fueled the new vision of a comprehensive approach to veteran well-being to address all aspects of wellness. In looking at the many factors, we can all agree that without a doubt, without financial security, it is hard to focus on anything at all. This is why we push to reintroduce lifelong pensions. Last December, this government announced plans to restore the pension for life for ill and injured veterans. With the return of a monthly pension option, Pension for Life recognizes and compensates veterans for disabilities resulting from a service-related illness or injury with a combination of benefits that provide recognition, income support, and stability. One of the key new benefits is the pain and suffering compensation. This is a monthly, tax-free, lifelong payment recognizing members and veterans' pain and suffering caused by a disability resulting from a service-related illness or injury. The monthly amount can be cashed out for a lump sum, giving members and veterans the flexibility to choose what works best for them and their families. Additional support for those with service-related severe and permanent impairments causing a barrier to reestablishment into post-service life is available through the additional pain and suffering compensation provided as a monthly tax-free benefit. The Income Replacement Benefit is a monthly program that will replace 6 current benefits and will provide income support for those facing barriers to reestablishment caused by health problems resulting primarily from service. Additionally, veterans who are able to join the workforce may earn up to $20,000 per year before any reduction to their IRB payment. Set to come into force on April 1st of next year, the Pension for Life combines what veterans have been asking for with the most up-to-date research and understanding of veterans' well-being. But more importantly, it will become an integral part of that comprehensive approach to veterans' well-being, reinforcing all the programs and services available at Veterans Affairs, of which mental health is a priority. Pension for Life was announced with Budget 2018, which reflected other commitments of our government when it comes to better supporting veterans and their families. In addition to the $24.4 million over 5 years for cemetery and grave maintenance to eliminate the current grave repairs backlog, Budget 2018 also committed $42.8 million over 2 years to increase service delivery capacity, building off the $78.1 million already invested over the last 2 years. Madam Speaker, make no mistake, Veterans Affairs continues to strive to provide faster, more efficient, and higher quality service for our veterans. But in our efforts to accomplish this, we must rely on our expenditures forecasting to ensure that no veteran or family member goes without. That will always result in some degree of lapsed funding, and that is simply the nature of the government's accounting process. I think all of us here can agree that Canada's veterans deserve respect, financial security, and fair treatment, and I assure you, this government is committed to treating our veterans with the care, the compassion, and the respect that they have earned. This government will never cease in our efforts to improve the lives of our veterans and their families. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? And a member for Courtenay Albany.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the Honourable Minister for his speech. Madam Speaker, a veteran sitting at home, he would hear that speech and he would think, well, it's a victory. It's all good. Everything's sorted out. We can all go home and everything's good. There's no problem at Veterans Affairs, Madam Speaker. We could be a little more humble and transparent, I think. When we think about what's going on at Veterans Affairs, you know, there's a growing backlog, Madam Speaker, for veterans that are needing their disability benefit application opened up. The government set standard of 16 weeks is only being met 43% of the time. They've talked about hiring back staff. They haven't even hired half the staff that were let go by the Conservatives, which is helping to contribute to this backlog. He's also dismissing the importance of lapse spending, and using it to carry forward for veterans that need it. You know, the Prime Minister said in the 2015 election campaign, he said, quote, "They left unspent more than $1 billion Parliament allocated for veteran support. Canadians know that this is wrong," end quote. And, you know, the Minister of Public Safety had similar comments, Madam Speaker. We're looking for the Minister to commit to the content of the motion, that all AP spending will be used to go after those 12 service standards that aren't being met by the government.
The Honourable Minister.
Let me just say, Madam Speaker, as I said in my statement, lapse funding is necessary. And lapse funding is a way of us to ensure that we always have the money available for veterans when and where they need it. It is money that we have consistently reinvested back into veterans and their families, consistently since we have taken government. We have seen an influx, Madam Speaker, of new funding for veterans and their families not seen in decades. And I believe that our record on this is good. Now, I say with all humility, as the member recognizes, and I agree with him, are we there yet? Far from it. We've got a long ways to go. And I believe that people should be held accountable for their actions. The actions of the previous government and what they did to this department, to benefits and services for veterans, is frankly unconscionable, and it will take us more time to get through it.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
I appreciated hearing from the Minister with his perspective on how well the government is doing with our veterans. However, there is a significant disconnect here, because when I speak with veterans, a number of them who the government turns to for advice, I don't hear that same level of satisfaction with where things are at, especially in regards to the promises that this government made when they were in the process of campaigning and reaching out across the country to indicate what they were willing to do for whomever to get their vote. And of course, we know that those involved in Equitas spent a great deal of time communicating directly with key people who were running on that side of the floor in regards to their portfolio on Veterans Affairs, to the point where they were getting calls at Christmas time to make sure they were doing well. They had actual written copy of what was going to be in that platform that they signed off on, and now are very, very hurt, upset, disgusted, disappointed with what this government promised them in lifetime pensions, lifelong pensions, and what they have actually seen to be being received in the upcoming year. So my question to the Minister is, where is the disconnect? Why is there so much unhappiness with what he is saying is coming forward versus what the veterans themselves that they actually communicated with actually feel has come forward on that?
I've got to allow for other questions. So the Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I can only say that if the honourable member is troubled by statements that veterans are making now, I can only imagine how troubled she must have been when she was in government. I would highly recommend, well then, with the members in which...
I would ask the Minister and first of all, I would ask the member to refrain from speaking back and forth. She's had the opportunity to have the floor. It's now the Minister's turn, and I would ask him to address the questions and comments to the Chair.
Indeed. And Madam Chair, maybe I would invite the honourable member then to speak to her colleagues, many of whom who do sit on that side, what they were doing as men and women were returning from Afghanistan. It was considered to be a way of thanking our veterans by gutting this department, by cutting benefits and services. Billions of dollars. And you know, I can produce the numbers, I could produce the record, or you could actually listen to veterans. And I can tell you something. While ministers of the previous government may have walked away from veterans when they were asked questions, we have gone out and to have 45 town halls so far this year and counting. We listen.
Questions and comments, Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment and Labour. Workforce Development and Labour, yes.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate that. And I want to ask the Minister, I want to thank him for his comments today and ask him about how the staffing up is coming after having gone through the cutbacks of the previous Conservative government, but just sort of give us an indication, because and when the member from Yorkton had mentioned the unhappiness with veterans, I walked down George Street in Sydney with 3,500 Cape Bretoners veterans, their families, their friends, the community as a whole to protest the cutbacks that the previous Conservative government made and closing the office in Sydney, closing the Veterans Affairs office in Sydney. One of the greatest days we had after the year after we had taken power, we went down and we reopened the office in Sydney, and that was a great day. But I'd like the minister to comment on just where we are now with the ramping up of staff.
The Honourable Minister.
I would say it's still very much a challenge, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question. The way that the previous government treated veterans and their families was nothing short of deplorable, and it will take some time to get over this damage. Of the 1,000 people that they let go from that department, I guess in the interests of providing better services and benefits to veterans, it's been tough trying to hire them back. These are talented people, often bilingual, and we have a lot of work to do, as our service delivery measurements know, particularly on bilingual servicing. It will take time to get over the 10 years of damage that was done to Veterans Affairs Canada by the previous government, but we are getting there as quickly as we possibly can.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Kurt, I want to thank the minister again for talking about the need to serve veterans. Here it is. It's Remembrance Week. It's an opportunity for us to, remind ourselves the duty we have to honor our veterans, to make sure they're getting the services they so adequately deserve. This motion today is in a spirit of goodwill, of all of Parliament working together, acknowledging our failures to deliver services to veterans in a timely fashion. What we're calling for is when Parliament actually allocates money, when it votes to support a budget that this government has to make sure veterans are getting the services they so deserve, that they're actually going to get that money spent on them. So we're asking the government that when there's lapsed funding, that money gets carried forward to attack those service targets and get rid of the backlog that's happening right now and do the right thing, serve our veterans. So we're asking today, will the minister support our motion and ensure that all lapsed funding will go and do the right thing, serve the very people that we're here to honour and the people that have put everything on the line for all of us?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I would say that I would contest the spirit, perhaps, of which this was brought forward. And while I welcome the opportunity to talk about how lapsed funding works, I think that honourable members here know what I dispute is the inference that somehow we're taking that money and putting it somewhere else. We are not. We are not. That money will always go towards benefits and services afforded to and deserving to our veterans. And I don't like muddying the waters because we have veterans and their families have enough change going on. We've added to that change with improvements and with changing to programs. So I'm not terribly happy about the fact that we attempt to muddy or politicize this, but I do understand that this is a good opportunity to talk about how lapse funding works and for veterans and their families to understand that that money for benefits and services will always be there for them.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with the member for Trois-Rivières. I'm pleased to rise in strong support of our NDP motion today brought forward by the member from Courtenay Alberni based on a question on the order paper in which he asked a question, and it became revealed that $372 million has gone unspent by the Liberal government in the Veterans Affairs file. And I also want to acknowledge the hard work of our previous NDP Member of Parliament, John Rafferty, who first highlighted the lapsed spending issue of the Conservatives when he discovered that there was $1.1 billion that was not spent on Veterans Affairs. And I'm pleased to hear that the Conservatives will be supporting our motion today to correct the past and ensure that this practice of leaving money on the table that could help veterans will be reversed. All of us in this House today and throughout Remembrance Day will be wearing the poppy over our hearts to remind us of the brave men and women who have paid the ultimate sacrifice for our freedoms. And we'll be attending moving ceremonies in all of our ridings in this coming week in our communities. We'll march, we'll lay wreaths, and we'll speak of the ultimate price that has been paid by our veterans and their families in all of our communities. Even throughout social media, Mr. Speaker, there are numerous ways for people to participate, and people are sharing their stories of their relatives and of their service, and symbols of our strong pride in Canadians, like the poppies that you can now create with a family member's name, and people who have served our country. And all of these ways of remembering are very important, and it's to keep the understanding of our freedom, how fragile that freedom is, and to keep all of their memories alive. But we can and we should do so much more, Mr. Speaker. Most Canadians expect us in this chamber to respect the covenant that we have for men and women who have served our country. And today is an opportunity to do more than talk about our commitment to veterans. It's an opportunity to actually do something to improve the services that veterans receive. Every member in this House who is wearing their poppy today should be voting to carry forward this money. Funding that would dramatically improve the lives of veterans and their families in my riding of Essex and all throughout Canada from coast to coast to coast. In the 3 years since the Liberals promised to restore the cuts that were made by the Conservatives, our veterans have been shortchanged to the tune of $372 million, which has gone unspent. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives closed 9 regional Veterans Affairs offices, like the one in Windsor that serviced our communities out in Essex, ones that our veterans use for services, and they also cut 1,000 employees of Veterans Affairs. And the Liberals have managed to hire less than half of those frontline workers back to this point. And the money that we're talking about today, Mr. Speaker, could have hired back the full 1,000 and increased the services that the veterans are receiving at these offices. But instead, we learned that it's been left on the table. Closing offices was a tragedy, and we are happy that our office is back open in Windsor. I joined the member from Windsor-Tecumseh and Windsor West when it was reopened in celebration of that in our community. But if it was fully funded, the level of service would dramatically improve. If the $372 million that has been left on the table was spent, we wouldn't have the backlog of services that we still see today. And Mr. Speaker, what does it look like when $372 million isn't spent? Well, we know that veterans are being put on hold on the phone for hours or getting redirected half a dozen times just to get to speak to the right person. You know, there shouldn't be wait times of 6 months before receiving an answer. But, Mr. Speaker, that's what's happening, and that's the reality of our veterans in Canada today. And this backlog is growing. It's in the tens of thousands, and it grew another 10% in June. These are veterans who are waiting to get their disability benefits. And in fact, this government has set its own 24 service standards, and shamefully is only on track to correct half of them, Mr. Speaker. Only 12 of its 24 service standards. And the Prime Minister had promised the government would provide 1 caseworker for every 25 veterans. But the ratio remains as high as 1 to 39 in some regions of the country and 1 to 42 in cities such as Kingston, Thunder Bay, and Calgary. Clearly, this money could go to improve these standards that the government has set for themselves, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to read you a couple of the targets and how far off they are from where we need to be. So when you call our National Contact Centre network, you can expect to be connected with the next available analyst within 2 minutes. The target is 80% of people who call will reach that within 2 minutes. And the result, 66%. Room for growth, room for us to improve. So if people were hired out of the money that has lapsed, we would be able to improve the services on those calls. One of the ones that's probably the most egregious is that when you apply for VAC's disability benefits, your decision will be made within 16 weeks. So the target, again, is 80%. And the 2016 to 17 result, 43%. We're at 43%, Mr. Speaker. So clearly this money could be used to improve one of the government's own service standards that is woefully inadequate at this point. When only 43% of people are getting a decision made within 16 weeks, clearly there's room for improvement. And what my colleague has found is some funds to be used in order to do that. One more that I'll read out to you when you, and I heard the minister speak about this, the VAC's career transition programs, that the decision will be made within 4 weeks. Again, the target is set at 80%, and the 2016 to 17 result is 31%, Mr. Speaker. Clearly, there is room for dramatic improvement, and this funding that has been lapsed and left on the table could be used to get to these targets faster, to improve the service level for everyone in our country. We could clear all this backlog in a timely manner, we could answer calls, we could approve claims, and improve the lives of our veterans. Veterans deserve our respect and dignity of getting the services and the benefits they need quickly and efficiently. And if members support this NDP motion, we can use this money being rolled over. It can be allocated to help Canadians that are expecting that we're using every dollar here in this House to the best possible way for our veterans. So the question that Canadians are asking today is, why is this government authorizing spending and then failing to spend it? So, Mr. Speaker, this week we'll stand shoulder to shoulder with our communities to mark November 11th as Remembrance Day. But we must do more, and supporting this motion today is a step. I'm disappointed to hear that the Liberals will not be supporting this motion, choosing instead to leave this money on the table unspent, and our thousands of veterans who will be lingering in this backlog without services. What Liberals are asking you to believe in this House today is that they've done enough. Well, Mr. Speaker, until every veteran who serves our country is able to receive their benefits in a timely, meaningful way, then I would offer to the Liberals that they should find some humility today and understand the message they are sending to veterans. And it's the same one, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister stood in Edmonton at a town hall where he told an Afghan vet who had lost his leg to an explosive device that they're asking for more than we're able to give right now. That's not the message to send Canadians as we stand proudly in this House and honour them throughout this week, wearing the poppies to honour the men and women who deserve this $372 million to be spent on improved services. Today, this is an opportunity to help these veterans and their families in a meaningful way, and I implore that the Liberals consider this wrong-headed, hurtful and insulting position to our veterans, and that they stand with the NDP and all members of this House, because we've heard that today, Mr. Speaker, to put this unspent money back into the services that are desperately needed for our veterans. Liberals have gone back on many election promises in these last 3 years. This, Mr. Speaker, cannot be one of those promises that is broken. It's time, I want to tell you that it's beyond time to end the undesirable practice of lapsed funding. And the Prime Minister himself promised this during the 2015 campaign, saying, quote, "Canadians know that this is wrong," end quote. So, Mr. Speaker, this is time for us to make this right, and I hope that Liberals will vote with the NDP on this motion today to support our veterans. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps this is one of the downfalls of the format in which we debate in this chamber. But if the member had been paying attention to the debate, she would know that we're actually in favour of the motion and have said that we're going to be voting in favour of it, despite the fact in her speech she said that we apparently weren't going to. But my question for the member is this. When it comes to prudent fiscal responsibility in the budgeting process, we spent 93% of the allocated money for veterans last year, in the last fiscal year. Does she believe that spending 93% is a massive failure of the budgeting process, as the NDP is suggesting through this motion?
The honourable member for Essex.
Well, Mr. Speaker, you'll have to pardon my confusion because I've been in this House all day, but I've heard Liberals flip-flopping all day long. So if they've landed on a position to support this motion, I'm very pleased to hear that, because I've certainly heard all different types of argument and bafflegag today that has been difficult to interpret at best. So I'm pleased that they will support the motion, because even though the member is saying there's 93% that's been spent, until we are spending 100% of the money that is allocated for funding for our veterans, we cannot stand in this chamber and pat ourselves on the back. We have work to do. And that 7% is impactful. We're talking about $372 million, Mr. Speaker. So I'm pleased to hear that the Liberals will now support, after many hours of debate, this wonderful motion that we brought forward today. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my friend from Essex for her important work and for standing up for veterans in her riding. She often comes to me and talks to me about some of the challenges that veterans are facing in her riding, especially due to the backlog on disability benefits. Mr. Speaker, today we're trying to bring forward a solution that will change the lives for veterans and ensure that all money that's lapsed will go towards specifically to attacking the 12 failures of the Liberal government to address in their service standards. So we know that the Parliamentary Budget Officer says it can be done. And it hasn't been done before, Mr. Speaker, which is a really great opportunity for us to start with a department of Veterans Affairs for the very people that have put everything on the line for every one of us. So maybe, if I could, Mr. Speaker, ask her what that could do in terms of the backlog, because we know $372 million, Mr. Speaker, could hire not just 475 staff at Veterans Affairs, but over 5,000 employees. And I'm not saying that that's where all of the money should go, but we know we need to do everything we can to get rid of the backlog for disability benefits and address all 12 service standards that we've heard from the Veterans Ombudsman that the department's failing to address. So maybe if the member could speak about how this is going to make a difference for veterans in her riding and the lives of the very people that serve our country and that we owe all of our respect to.
The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I said during my speech, that Windsor, which is the office that serves my riding of Essex, was closed for years under the Conservative government. So now that it has been reopened, as I said, we welcome that. But we still have a long way to go. There still is, this major backlog. There are people across our country who are being denied services. And I had someone from my riding actually write to me recently, and what they were talking about was a man by the name of Donald Osborne, who's 95, who lives in Atlantic Canada, and there was a news story on CTV about him. And this is a World War II veteran that had been denied care by Veterans Affairs. And this person writes to me and says, regardless of policy, facts, and rules, a World War II veteran has been denied services. The very services he fought for. I mean, the freedoms, our way of life, our heritage. Mr. Osborne has seen and fought evil himself. I don't understand what is happening to our beloved country. So, Mr. Speaker, until emails like this can stop, and we don't hear these stories from veterans of denial, we have work to do in this House, and I'm very pleased, and I thank the member for Courtenay Alberni for bringing this important issue forward, and I do hope that this will be applied across many different portfolios, many different departments. This issue of lapsed spending should not continue, Mr. Speaker, because it really is an accounting kind of confusion for Canadians. And as we found out in this particular case with Veterans Affairs, a lot of money is being left on the table that Canadians are looking to have spent in their communities.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Every time I have the opportunity, and it truly is an opportunity, to rise in this House and speak to an issue affecting war veterans, not only do I do it with the utmost respect, but I also feel it is an honour. The motion before us today is relevant, but even more so this week, because next Thursday, all 338 members sitting in this House will make sure that they are at Remembrance Day ceremonies on the 11th of November. Now, why do we feel it's our duty to be at these ceremonies? In my riding, Mr. Speaker, there will be 3. Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to be everywhere at the same time, so I won't be able to be at 2 or 3 places at 11 o'clock on the 11th of November. But rest assured that all of the Legion, I will visit all those Legions, because we all have a duty to remember. On the 11th of November, there will be some particularly moving moments. One of those will be, and I will be there, by the way, regardless of the weather. One of those moments will be those few moments when time is taken to name all those who paid the ultimate price so that today we can be free, so that we can live in a democracy, have freedom of expression. And our debt to them is huge. I have the opportunity in Trois-Rivières to visit Second World War veterans. They've told me their stories, and they feel it is their duty to transmit these stories to the next generation, to tell them about the reality of war, which is so far removed from what you see in movies and video games. It is so important that our young people know about war. It's so difficult for humanity to learn from our history, and so it's so important for veterans to tell these stories. So when we hear the names of those who have died, I always have a question in mind. What would they tell us today? It's wonderful that hundreds and thousands of people go out to say that we remember them, but what is their message? That's what I think about. And every single time, perhaps because it's out of reflex, every time I'm there, I find myself thinking these people would tell us to please make sure that our loved ones lack nothing. Please take care of those I have left behind, because I left my life when I fought during that war. So it's more than a duty to remember. It's also a duty to give back. Give back to those who gave, who have the luck to be still amongst us, or give back to the families and the survivors and the spouses of those who lost their lives. And what is the best way to do that? What is the best way to respond to that question that I hear in my mind? Well, it's to provide adequate services to war veterans and to their families. Now, we have a very simple motion before us today. And given its simplicity, I don't understand why this hasn't already happened. We're not just talking about a Liberal government. I was sitting here in 2011 under the Conservative government, and the same issues were being discussed. For those who have been following the debates and who are following this one, I'd like to read the motion again because it speaks for itself, that in the opinion of the House, the government should automatically carry forward. So no more debating, no more questions. It's just done automatically. So the government should automatically carry forward all annual lapse spending at the Department of Veterans Affairs to the next fiscal year for the sole purpose of improving services for Canadian veterans until the department meets or exceeds, which would be preferable, its 24 self-identified service standards. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, and we saw this under the Conservative government and we're still seeing it under the Liberal government, unfortunately, there's a long way between amounts that are announced and the amounts that are actually spent. And that raises a fundamental issue. Are we just doing politics for show when we make these amazing announcements of huge amounts of funding just to look good? So we just want to show that our intentions are good. But in the end, actually, what the government does is find ways to not spend it because they don't have the money, or amounts are announced that they do truly have, and those amounts aren't spent. Why? So that that money can go back into the government to be used elsewhere or to make up for deficits. We often saw this under the Conservative government. There would be these amazing announcements of huge sums of money,
And they would always talk about their amazing infrastructure projects. But the actual money that was invested really didn't reflect the announcements. And the Liberals are doing the same thing all over again. And it's outrageous, to say the least. I'd like to give you a few examples of what could be done with this lapsed money in order to meet some targets. I'm just going to give you a few examples so that people have an idea of what we're talking about. If you are a veteran and you call the National Contact Center Network, I won't give the number because it doesn't serve much purpose, because usually what it says is, your call is important for us. Please stay on the line for how long? 3 hours, 4 hours, 3 days, 1 week, 1 month? You have to be pretty patient if you want to get an answer. So an analyst may answer you. They may answer you within 2 minutes. The target was 80%. The result was 66%. Mr. Speaker, I already have a problem with the 80% target. Because what you're saying is that if in 80% of cases there's an answer within 2 minutes, that's not bad. But, Mr. Speaker, if that's the standard, you should want to serve all veterans. The target has to be 100%. Now, perhaps the actual outcome will be 80%, and then you can say, well, that's not bad because we're pretty close to having reached everyone. But actually what they're doing is setting the target as being 80%. So it's as if I was going to sit an exam, or my daughter was studying for an exam, and I said to her, no, don't aim for 100%, aim for 80%. And if you get 70, good. If you have 66, well, okay, you pass. I mean, when you set out to do something, you aim to be the best. So how can your approach within a federal government be to set an 80% target? Now, I see my time is running out, so I won't be able to give you too many examples. Perhaps I'll have an opportunity to come back to them during questions. But it's absolutely incomprehensible. And this approach isn't used just for Veterans Affairs. It's used for many services under the government. It could be, for example, immigration services. It might be employment insurance. It happens every time citizens need to call the government for help. The targets are never 100%. I would have liked to have the time to speak to you about the Ombudsman's report, because a number of significant recommendations were made. Perhaps I'll have an opportunity to talk about them another time, but with the few minutes that are left, I would like to say that I do truly hope that this motion will be unanimously supported on the part of the House. It looks like that's where we're headed. And I would also hope that once the motion is passed, that it is actually applied expeditiously on the part of the government, because all too often motions have been adopted unanimously in this House and then there's no follow-up. But I think out of respect for our veterans, we have to follow it up. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville. My apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we're getting our wires crossed a little bit here, and I might not be correct in this, but my understanding is that actual funding for veterans programs and services is separate from VAC's operating budget that covers the brick and the mortar and the public servants hired as case managers, so the operations side. Program funding to veterans directly, earning loss benefit pensions, that falls within that big lapsed funding bundle that we're talking about here today. While operating budget, the hiring of case managers and whatnot, is fully costed with a 5% possible increase, a totally separate amount of money. So all of these case managers that the minister's talking about us needing actually don't even fall within this funding, if I'm correct. And the 470 that were previously hired, 400 of them were hired through the conservative funding added to the operating funds for Veterans Affairs. So this is where it gets very confusing to our veterans about what we're talking about. So I would ask the member, he's talked a lot about how we're not getting good outcomes from the spending that they say that they're doing. And perhaps part of that is because, as they said, we need to do way more to hire people to be able to enable that money to get out the door. So we're kind of talking about apples and oranges here. Does he see that there's a need here to possibly go back and look at this? We need to be providing the people and the resources to be able to help train and prepare case managers to be able to release that money out to our veterans.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for her question. When we talk about the details, it's easy to lose our spectators who are not experts in the field. I'm not an expert either, but I'm trying to inform myself. I think that we're basically saying the same thing. It is unthinkable that money which was supposed to be spent was not actually spent. It is unthinkable that unless announcements are being made for things for which there was no money. But again, it's unacceptable that money which is laying fallow is not being used, for instance, to train staff. When the government says they hired 400 people, well, that's wonderful, but it still doesn't meet the needs which are out there. Previously, the Conservatives cut 1,000 positions. Well, we're still in a deficit situation of 600 positions to reach the levels of service which existed in 2011-2012. So we're far from reaching the target, and it seems there's money which is not being used. This is unacceptable. This is what the motion seeks to highlight. We want to be sure that all the money not spent by the end of the fiscal year for which was earmarked, that the money should be carried over into the following year.
Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I just want to emphasize what I believe the minister emphasized in his remarks, and that is just how much it is that we value the contributions of our current serving members and our veterans, and to provide that assurance, Mr. Speaker, that it doesn't, you know, the opposition can say whatever it ultimately wants to say. And it was interesting, the previous speaker tried to give the impression that the government's not supporting the motion. Nowhere today did I hear any member of the Liberal caucus say that they weren't going to be supporting the motion. I have heard the reverse, where we are supporting the motion, Mr. Speaker. But the minister himself, for those that are following the debate, has made it very clear that if you are a veteran and you meet the criteria, you qualify for the benefits, you're going to get the benefits. This is not going to be a government that's going to sit back and not serve the veterans who have served our country so nobly and so well, Mr. Speaker. Why do the NDP want to continue to try to push something that just really is a stretch in terms of trying to imply that they're not getting the services or that they're qualified to be able ultimately to receive?
The member for Trois-Rivières, 35 seconds or less. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll quickly respond to 2 points raised. First, obviously, the member has not listened to my speech because what I concluded with was that it seems that we will receive unanimous support for this motion, so I don't know how he heard that Liberals would be voting, that I would have said Liberals would have voting against. And when he referred to the minister's speech, who said that all veterans who are eligible for services will receive them, that's all very well or good, but that's not the point of my motion. The motion is when. The problem is the funding, the money. When money is not being spent for services which are owed, well, I think that the government should take measures to speed up the process.
Debate. The honourable member for, we have point of order for the honourable member for Central Nova.
West Nova,
Mr. Sorry, West Nova.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the important debate that is happening today, and I know members on this side of the House are all speaking in support of this opposition motion. However, I want to rise briefly in response to the point of order which was raised by my friend, the member for Perth Wellington, on October 31st, and to provide additional information and arguments as the Chair deliberates on the numerous submissions on this issue that have already been presented. First of all, the original point of order was brought up in response to Standing Order 151 relating to the safekeeping of records and control of House officers and staff. The argument that was raised in the original point of order was made that the NATO Parliamentary Association website had been updated to reflect the new chair, and this was a violation of Standing Order 151 as the clerk or his delegate had not accurately recorded the results of the meeting. However, Mr. Speaker, I submit that this assertion is false and incorrect. The meeting was duly constituted, duly held, and the results of the meeting were accurately recorded. In fact, the agenda was voted on by the membership under the then chair, creating an order of business that needed to be dealt with before an adjournment could be conducted. And Mr. Speaker, I was at the meeting along with many of my colleagues. The member for Perth Wellington continued that the NATO Parliamentary Association meeting that took place on October 30th was, and I quote, unlawful and illegitimate. Mr. Speaker, an unlawful and illegitimate meeting could not have been held as the clerks work for the Constitution of the Association and the standing orders of the House before they work for the chair, and the necessary arrangements for an illegal meeting would not have taken place. This can be demonstrated by the fact that the meeting itself was called when the chair was herself the subject of a non-confidence motion. Had the chair had the power to overrule the clerks following of the written rules, the meeting could easily have been delayed out of existence. He then went on to say that this meeting was intended to orchestrate a coup. In fact, it was a motion of non-confidence brought on by members who had, as the name of the motion suggests, lost confidence in the chair. Were members who object to the meeting confident that the chair had the confidence of the membership, they would have worked to achieve a speedy vote and demonstrate that confidence. As work needed to be done and action needed to be taken in order to welcome and accommodate representatives from our allies in the North Atlantic Treaty Organization in the next weeks, and within very narrow timelines, the option of waiting for the next regular annual general meeting to express non-confidence was not a possibility. The chair needs to have the confidence of the membership to carry out their duties. The Conservative whip, among numerous other Conservative members of Parliament, have also risen on this point of order, though no one has cited any standing order other than SO 151 on record keeping by the clerk. According to the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, Chapter 20 on committee proceedings, which apply to standing joint committees, which I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, is the most similar structure in the rules that we have for parliamentary association meetings, there is only one situation in which a chair can unilaterally adjourn the meeting, and that is if there is disorder. The important point here, Mr. Speaker, is that the chair can only adjourn the meeting to address disorder. At this meeting, however, that I attended, disorder only happened after the meeting was attempted to be improperly adjourned, and the chair left the meeting. Also, there was disorder, Mr. Speaker, but it was after the attempted improper adjournment. Conservative parliamentary staffers were drinking alcohol and singing from previously prepared songbooks, demonstrating an obvious planning in these obstructive tactics. It is, I believe, Mr. Speaker, without precedent for a member or members to encourage boozed-up staffers and provide them with prepared songbooks in an attempt to undermine the decorum of a meeting, and it demonstrates, in my view, Mr. Speaker, a particular lack of judgment and lack of respect for this place. The acting chair had to call the Parliamentary Protective Services through the Sergeant-at-Arms into the meeting room in order to remove the disruptors. The disruptors who, as I note, planned this disruption in advance and planned their obstruction of our duties here as parliamentarians. These Parliamentary Protective Service members do an amazing job keeping this place safe, allowing us to be able to fulfill our duties as parliamentarians. And, Mr. Speaker, I think it is unacceptable for members in this place to encourage others to, in fact, create disorder and require the need for Parliamentary Protective Services to intervene. Now, about the rules, Mr. Speaker, and about the attempted adjournment specifically, the members, all of them Conservative, all referenced the adjournment of the meeting, and the member for Mégantic-L'Érable elaborated on what he deemed an inappropriateness of a vice chair assuming the seat upon the premature departure of the chair. Procedure and practice is actually clear about adjournment of meetings. The relevant section is in Chapter 20 on committees entitled Adjournment. A committee meeting may be adjourned by the adoption of a motion to that effect. However, most meetings are adjourned more informally when the chair receives the implied consent of members to adjourn.
Point of order. The question, the honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
We've heard from the chair earlier today that the point of having more interventions on this was to have new information. I just haven't heard anything that hasn't already been said in this place. I'd much rather hear a Liberal member get up and speak to the substantive motion on veterans that's before the House today than to listen to a rehashed version of things we've heard already today on this same point of order.
I want to remind the honourable member for West Nova that we are looking for new information, and I'll let him proceed, and I'll listen carefully.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the point being raised. It is important, of course, that they be put into context, but I appreciate the fact that many members have gotten up and restated similar sort of things, but it's important to put them always in their context of argument. As previously referenced, this order did not come to the committee until the chair announced the attempted adjournment. However, the then chair did not have the implied nor the express consent of members present to do so, nor was a motion to adjourn presented and voted upon. There was, therefore, no legal basis on which to adjourn the meeting. As it actually happened, the chair announced her decision on a point of order to adjourn the meeting and was immediately, it was obvious that she was going to be confronted with a challenge to her ruling. People wanted to speak. She gavelled down and darted out of the room. She left the room, leaving the association staff, including the secretary, who we always call the clerk, and the analyst alone at the table, and conforming to the rules, not moving as the meeting had not been properly adjourned. Procedure and practice, however, is silent, and this is an extremely important point and a novel one as far as I've understood this debate, the points on the point of order to have been raised. And that is that the rules are silent on when a vice chair can assume the chair. In practice, the chair of a committee will often get up for personal reasons, and in fact, it's such a common practice that in 3 editions of the Procedure and Practice, no clerk or author felt it necessary to elaborate on this. However, the chair of the House will sometimes even attend to personal matters and have some other member take their place. In the case of the NATO Parliamentary Association meeting, as the meeting had not in fact adjourned and there was no legal basis to do so, it was not only permissible but an obligation of a vice chair to step in and resume the meeting, given that quorum remained, quorum being 20 members according to Chapter 11 of the NATO Parliamentary Association Constitution. Any claim that the Conservative members are making with regard to the fact that this was a takeover of the meeting by a vice chair is completely incorrect. Moreover, the member for Charles Saint-Charles, the other vice chair, also stepped up to the head table and made no effort to intervene when the member for Etobicoke Centre carried on the meeting and thereby, I would submit, acquiesced until the motion of non-confidence was approved on the floor. A senator overtook the chair to oversee the election. Nominations were called from the floor, and only one name having been offered, the member of Etobicoke Centre, was acclaimed. Further, had the meeting been legitimately adjourned, the clerk of the committee, bound by the rules of this institution, would also have risen and left, but he remained at the table for the duration. While the minutes of the proceeding will not be published until the next annual general meeting, and I'm almost finished, Mr. Speaker, the clerk would not have been able to update the NATO parliamentary membership page to reflect the new chair, and the rules been followed. I would like to raise one other point that was mentioned that I have not heard rebuttal on, and that is the point regarding the nomination process. The procedure is for the procedure in the Constitution is with respect to the entire Executive Committee. This is a novel and unique situation, I would submit, based on the vote of non-confidence. The vote of non-confidence had yet to be voted upon, and it would have been premature for the clerk to seek nominations because that was not decided until the meeting itself. Those are my respectful submissions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Sackville-Preston Chesapeake. Il a 2 minutes de...
2 minutes. 2 minutes. Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that in my riding, 23%.
Province of Nova Scotia has the highest population of veteran military per capita in the country, which is extremely important. Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity throughout the year to do some town halls with veterans so that I could get a better understanding of some of the challenges, better understanding of some of the solutions, and therefore being in better position to articulate on behalf of my constituents. I had those meetings in 5 legions as part of my riding, in the Legion in Eastern Passage, the Legion in Gates Brook, Legion in Centennial, which is the Westfall region. I had also the Sackville and Fall River regions. And I have to say that the Legions, we have to stop a second and thank the Legion members for the work they do and the support that they do for veterans and veterans' family, which is important. Mr. Speaker, I want to touch, since I don't have much time, the service card. Like, if anybody in this House can help me understand how the Conservative cut the service card. Like, why would you cut the service card that identifies the individual that is in the service, that they would give them their ranking, their name, their pictures? It's just beyond me. And that service card also took 10 years of service before you received one. So, Mr. Speaker, both ministers made a presentation shortly, a couple of weeks ago, and have a new service card that will meet the needs of our men and women in the service. So, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the short amount of time you gave me. It's better than nothing, but very important to speak about veterans, especially this week. They were celebrating throughout the week, and on the weekend we'll have Remembrance Day. And I'm so proud to tell you that as an educator, the school system are talking and sharing and respecting servicemen and women throughout the week. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
It being 6:15 p.m., pursuant to order made earlier today, all questions necessary to dispose of the opposition motion are deemed put and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred until Tuesday, November 6, 2018, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. À l'ordre.
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 38 of the House, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Al Bernie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise tonight to reflect back on a question that I had with the Prime Minister around World Oceans Day around the use of single-use plastics and the lack of regulations that are there to protect Canadians, protect our oceans, and combat plastic pollution. We know that over a garbage truck of plastic is entering our waterways every minute. Mr. Speaker, just 2 years ago, how people of Courtenay, Alberni really stepped into this very important issue was the spill of the Hanjin in Seattle that happened in November of 2016 off of Pacific Rim National Park on the west coast of Vancouver Island. Over 35 shipping containers spilled, Mr. Speaker, littering our coast with metal and styrofoam. Styrofoam that is so thick, Mr. Speaker, that spread all up and down our coast. And people like Captain Josh Temple, Missy Lawson, and the people of Clackwood Action mobilized, got on the ground, and started to clean up this huge marine debris spill, one of the largest on the west coast of Vancouver Island. Michelle Hall and Surfrider and hundreds of volunteers hit the beaches with staff from Pacific Rim National Park and Barb Schramm from the Wild Pacific Trail from Ucluelet. And these people from Tofino, Ucluelet, Ahousaht, Cloquet, Ucluelethat, they all came out, Mr. Speaker, in the spirit of making sure that we protect our beaches and mitigate the impact of what's happening on our environment when it comes to marine debris. So, Mr. Speaker, we had a very difficult time. We were asking questions in this House of Commons of the government of who was responsible for marine debris. And we couldn't get a straight answer. We were asking a question of the Transport Minister, and he said that this would be fully responsible of the shipping company under the Shipping Act. But what we found, Mr. Speaker, was the Pacific Rim National Park petitioned the court, the bankruptcy court for the shipping company. Of course, they went bankrupt after this, to get funds to help remediate the problem on the coast. And what happened was, Mr. Speaker, is the courts awarded $72,000 to Pacific Rim National Park. Now, that money came to Ottawa, Mr. Speaker, but no money came to the coast until May of 2017. And how much, Mr. Speaker? $15,000. So we're still unsure of what's happened with the rest of the money. But what we do know is that local people pulled money out of their own pockets. They contributed to cleaning up this mess. Small business people donated money. We had to hire specific contractors to go out and clean this up on our own accord. There was no help from the federal government of Canada, even though they could have called back the people that helped deal with the tsunami debris cleanup, the fallout from the Japanese earthquake, Mr. Speaker, that brought some marine debris to our coast. They didn't even recall those people that had worked so diligently and hard to mastermind cleanups on our coast that could be applied on a regular basis. Instead, they chose to sit back, Mr. Speaker, and they left us high and dry. So in terms of confidence of an oil spill cleanup, there isn't any. In terms of building trust and relationships with volunteers and community citizens that are out there protecting our environment, they failed to do that. They had a great opportunity, Mr. Speaker. People are still wondering where that money is. They want to know that there's a plan in place should this happen again. We know there isn't. The World Oceans Charter that they've developed, well, they haven't talked about marine debris. There's no funding. No funding at all allocated for cleaning up marine debris. We know there's Canadians from coast to coast to coast cleaning up marine debris every day. People like John Burchett of Tofino, Mark over on Lasqueti Island, and people from all over Vancouver Island, and like I said, coast to coast to coast, that are dedicated to cleaning up our oceans, but they do require some support, and I hope this government will come up with a plan and provide the adequate resources that are necessary.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First and foremost, I want to thank the member from Courtney Alberni for his continued interest in combating plastics pollution in our waterways and our oceans. As we all know, Mr. Speaker, the private member's business system is a lottery, and no member is guaranteed the opportunity to introduce a bill or a motion. And it is not lost on me that the MP from Courtney Alberni could have chosen any other topic to introduce a bill or motion on, that he chose the issue as it is extremely important to all Canadians. I know it is for my constituents of Brampton West as well. Mr. Speaker, to his question, there is no doubt that plastics play an important role in Canadians' lives. However, it is their mismanagement which poses a threat to our livelihoods and our ecosystems. Preventing plastics pollution is a pressing global issue that requires action by all. Mr. Speaker, Canada has made oceans health and addressing plastics pollution a priority its 2018 G7 presidency. And during the G7's Leaders Summit in June, we launched the Ocean Plastics Charter and the Charlevoix Blueprint for healthy oceans, seas, and resilient coastal communities, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, Canada also committed $100 million to help vulnerable regions to improve their waste management practices and to combat plastic pollution. In fact, while the Minister of Environment and Climate Change was recently in Nova Scotia, she announced that we would be eliminating the use of unnecessary single-use plastics in all government operations, Mr. Speaker. And I'm proud that our government has taken a leadership position on this file and hope that other levels of government and other organizations will begin to follow suit. In terms of Plastics Charter and other G7 commitments, Mr. Speaker, these undertakings provide a springboard for action in Canada. Federal, provincial, and territorial governments are currently working together through the Canadian Council of Ministers of Environment to develop a national approach that responds to the Charter and moves towards zero plastic waste. Our shared goal is to keep all types of plastic in the economy and out of the landfills and the environment. This is an ambitious vision, and it will require actions by governments, industry, consumers, and individuals. And we're working with all of these partners to identify innovative ideas to improve the design, use, and management of plastic products. And Mr. Speaker, there is no one solution that will address this issue. This will require action by governments, it will require actions by industry, retailers, consumers, researchers, and of course all Canadians, including our youth. It would also require a shift in emphasis from end-of-life management to treating plastics as a resource. We need action that embraces a circular approach to materials management. We need to go beyond focusing on just one type, just like a straw, and take concerted action through the life cycle of plastics. While we recognize the needs to address the single-use plastics in Canada, Mr. Speaker, such as straws or bags, we are working with the provinces and territories to develop a more comprehensive approach to effectively address this issue, and this includes evaluating all available policy options. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for commenting on some action the government's taking and undertaking. Mr. Speaker, I talked about marine debris and the lack of legislation and a regulatory void that's in place. We also learned that that's the same with single-use plastics in our country. We were really glad, and I will applaud the government for committing to getting rid of single-use plastics in federal facilities. What we'd like to see, though, Mr. Speaker, is the federal government follow the lead of the European Union, which are going to phase out most single-use plastics by 2021. I think it's a great thing that the federal government, if they really meant that they wanted to take action on this issue, they would follow that. But also support my motion. My motion was designed, M151, by the University of Victoria, 7 reforms to address plastic pollution, and it gives the government the framework where they can actually take concrete steps to mitigate plastic from entering our waterways and our aquifers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And once again, I want to thank the honourable member for his advocacy and for all the important work that he does on behalf of his constituents, of course, on behalf of the environment and the oceans. And we certainly look forward to debating his private member's bill and looking forward to making sure that we, as we know, this is a complex issue, Mr. Speaker, that requires a comprehensive response. This includes evaluating all available options and policy tools. And, Mr. Speaker, that's why we're working with our domestic and international partners to find solutions throughout the life of plastics. And this includes making plastic design and production more sustainable, improving collection management systems and infrastructure, adapting a more sustainable lifestyle, including through education, Mr. Speaker, improving our understanding of this issue and solutions through research and innovation. Finally, taking action to remove the plastic litter that is already covering the world's shorelines and waterways. We look forward to continuing to mobilize international and national action on this issue, and certainly look forward to working with my honourable colleague on the other side. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've been saying since the beginning that the agreement signed by the Liberals is bad for our farmers, bad for our small and medium businesses, and for Quebec. Currently, the federal government is not listening to their counterparts in Quebec. This government does not seem to understand that the losses that dairy farmers will be subjected to will have to be compensated for. After the last trade agreements were signed by Canada. Mr. Speaker, for Quebec's government, Ottawa must compensate farmers that have been the losers under 3 new trade agreements. The new Canada, U.S., Mexico trade agreement, the new Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement that could soon be implemented, as well as the Comprehensive Economic Trade Agreement, which has already existed for a year now between Canada and the European Union. For this government, the USMCA and the Trans-Pacific Partnership, as well as the impacts of CETA, according to the Liberal government, have already been compensated for. But the reality is that this so-called help that was supposed to counterbalance granting Europeans additional quotas on the Canadian market, namely 17,700 tons of cheese, is not enough. Mr. Speaker, losses of 10 to 12% of the market to the benefit of foreign farmers is the equivalent of an entire month's salary lost. Fabien Fontaine, the CEO of Dilimax, whom I met in my riding, has said that for the last several years, government cuts in farming insurance programs transatlantic trade agreements and the changes requested for animal husbandry practices have greatly weakened the financial capacity of businesses that work in the production and transformation of veal in Quebec. The transatlantic trade agreement allows European calves to cross our borders without paying the tariffs of 30% that they were previously subjected to, and they are not regulated by the same rules of use for certain products. And that's not to mention that for the last 20 years, the European veal industry has benefited from generous subsidies, which we do not have. In my last speech in this House, I asked the government to keep its promise regarding the measures to come that would compensate farmers. Last week, farmers found out that they were invited by the Minister of Agriculture to 2 working groups that were assigned the task of estimating the financial impact of the previous trade agreements and to find a way to compensate them fully and fairly. I remind the government that they promised a solution before Christmas. However, these working groups will not be able to deal with the specific cases of the USMCA and the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement because matters of compensation for CETA are regulated by the minister. The new Quebec Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Food, André Lamontagne, does not share this opinion. Last week, he said he wanted these working groups to be able to take into account financial losses inflicted by the trade agreement with Europeans, and so I am of the same opinion, and I ask the government if they will adequately compensate farmers. Monsieur André Lamontagne shares part of my riding with me. His riding overlaps with my riding. And so I ask again if this government will adequately compensate farmers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte for this important question. The Government of Canada firmly supports supply management, farmers, their families, and processors. But, Mr. Speaker, the NDP is saying one thing in this House, and behind closed doors is admitting that this is an agreement that protects Canadian jobs. The leader of the NDP celebrated this agreement at an event Tuesday night in Ottawa. The New Democrat member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie, who is the Québécois lieutenant for the NDP, described the USMCA as the best agreement possible. Mr. Speaker, the NDP admitted behind closed doors that this was a good agreement because they know that it protects thousands of Canadian jobs that were under threat. Canadian supply-managed industries are essential to ensure prosperity and sustainable growth for our country, and they're also an integral part of Canadian agriculture. Mr. Speaker, as the old adage goes, if you ate today, thank a farmer. Together, dairy, poultry, and egg farming create thousands of jobs in our country and generate $32 billion. The Canadian dairy industry is one of the largest segments of the Canadian agri-food sector. This sector generates farm gate sales of $6.5 billion, sales of processed foods worth $14 billion, and more than 40,000 jobs. The USMCA preserves and maintains the supply management system in Canada as well as its 3 pillars: control of production, price-setting mechanisms, and control of imports. Our government has preserved and maintained the supply management system while negotiating CETA, the CPTPP, and while renegotiating NAFTA. The government also announced new working groups made up of processors and farmers for the dairy, poultry, and egg industries. These working groups will allow representatives of Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada, representatives of national associations and organizations, as well as regional representatives to all work together. They will work together to develop strategies to fully and fairly supporting farmers and processors to help them adapt to the reality of the United States-Mexico-Canada Free Trade Agreement. They will also discuss the support required to take into account the effects of CPTPP. This government has never misrepresented itself. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, I am in this place to be the spokesperson of citizens of Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. But what I'm hearing in Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte is that dairy producers are worried. Poultry farmers are worried. Egg farmers are worried. Veal producers are worried. The entire agri-food industry is worried because for every percentage of the market that we concede as part of a free trade agreement, it has a direct impact on a family farm back home. What is especially angering for farmers is that these international agreements are with countries where there's no reciprocity of standards. They don't have the same environmental standards. They don't have the same standards when it comes to products that are allowed. They have the impression that they're being subjected to losses and that they're competing with producers from other countries, whether it be in Europe and the United States, who are benefiting from subsidies and from support of their government. But what I'm hearing in this place, Mr. Speaker, is that there's a great deal of words being spoken, but every percentage of the market that's conceded is a threat to them. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to say what the member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie said. When it came to the Canadian negotiators, he said, I just want to congratulate everyone in this room for the fantastic work that you have accomplished. He then went on to say that the USMCA represents the best agreement possible and protects workers throughout the country. We agree. This agreement delivers. It delivers on stability, on saving jobs, on growth, and protecting millions of Canadian jobs. Mr. Speaker, the position of our government when it comes to trade is balanced. We defended supply management as we promised. Strong dairy, poultry, and egg industries, as well as a competitive farming sector, are essential to ensuring Canada's prosperity, creating good jobs, promoting the growth of the middle class, and providing superior quality products to Canadian consumers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sherwood Park Fort, Saskatchewan is not present to raise the matter for which adjournment notice has been given. Accordingly, the notice is deemed withdrawn. The motion
that the House do now adjourn is deemed adopted. The House is therefore adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24.1 of the Standing Orders.
Thank you.